Our tale begins amidst the morning chaos, as the masses mindlessly proceed with their ordinary routines. It's a scene of pure pandemonium as citizens cram into city buses, all desperate to arrive at their destinations. Students jostle for space, and a palpable sense of disorder fills the air. The vehicle finally halts before a sprawling college campus, and from its doors, a lone young man emerges. His face is a mask of weariness and quiet defeat, muttering how he ever tolerated this overwhelming madness during his freshman days. This is Sung Woo, the destined protagonist of our epic saga. His close companion, Han Ho Lee, catches his griping and fires back a playful jab, questioning his supposed service in the elite special forces. If he crumbles under the pressure of a simple traffic jam, Sung Woo retorts with a light shove, mocking him for dodging his own mandatory military service. The pair exchange banter as they trek towards their lecture hall. Mid-stride, his friend suddenly freezes, his finger pointing skyward. High above, an impossible loading screen hangs, its progress at 99%. Yet, our hero notices nothing, his vision notoriously poor. He begins to tease Hanho relentlessly, asking if he's still heartbroken over his ex-girlfriend. His friend swears he witnessed something strange in the heavens, but our protagonist remains utterly dismissive. He chalks it up to his friend's excessive video game habits, claiming he can no longer distinguish fantasy from the real world. He insists it's nothing more than his imagination running wild, and gives him a firm slap to snap him out of it. The MC urges his companion to pick up the pace, as being tardy for this particular class is not an option. The two eventually split, heading toward their separate lectures. Our hero finds it impossible to concentrate during the lesson, as a profound drowsiness overtakes him. He laments skipping his morning coffee before this lecture began. But this feeling was something far more sinister than mere fatigue. An immense, ethereal screen blazes into existence before his very eyes. It posed a chilling question: which class provided the ultimate path to survival in a world on the brink of annihilation? Below the query, a star command demanded he select his destiny. The MC is, understandably, thrown into confusion as this blindingly luminous screen hovers just inches from his face. He fiercely rubs his eyes, trying to confirm he wasn't lost in a dream. The terrifying reality of the situation hits as the power suddenly dies. A wave of panic washes over the students. It was the middle of the day, yet a deep, unnatural darkness enveloped the entire room. To add to the horror, not a single electronic device would function. Every student now stared at the same impossible, shimmering interface hovering before them. They were all bewildered, debating if this was some elaborate hologram, or perhaps a shared mass hallucination. But our hero's gut screamed that something was terribly wrong. His eyes locked onto a menacing countdown timer on the screen, accompanied by a cascade of cards bearing cryptic images and stars. As these mysterious cards began to drift before everyone, the students collectively hesitated, refusing to touch them, paralyzed by a situation they could not comprehend. Sung Woo, however, perceived the circumstances with grim clarity. He deduced that refusing to choose a card was the far greater risk, given the unknown consequences that awaited them. When the 15-second timer expired, as the final seconds ticked away relentlessly, he frantically scanned the floating cards, panic setting in. He had no idea what to select, but knew he had no more precious time to waste. In a flash, his eyes caught a sudden movement. One of the other students had finally made their choice. From thin air, a massive broadsword materialized and crashed before the student. Simultaneously, the card he had touched simply vanished. Our hero knew his moment of decision had arrived. His mind raced, desperately wondering which profession would secure his best shot at staying alive in this nightmarish, apocalyptic game. Each card was adorned with a varying number of stars. In a final desperate act, Sung Woo snatched the card bearing the most stars he could possibly find. It was the card of the Necromancer, a master of the dead. A new legend of the shadows was about to be born, and he now commands a formidable undead army. The selection process concluded, and every system screen vanished. The classroom appeared to have returned to a state of normalcy. However, the the studious boy still clutched his newly acquired sword. All eyes were fixed on the impossible blade, a mix of awe and fear. He stammered that it appeared the moment he chose the warrior class. Hearing this, the MC questioned if he had truly become a necromancer, since he felt no discernible change in his being. Without warning, a vile goblin lunged and brutally stabbed a student. His agonizing screams echoed as he begged his classmates for aid, but everyone remained frozen, paralyzed by the horrific sight, as the creature repeatedly drove its blade into the helpless victim. After its gruesome deed, the goblin turned its gaze upon the others. A chilling realization dawned. They were surely its next targets. Chaos erupted as everyone fled in terror, except for our protagonist. To be perfectly clear, he didn't flee because he was too terrified to draw the goblin's ire. Observing the goblin's rage build, the panicked students begged the boy with the sword to act. He was, after all, the only one among them who was armed. But he could only weep, absolutely refusing to engage in battle. Seeing this pathetic display, the MC knew he was utterly doomed. As the creature charged directly towards him, he instinctively backed away, but had a sudden, crucial realization. Turning his back on this monster meant certain death. So, he spun around and unleashed a powerful kick, sending the goblin flying. The monster was relatively small in stature, so the MC resolved to retaliate, arming himself with a chair. As it lunged at him once more, he brought the chair down hard, crushing it like a disgusting insect. Upon killing the goblin, a new system notification appeared, announcing he had acquired 10 gold for vanquishing the creature. He stared intently at the message, wondering if his reality had truly transformed into a fantasy RPG. Another alert immediately materialized, informing him of his newfound power to command the deceased. At his current level 1, he could only control a maximum of 3 goblins. As he struggled to process this revelation, the goblin he had just slain rose again, reborn as his undead soldier. Sung-woo finally grasped the true nature of his class, the power to summon the dead. As the undead goblin stared at him with its piercing, glowing eyes, 2 more living goblins burst into the classroom. The students descended into panic once more, screaming for their lives. The MC stood his ground before the monsters with his new undead soldier, which patiently awaited his master's command without a second thought. He issued an order for the goblin to engage the enemy forces. The skeletal warrior instantly sprang into action, its blade flashing as it sliced into the living goblins. However, the ferocious monsters began to retaliate, as it was now a desperate 2-on-1 skirmish. One of them successfully slashed the left arm from the undead goblin. The MC understood he might have to intervene if his minion were to fall. The beast didn't appear exceptionally difficult to defeat, possessing bodies similar to that of small child. Regardless, he desperately needed a proper weapon. He quickly shouted to the cowardly kid with the sword, demanding that he surrender his weapon to him. The boy clutched his blade even tighter and shrieked that he would never give it up. The MC told him to fight the monsters himself if he refused to let him borrow his weapon. But the boy was far too terrified to fight at this point. He should just throw him to the goblins and seize his sword. In an effort to aid his undead servant, the MC snatched a chair and hurled it at the creatures. His skeletal soldier seized the opportunity to eliminate them. With its sharp blade, the MC earned more gold for killing 2 monsters. He watched the one-armed goblin as it shuffled slowly towards him, with a strangely endearing expression, making the MC feel a bit weirded out. It stared him directly in the eyes, so he commanded it to avert its gaze elsewhere. The skeleton dutifully lowered its head, as if the MC had hurt its feelings. Just then, Sung-woo received another system prompt, a reminder of his ability to command the legions of the dead. He quickly invoked his spell to reanimate the 2 goblins he just defeated. He now possessed the maximum number of undead soldiers he could summon at his current novice level. As everyone attempted to process their dire situation, they began to hear desperate cries for help from other departments. Throughout their college, the MC realized this invasion was not just confined to their college campus, but likely the entire country. The view from the window was absolutely apocalyptic. It appeared as though the entire city was engulfed in flames. Considering their perilous circumstances, one of the students opened the door and urged that they keep moving. Another student told them to make for the Daesong parking lot, claiming he had a car, as they all charged toward the stairwell. A new horde of goblins emerged from the deep shadows. The goblin monsters rushed at the terrified group of students, but before they could land a single attack, The undead skeletons launched a deadly ambush. The MC roared at the students to flee for their lives, while his skeletons efficiently dealt with the goblin threat. In a state of utter panic, the students scattered, running towards different areas of the college. The MC made an attempt to halt them, but then understood that it was probably safer for them to go alone. He knew that this strange new game followed a certain set of rules. He concluded to himself that his greatest chance for survival was to continue fighting, as each battle allowed him to grow increasingly more powerful. He observed as his undead minions continued to wage war for him. One of the enemy monsters went into a frenzy and decapitated one of his undead soldiers, with one of his valuable soldiers now destroyed. Sung-woo understood that he might be in serious trouble. Now, his two remaining skeletons faced off against the two monsters. This time, his skeletons managed to slay them, and he gained more gold. He also saw that his personal level had now increased. He opened his status window to inspect his current stats. Rather than standard attribute points, he received a level-up card that would grant him a random boon. He knew this system was based on pure chance, but it was one of the most critical mechanics of the game. He finally selected the random skill card, and it enhanced his maximum minion control capacity by 1. This meant he was now able to command 4 minions simultaneously. Now, as he summoned another loyal skeleton, he noticed that his mana reserves were dangerously low. He created a defensive perimeter with his skeletons and sat down to think and strategize for a moment. He still didn't know what was happening, so he chose to concentrate solely on his survival for the time being. With his skeletal guard acting as his personal shield, he cautiously began to make his way downstairs. The situation below him did not look promising, but he knew he couldn't remain trapped on this campus indefinitely. He commanded his skeletons to scout ahead and proceeded to move out. As his skeletons were descending the stairs, they encountered Hanho. He became terrified upon seeing the undead goblins and reflexively struck one in the head with his dagger. The MC saw him weeping and called out his name. His friend frantically asked him what those goblins were, and he explained they were something akin to his personal bodyguards. He then inquired about what class he had chosen. He confessed that he chose the rogue class because his friend was a fool. He chose a class with a single star, erroneously, thinking it would grant him the power of a brigadier general. Even the undead minions looked disappointed in the guy. He joined up with their party, and they all began to navigate their way out of the campus. As they journeyed, the MC received a new notification, informing him that he had now acquired the effects of synergy, since he was now operating as part of a group. The effects condition was for the group to equip 5 daggers. It provided bonus gold and a chance to inflict a fatal blow on the enemy. The MC understood that this buff was specifically applied to parties, once certain requirements had been fulfilled. Furthermore, his skeletal army could also reap the benefits of these bonuses. This meant that he could activate this buff without even requiring a formal party. As they cautiously proceeded downwards, they encountered some minions and a colossal monster, which appeared to be their powerful leader. As he approached the goblin horde, a notification revealed that the monsters were now afflicted by the scent of death, which crippled their stats by 30%. This powerful effect only activated when there were 4 or more skeletons of the same species. With this buff now active, Sung-woo dispatched his skeleton minions to engage in battle. They swiftly dominated the goblins and began to systematically cut them down. However, the true test awaited them with the boss minion. It raised its hand to unleash the fearsome Wild Berserker skill. This formidable buff empowered the enemy minions, and they began to dramatically shift the tide of the battle. The MC knew that he must maintain his composure in this critical situation. He knew that he had to neutralize that buff if he wanted his skeletons to stand any chance of victory. He commanded the one-armed skeleton to bypass the other minions and to charge directly at the boss. The goblin lunged at the boss and cleaved its arm in 2. It was immediately kicked away by the enraged boss, but it had successfully completed its vital mission. With the buff now nullified, the skeletons easily overwhelmed the enemy goblins. The boss minion refused to be defeated that easily, so it put up a valiant final struggle. Eventually, the boss was also vanquished, and the MC received a substantial gold bonus. He noticed that the boss had also dropped a couple of items. One of them was a formidable-looking spear, and the other was a wristband that buffed all nearby allied units. After securing his new loot, he looked at the one-handed skeleton standing patiently before him, awaiting its master's praise. Sung-woo smiled and affectionately patted it on the head, which seemed to make the skeleton a little bit excited. he decided to continue his journey alongside his friend. As they walked, he heard the sounds of people nearby. The MC swiftly ordered his skeletons into hiding so as not to frighten the other survivors. A large number of students had congregated in front of the main exit gate. A guy was attempting to placate the anxious crowd, assuring them that he had already made contact with the student council. It became clear that the main exit gate of the college was securely locked, and they were unable to get out no matter what they tried. The MC instantly recognized the guy. His name was Jin Suk, a notorious bully who also harassed female students. He was a member of the student council, so he carried himself as if he were the one in command. The MC wondered if he was trying to put on show. By posturing as the group's de facto leader, he addressed Sung Woo and his friend, stating that they needed to assist in protecting the rest of the students, since they were both carrying weapons. He then asked about his class and boasted about slaying a goblin. As the MC was cringing at the student council member's arrogance, the nerd with the sword ran in and urgently informed them that he could hear the sound of approaching goblins near the stairwell. The council guy commanded everyone to take refuge in a nearby cafe while they stood guard at the front. Meanwhile, Sungwoo called out to his friend and showed him the message on the door. It stated that the door would not open until they defeated the area boss within a specific amount of time. The boss would only grow stronger if it was not defeated in time. The MC understood that he could not depend on anyone else to save them. They would have to slay the boss if they ever hoped to escape. Just then, he had another encounter with Jin Suk, who introduced him to the nerdy guy and ordered him to help hold off the goblins. The MC asked him if he had read the ominous message on the door. The guy confirmed that he had indeed seen the message, and he was now awaiting the arrival of a professional rescue team. He believed that the Korean military could intervene and save all of them. The MC knew that he couldn't just idly sit around and wait for help to arrive. As he began to move back in the direction of the stairs, he spotted a horde of goblins charging straight towards him. The nerdy guy nearly suffered a heart attack at the sight of the goblins. At the same time, the skeleton minions also emerged from hiding, which caused him to panic even more intensely. The MC signaled for his skeletons to halt and calmly explained that they were under his direct command. He branded the student council guy an absolute idiot and dispatched his skeletons to engage the enemy. Due to the powerful combination of the synergy buff and the scent of death, the monster stood absolutely no chance of fighting back. As the other students peered out from behind the glass windows of the cafe, they witnessed Sung Woo's skeleton army battling the enemy minions. The MC joined the fray alongside his skeletons and began to mercilessly strike down the goblins with his new spear. Jin Suk stared at him in utter disbelief, since his own plan was to flee at the very first opportunity. As the goblins attempted to make their escape, the MC commanded his skeletons to form a blockade at the stairs. He knew that he had to convince everyone that he could control these skeletons in order to successfully challenge the boss. He needed them to form an alliance with him. His new bracelet activated the Wild Spirit buff, which greatly increased the attack speed of all of his minions. These small fry goblins posed no real threat to him at present, but he knew he would likely have to face much stronger adversaries later on. The students were now beginning to realize that the MC was the one in direct control of the skeletons. As his formidable army tore through the remaining little goblins, everyone began to cheer for him. The students were now finally starting to place their trust in it. The MC searched through the slain monsters for any potential item drops, but he only received a new notification informing him that he had been awarded a single roulette ticket. He pondered how they would even give him the ticket, since he did not possess any form of inventory. They all made their way back to rejoin the main group. The MC smirked as he saw Jin Suk and sarcastically asked him if he was helpful. Everyone stood in a tense silence for a brief moment, unsure of what to do next. The MC informed them that they were unable to leave for now, since they cannot possibly break down the reinforced door. He explained that they must first defeat the boss, and that it was located somewhere within this very building. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively began to step back, as not a single one of them wanted to confront the boss. The MC warned them that the consequences for failure would be catastrophic, and they would likely have to contend with much more powerful monsters. Suddenly, one of the students nervously raised his hand and revealed that he had actually seen the boss monster. It appeared that the boss was located on the roof. Sungwoo knew that he must make his way to the roof, so he asked the other students if any of them would volunteer to join him. As he had anticipated, deserted, they were all too terrified to accompany him. Even his own friend expressed a desire to stay behind, but the MC compelled him to come along so he could buff his skeletons. As the two of them were discussing this, a girl by the name of Jisoo interjected into their conversation and pointed out that recruiting more people might be disadvantageous, given their narrow and confined surroundings. She argued that the MC was already in command of his skeletons, so there was no logical reason to bring along people who were even more feeble than those very skeletons. The MC thought to himself that this girl seemed a bit impulsive, since they lacked sufficient information about the boss's capabilities yet. He glanced back at Jin Suk, but he immediately began to tremble, and told him that he was required to stay behind and protect the students. The MC knew that he would not be getting any more volunteers to join him, so he made the decision to head up with his current party. As they ascended, they were met by a new wave of goblins. The goblins swarmed them from both the top and bottom of the stairwell, without a single moment of hesitation. Jisoo launched herself at the goblins and began to slice them into pieces. She wielded a long sword and appeared to be a highly trained combatant. Hanho was genuinely impressed by her incredible combat skills. Meanwhile, our hero was preoccupied with handling the skeletons at the top. After successfully clearing through the wave, they resumed their ascent. After climbing a few more flights of stairs, they discovered their gravely injured professor. The MC rushed to his side and asked him what had transpired. He recounted that after the monsters had invaded the campus, he had led his students to the roof in an attempt to keep them safe. However, this had been a catastrophic miscalculation. All of the students had fallen victim to a terrifying monster on the roof. He desperately grabbed the MC and pleaded with him not to go to the roof, as he did not want him to die as well. The MC gripped his spear tightly and rose to his feet. He now had a brand new quest. It instructed him to slay the boss and avenge the professor. The quest also ominously stated that his choice would directly impact his destiny. He understood that this was a pivotal moment in the game, so he reassembled his skeletons and began the final ascent. Upon reaching the roof, they all received a new message, informing them that they had officially entered the boss room. The scene on the roof was absolutely catastrophic. Not a single student had managed to survive the boss's brutal rampage. All that remained were a few scattered minions. Jisoo became enraged upon witnessing this gruesome scene and prepared to rush in and slay all of the monsters. But Sungwoo stopped her and signaled for her to wait. He knew that they needed to remain calm and rational in this situation if they had any hope of surviving. It didn't take long for the goblins to spot the group. They all brandished their weapons and began to slowly surround them. Hanho nervously asked the MC if they should make a run for it, but he was determined to stand his ground and fight. He raised his hand and activated the powerful Berserker spell. Empowered by this new buff, his skeletons charged at the tiny monsters and began to mercilessly slash them. The MC instructed the group to treat the undead soldiers as their personal shield. He remained behind a loyal minion and struck at the goblins whenever he saw an opening. Jisoo also followed suit and began to slash at the monsters. Meanwhile, Hanho still had no idea what to do, so he just stood there awkwardly, feeling utterly useless. He took out one of his daggers and desperately hurled it at the goblins. His dagger struck its mark and instantly killed the target. He even managed to surprise himself. He was surprisingly skilled at throwing because he used to toss away pencils belonging to other students back in his college days. He immediately threw another dagger, and it also found its target. My guy became laser-focused as he realized he had finally discovered his talent. As the enemy goblins began to lose ground, they were afflicted by a debuff which severely decreased their stats. They began to flee in terror and stopped before a giant, menacing goblin. The group instantly recognized that this particular goblin was the boss monster. With the boss's arrival, the goblins were filled with a new wave of motivation, so they re-engaged in the battle. As the group attempted to fight back, they watched as one of the skeletons was shattered into pieces by a single devastating strike from the boss. The MC frantically commanded all of his minions to retreat. The boss continued to relentlessly strike at his skeletons, killing them one by one. He revived his fallen minions, but his mana was critically low, so he couldn't keep doing it for much longer. Hanho attempted to surprise the boss by throwing his daggers, but it effortlessly blocked them. The boss furiously began to chase after him, causing him to scream desperately for help. The other minions tried to come to his aid, but the boss simply swatted them away. However, one of the skeletons managed to land a successful hit on the boss. This only made it even more furious, and it kicked the minion away. Completely out of nowhere, The sword girl appeared and slashed the boss while it was momentarily distracted. She landed a powerful hit, but it was still not enough to finish it off. The MC realized that she was fighting strategically, so he resolved to formulate a strategy of his own. He surrounded the boss with his remaining minions and ordered one of them to attack it from the rear. As the boss turned around to defend itself, he launched his spear directly at it. It struck it squarely in the face, and it screamed out in agony. The MC was now nearly out of mana, and he only had 3 skeletons left standing. The boss recognized this and let out a triumphant laugh. Believing it had already won, it immediately struck out with its sword, which caused the MC to lose his guard. As the boss began to charge at him, he knew he had to think of something fast. Otherwise, they would all be annihilated. Fortunately, he spotted a sword lying nearby on the ground. The boss's charge shook the entire rooftop as it rushed towards the MC. Sung Woo sighed as he tightly clenched his newly found sword. He then commanded both of his remaining minions to charge the boss monster. The boss immediately smashed one of the minions to smithereens. The other minion leaped into the air and caught the sword that was tossed to it by the MC. However, it failed to land its attack, as the boss was too swift to defend, with the minion now brandishing a sword. The powerful weapon synergy effect was activated, increasing attack speed and decreasing the weapon's overall weight. Furthermore, the minion activated the one-armed warrior effect, which granted it an 88% chance to inflict a bleeding effect on its very first attack. The MC knew that he could win with these buffs. He grabbed a nearby chair and charged at the boss with his sword. At the same time, Jisoo and a minion also rushed at it. He struck it with the chair to create a critical opening, and they all moved in for the final attack. However, the boss slammed the ground, creating a massive explosion and throwing them back. Suddenly, the boss was struck by a dagger expertly thrown by Manhwa. The MC knew this was his golden opportunity. He ordered his one-handed skeleton to make the ultimate sacrifice so they could land the final, decisive blow on the boss. The minion had played a crucial role throughout the entire fight, but now it was time for it to perish. In a truly shocking turn of events, the minion managed to strike the boss with its blade and successfully triggered the devastating bleeding effect. The boss finally collapsed, and the MC's level increased once more. The skeleton minion drained the boss of its remaining mana, a torrent of energy. In a flash, the creature evolved, achieving a new level of might. It had ascended from level 2, now possessing the elite attributes of a commander. His companions excitedly confirmed that they too had broken through their limits. Their victory over the dungeon master was paying off. A flurry of discussion erupted as they inspected their new status cards. Our protagonist then pulls a seemingly random skill card from the loot. This bestowed upon him the ability to forge deadly weapons from bone matter using his mana. At his current stage, his power could only sustain 4 such creations, and the very potency of these armaments was tied to the quality of bones. With the boss vanquished, his personal exclusive quest reached its epic conclusion. As a reward, a new power was granted to him. It was an ability that expanded the size of his potential undead legion. Yet, the cryptic destiny component of the quest still remained a mystery to him. Lost in thought, his eyes caught a dark object descending from the sky above. His quick-witted friend swiftly snatched the falling hood. He explained that it dramatically enhanced the wearer's stealth capabilities, boosting their chances of evading monsters by a staggering 50%. Jisoo, meanwhile, had acquired a mystical fire whetstone by honing her blade with it. Her very sword now had a chance to erupt in flames with each attack. The MC declared that they would field test their new powers later on. For now, survival demanded that they press onward. Back in the supposed safety of the cafe, anxiety was beginning to poison the air. Even the resident bookworm. The boys started to question if they should have joined the perilous boss fight. These words of doubt reached Sung Woo's ears. Enraged, Jin-soo turned and unleashed a tirade upon the other students. He spat that if they were so eager, they could simply walk out and die. He sneered that if anyone else dared to complain, they should go to the rooftop and meet the same fate as the MC. The other students, now emboldened, began to challenge his hollow authority. After all, their real guardian had always been Sung Woo, not it. Hearing their defiance, he lost all composure and hurled verbal abuse at them. He cruelly announced that their supposed protector, the MC, was already dead, and now they had absolutely no one left to shield them. Just then, a legion of skeletons materialized, striking terror into his heart. The MC had returned, his voice dripping with ice. "Did you wish for my death?" He threw open the exit, the path to freedom before him. It was time to finally escape the confines of the campus. The brave trio, flanked by their skeletal guards, paused and cast a final, lingering look back at the coward Jinsu. The MC then asked if he possessed anything left to say. Overwhelmed with humiliation, his face contorted, but he remained silent. Behind his back, the other students began to speak in hushed tones. They mocked his charade of being a powerful, decisive leader, when deep down, he was nothing more than a pathetic weakling. Paying no mind to the drama, our protagonists, along with Hanho and Jisoo, departed the building with their skeletal legion. After a thorough scan of the area revealed no immediate threats, Sungwoo spotted a hidden route and beckoned his allies to follow. As they ventured deeper, they discovered a gruesome scene of several bodies with crushed skulls. A collection of various weapons lay scattered amongst the fallen. Upon inspecting the brutal aftermath, the MC deduced that they were the victims of a goblin attack. He then questioned if more of these vile creatures were still hiding on campus. Hanho's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of excitement. He had spotted a large gathering of people in the near distance. Our hero and his comrades cautiously made their way toward the survivors. Every single one of them was armed and battle-ready. It was clear they had successfully clashed with the monsters and emerged victorious. The coward Jinseok shamelessly shoved his way to the front of the pack. With a wide grin, he hailed another young man named Daesung. This man seemed to recognize him as well, showing a hint of astonishment that he had managed to survive. As the two conversed, Jisoo's expression soured. She clearly knew this new guy. And as Jinseok whispered something into his ear, Jisoo and Hanho grumbled that they were undoubtedly discussing Sungwoo. The MC, however, remained unbothered, an unreadable smile on his face. Daesung then presented himself to the party with an air of importance. He declared he was the president of the student council and remarked on the great hardships everyone had surely endured. He preached that they must band together if they hoped to see another day. His gaze then fell upon the skeletons, demanding an explanation. Our hero nonchalantly explained the undead were a core feature of his class card. His abilities were revealed with a subtle hint of disdain. The council president then questioned the MC, asking why he would choose abominations that prey on people. Sungwoo instantly saw through his scheme. He was trying to paint him as a threat. Daesung stated that if he wished to be a part of their alliance, he would be forced to relinquish control of all his skeletons. With a spark of irritation, the MC inquired what might occur if he declined. The student council president gestured dramatically with his hand, and he then posed a question to the MC. Did he truly wish to allow these unsettling and bizarre skeletons to join their sanctuary? Hanho was initially angered by the insult, but after a quick look at the bony figures, he found himself agreeing with the council president's assessment, though he secretly still found them somewhat charming. Our hero calmly stated that the skeletons were integral to his class. Destroying them would be the same as disarming himself completely. He firmly argued that survival in this twisted new world demanded a strong defense, and his skeletons were the very key to that defense. Daesung smirked, telling him he had no need to be concerned, because their group would serve as his ultimate protection. He then pressed him one last time, asking if he would join their ranks. At that moment, Jisoo, seething with anger, stepped forward with her sword brandished. She declared that they had absolutely no desire to join their little club, and she reminded him that his position on the student council meant nothing in this new reality. Young looked down his nose at her and asked if she wasn't from the Department of Social and Physical Education. With a defiant smirk, she retorted that such things no longer held any meaning, now that the entire university lay in ruins. He condescendingly advised them to relax and reconsider his generous proposition. This only served to fuel the flames of her rage. She exposed his corruption, recalling how he stole student funds by falsifying documents during a campus festival, and then she revealed that she was the very person who anonymously reported him on the school's website. Stunned by this revelation, he finally told them to part ways. As our heroes prepared to depart, he yelled after them, warning that they would regret not staying united, all for some supposed synergy effect A truly foolish threat to make against a man who literally commands an undead legion. Once clear of the arrogant student council faction, the group moves on. The MC then questioned Jisoo if she held some sort of personal vendetta against Daesung. She venomously replied that he was nothing more than a predator who attended school only to prey on girls and harass the women there. Hanho let out a grumble, disgusted to learn that the council president was such a despicable scumbag. The brave girl proposed they prioritize escaping the campus grounds for the time being. Furthermore, she stressed they should steer clear of highly populated areas, as monsters would surely be drawn to larger congregations of prey. Sungwoo pondered this for a moment. He then suggested they ascend the secluded footpath near the hill, as it offered a direct path to the main exit. While avoiding the main masses, the team began their climb up a long, wooden flight of stairs, with the skeletons scouting the perimeter. Without warning, Sung-woo raised a fist, a silent command for everyone to halt their advance. There, at the very top of the stairs, they witnessed a monstrous orc looming over several freshly slain bodies. This hulking orc beast appeared even more formidable than the goblin boss. Our hero knew at once that this signaled the start of the next monster wave. With no hesitation whatsoever, the beast swung its massive axe into the earth and charged directly at them. The MC was becoming accustomed to battling these abominations, so he grinned, seeing this as a prime chance to expand his skeletal forces. The orc immediately targeted the skeletons, and with brutal efficiency, it shattered them into countless pieces. After obliterating his undead vanguard, it shifted its murderous gaze toward Jisoo. She reacted with a clumsy, desperate thrust of her sword. The monster's axe slammed against her fragile blade, the force nearly sending her flying as it prepared a finishing blow. In a heroic act, one of Sung-woo's remaining skeletons threw itself in the way. It was instantly annihilated, but it had saved Jisoo's life. The MC understood he could not allow the beast to advance any further, so he issued a command to his last skeleton to intercept its charge. The lone, one-armed skeleton fearlessly positioned itself before the orc. As the orc swung its mighty axe, the skeleton deftly evaded the strike and landed a solid counter on its shoulder. Our hero yelled out to Jisoo, telling her to fall back to more solid ground. He knew they stood no chance fighting the orc on the treacherous stairs. She appeared visibly shaken by how easily the brute had shattered through her defensive stance. After repositioning to higher ground, the MC told his allies that a direct confrontation with the orc was impossible. The orc shook off the previous hit and began its relentless climb up the stairs. Meanwhile, the party moved into the trees, seeking to limit its mobility. Our hero informed Jisoo that he would be using his skeletons as bait, a necessary sacrifice for his strategy to succeed. He had an abundance of fresh corpses nearby, so he only had to be mindful of his remaining mana reserves. The orc began to smash its way through the dense tree line, desperate to catch its prey. After successfully surrounding the beast, Sung-woo commanded his newly summoned skeletons to attack. Simultaneously, Hanho launched a dagger straight toward the monster. The entire skeleton force joined in, unleashing a volley of weapons at the orc. Two of the skeletons charged the orc, exploiting its blind spots, but the creature managed to swat them both away with a single sweep. Incredibly, the skeletons managed to latch onto both of its arms, holding them fast. In that same moment, the MC and Jisoo charged in, their swords held high. The orc swung wildly at Jisoo, but she deftly dodged the powerful blow. She slipped under its arm and drove her blade deep into its knee. The orc buckled, falling to one knee just as the MC severed its right arm. Finally, the heroic one-armed skeleton vaulted itself through the air and delivered the decisive, killing strike. A notification window appeared before the MC. It informed him he had acquired 110 gold for felling the orc patrol leader. He was taken aback, realizing they had just slain the leader of this orc patrol. Jisoo remarked to him that this orc was nowhere near as powerful as the last boss they had confronted. He approached the massive corpse and attempted to reanimate, but the system notified him that his level was insufficient to resurrect such a medium-tier monster. He settled for raising some weaker skeletons and asked Jisoo which card she had selected. She recalled picking the 3-star Tiger Hunter card, simply because she was drawn to its vibrant color. Now that his mana had been restored, the MC decided it was time to test his newfound skills. He activated his ability, forging new armaments from the nearby bones. He produced a sword, a blunt weapon, a spear, and an arrow, all of them being of the lowest possible grade. Each of these newly forged weapons could be exchanged for gold. As he took hold of the bone axe, he noted that these armaments were surprisingly lighter than he had anticipated. He tossed the newly made axe to one of his loyal skeletons and proceeded to equip each of them with a new weapon. This immediately triggered several new weapon synergy buffs for his undead army. He then offered one of the newly crafted swords to Manhwa, but instructed him to return it to the skeleton later. The rearmed group began their descent down the long flight of stairs. On their journey, Manhwa spotted something truly out of the ordinary. Directly in their path was a sealed, shimmering purple entrance. It bore a chilling message: defeat the boss within 8 minutes, or suffer a doubling of all monster power in the area. The MC ground his teeth in frustration, as this was the second time they had been thrust into such a dire, timed trial. At that very instant, a new alert materialized, declaring that orc squads had commenced a great hunt. They were drawn by the scent of powerful hunters and large gatherings. Jisoo, she deduced that the size of their party directly influenced the number of foes, which meant that remaining in a large group was not the safest strategy. In this terrifying new world, meanwhile, an orc hunting party descended upon the student council team. Jisoo and Manhwa could hear their desperate screams from outside the building. He breathed a sigh of relief that they had chosen not to join them. The three of them now understood that being in a large assembly was not always the path to salvation. Another alert flashed before them. This one announced the arrival of the first official orc wave. The small group would now have to contend with 5 orcs simultaneously. Manhwa began to feel a familiar panic as he saw them drawing near. He desperately asked the MC what his plan of attack was. After a moment of contemplation, a confident smirk spread across his face as he revealed he had a strategy. He intended to fashion a deadly trap using the nearby cars and his skeletons. As the hulking orcs lumbered down the desolate road, one of them noticed Manhwa perched atop a rusted-out car. He was taunting them, calling them overgrown pigs. Enraged, the orcs mindlessly charged toward him. Just as they were about to reach him, a car door was flung open, sending the lead orcs stumbling off balance. That was the exact moment the MC and Jisoo burst from their hiding places. She drew her blade, and he unleashed his skeleton legion that had been lying in wait to ambush the disoriented monsters. The skeletons swarmed the orcs from every angle, giving them no quarter and no time to mount a defense. After eliminating the orc threat, a system notification flashed, heralding their hard-fought victory. Sungwoo was rewarded with 100 gold for repelling the first wave, and with that, he ascended to level 4. He observed that he could now command a legion of 7 minions in total, although his mana reserve still felt dangerously low. Meanwhile, Manhwa was ecstatic over his newly acquired high-speed slash ability. The MC then turned his attention to Jisoo, asking her about her reward. She clarified that she had opted for a pure strength upgrade. This choice increased her power by 2 full points and left her with a warm, almost fiery, sensation. The MC instructed Manhwa to return his borrowed sword, and with the fresh corpses, he summoned 2 additional skeletons. He was steeling himself for whatever horrors might come next. He passed the bone sword to a waiting skeleton that eagerly reached for it. As they finally prepared to exit the immediate area, they witnessed the true scope of the apocalypse. The entire city was in utter chaos. While on the move, Sungwoo abruptly raised a fist, signaling his companions to an immediate halt. Just ahead of them, a horde of orcs was laying siege to a city bus. They were desperately trying to slaughter everyone trapped inside. The 3 heroes cautiously peered out from the cover of a large tree. They counted a total of 7 orcs in the attacking force. One of the brave individuals inside the bus attempted to repel the orcs with a long spear, but it was a futile gesture. The MC saw that they would all perish at this pace. Jisoo watched in horror as 2 orcs readied their axes for a devastating strike, and she pleaded that they had to intervene and help them. She proposed a pincer attack, with them striking the orcs from one side of the bus, while the man with the spear engaged them from the other side. However, our protagonist remained skeptical. He questioned if the spear-wielding man possessed the courage to face the orcs head-on. He then told her that placing their trust in unknown individuals was a risky gamble in their current reality. Just then, his eyes fell upon a large truck nearby, and he declared that they would teach the orcs about the convenience of modern civilization. Within the besieged bus, A blond man armed with a sword and shield was berating another individual. He was screaming at the spearman, chastising him for his failure to strike the orcs. Kyung-soo Lee furiously retorted that he should fight the orcs himself, with his own precious shield and sword. The rest of the passengers were frozen in fear, weeping openly. They were all convinced that their final moments had arrived. To their utter amazement, the orcs ceased their assault on the bus and turned as one to face a truck barreling directly towards them. The massive vehicle smashed through their ranks, sending two of the orcs flying helplessly through the air. Witnessing this impossible sight, the men inside the bus were rendered utterly speechless. They were completely unable to process what was transpiring before them. The skeletons then leaped from the truck and began their merciless assault on the orcs. One of the survivors inside the bus was now even more terrified of these skeletons than he had been of the orcs themselves. After the chaos had finally subsided, the men inside the bus cautiously wondered if the skeletal nightmares were finally gone. Suddenly, a skeleton's face appeared in the window, peering inside. The man dropped his spear in absolute terror and collapsed onto the floor. He shrieked for the skeletal monstrosity to simply vanish. Hanho then began to knock on the bus's main door. He pleaded with the terrified man to grant them entry. The man saw them, but was still too petrified by the skeleton to open the door. This was despite their desperate assurances that they were also human. After vanquishing all the remaining orcs, they departed from the blood-soaked area. The scene then shifts, showing Hanho striking a vending machine with his large hammer. Sung-woo casually turned to him, questioning what he was attempting to do. He grinned and held up his hand in a playful gesture. With a wink, he confessed he was out of cash but desperately craved a soda. So his only option was to try and break the machine open. The recently saved blonde-haired man then walked up to the vending machine. He tried to purchase a Coke as a thank you gift for Hanho, only to discover that it was, in fact, broken. The MC scratched the back of his head and asked the assembled group if they should resume their previous conversation. He gestured toward a different machine and inquired if it dispensed any items. Kung Fu nodded his head, confirming that they had already tested it, but their gold was so limited they were only able to use it a single time. He then directed their attention to an ancient television set bearing a handwritten sticker. It read, "If you are in need of this, please feel free to take it." He theorized that adhering to these instructions might grant them a special item. As if on cue, the television screen flickered to life. It warmly welcomed all of them to the mysterious E-Class store. Sung-woo touched the screen, eager to explore the available merchandise. The store presented a game of chance, with 3 distinct tiers of rewards. They were labeled bronze, silver, and gold. These E-Class stores apparently vended items all the way up to the coveted gold ring. As he perused the strange, otherworldly shop, Hanho and Jisoo asked him if this bizarre shop would even function. He simply replied that they would have to try it if they wanted to find out. Hanho possessed a meager 360 gold, while Jisoo held 584. Our hero, on the other hand, commanded a staggering 1,552 gold. This vast sum meant that he could even attempt the high-stakes silver roulette. However, he also held a trump card, the unlimited rank roulette ticket. This artifact would allow him to select an item of any conceivable rank. Hanho watched, his jaw agape, as he confidently selected the gold roulette option. His fortune was truly remarkable, as he managed to secure first place in the spin. For this incredible feat, he was awarded a shimmering blue orb called the Tear of the Sea Spear. It was a legendary class artifact that boosted his mana reserves by a massive 300 points and increased his mana recovery rate by an astounding 200%. This was the exact item he had desperately needed, as he was constantly plagued by mana shortages. After his success with the gold roulette, he decided to wager his remaining gold on the silver roulette wheel. On this attempt, he secured second place and was rewarded with a powerful shield. Jisoo also managed to obtain second place on her spin, and she acquired a unique skill known as leader of the expedition force. However, our poor friend Hanho ended up with a disappointing third place and only received some minor potions. He was visibly let down by his reward, but Sung-woo reassured him that his potions could prove to be invaluable later on. Jisoo then updated them, informing them that the crisis at the nearby sports field was still raging on, and she suggested that they should probably go and offer their assistance. Hanho glanced over at the MC and eagerly asked if they were going to employ the same brilliant strategy again. The MC smirked as his gaze fell upon the large truck. He then revealed that he had something far grander in mind. Far away from them, the remnants of the student council group were crying out for aid as they were being systematically slaughtered by the orcs. Daesung ordered everyone to rally together and prepare for a desperate escape. As he attempted to hold back the tide of monsters with his sword, one of his subordinates frantically informed him of the survivors trapped in the stands. He coldly instructed the man to disregard them completely, stating they lacked the time to concern themselves with the fate of others. He then commanded Jinsu and Hyungmin to forge a path forward, as those two were the only ones equipped with shields. The terrified group suddenly noticed a large bus hurtling towards the orcs from behind. The bus plowed through them with absolutely no mercy, as the man driving it cackled like a complete and utter madman. After decimating the orc ranks, Hanho leaned out of the bus window and urged everyone to climb aboard. The stranded players outside were now filled with regret that they hadn't followed them from the very beginning, instead of foolishly remaining behind. Jisoo also vaulted from the bus and found herself standing face to face with an orc. She was determined to get her revenge for their last encounter. As the orc swung its mighty axe at her, she expertly parried the blow with her enchanted sword. This time, however, her blade did not yield to the monster's strength. She slew the orc with her flaming blade and turned back with a look of triumph, only to witness Sung Woo and his skeletons annihilating the other orcs. She marveled at his brilliant strategy of engaging the orcs, while always maintaining a safe and advantageous distance. This realization made her feel somewhat foolish, as she had only invested her points into raw physical power to simply brute force her way through the orcs. As he continued to tear through them, she found herself wondering what kind of person he was before this apocalypse. After vanquishing the orcs, he fixed his gaze on Daesung and demanded to know what he was doing here, especially since he had previously wanted nothing to do with his skeletons. Daesung let out a nervous chuckle and asked if he was truly going to harbor a grudge against him, given their current desperate situation. BMC's eyes narrowed with fury, and he stated that he had witnessed him abandoning his people and fleeing. He feebly tried to claim that he was simply executing a tactical retreat and attempting to rally his scattered team. However, every single person on that bus knew that he was a liar, as this tense exchange was taking place. They all saw a notification declaring that the orc chief had become enraged. The MC immediately boarded the bus again, and he informed Daesung that he would only be permitted entry if he agreed to follow his commands without question. He then ordered him to surrender his armor. He began to protest and whined about how he could possibly defend himself without his armor. Sung Woo smiled cruelly and replied that he had no cause for concern, because he would now be under his personal protection. After their departure, he received a system notification. It informed him that his level had now risen to a respectable 5. This new level of power allowed him to command medium-sized monsters. Yet another system alert popped up, informing him that the maximum number of minions under his control had now been expanded. He was pleased that he now commanded 9 monsters. Suddenly, he noticed some commotion behind him and turned to see one of his skeletons, now fully decked out in the armor he had confiscated from Daesung. He wondered if the armor was too cumbersome for the skeleton to move in. Recalling their numerous past battles, he acknowledged that this particular skeleton was far more dependable than the others. He let out a sigh and commanded the skeleton to remove the armor. The skeleton looked up at him with an expression of pure despair, while he donned a simple chainmail shirt over his plain white t-shirt. Hanho then approached him and gestured to the large crowd behind them. He mentioned that they would likely require another bus soon, if they intended to continue rescuing more and more survivors. The MC informed him that their focus would no longer be on rescuing others. He strode toward the assembled crowd with Jisoo and Hanho flanking him. He gripped the handrail tightly as the bus swayed beneath them. He announced to the people that they must all fight against the orcs. A new system window materialized, declaring the orc boss had commenced a global eradication campaign. This meant the monsters would relentlessly hunt the survivors until none were left standing. Sung Woo addressed the crowd with a look of grim determination. He reminded them that based on the rules of this twisted game, they cannot hope to outrun the orcs indefinitely. They were forced to defeat the boss to have any hope of escape. A man in a tracksuit with heavily bandaged fingers timidly raised his hand and informed them that he had witnessed a massive gathering of orcs in the gymnasium. He roughly estimated their numbers to be around 100 orcs. This terrifying revelation sent a wave of horror through the crowd, as the system alerted them of a severe penalty for their lack of teamwork. 3 new, ominous system alerts appeared before them. The first one indicated that at least 10 players were below level 5. This resulted in a drastic reduction of their movement and attack speeds. The second dire notification reported that at least 10 players had not yet slain a single monster. This further decreased their attack power and their ability to acquire gold. The third and final message revealed that due to the cowardice of the majority, the probability of entering a state of mass confusion had been greatly increased. Sung-woo let out a heavy sigh. He knew that they could likely defeat the bulk of the orc army in a straight fight. The path forward had now become crystal clear to him. The assembled crowd stared at him in utter disbelief when he boldly declared that he would face the orc army by himself. He firmly believed that possessing a weapon was utterly pointless if the wielder did not know how to properly use it. Jisoo and Hanho frantically tried to dissuade him from this course of action, but he simply reiterated his previous point to them. The people in the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They all believed that he had finally lost his mind. The members of the disgraced student council began to smirk amongst themselves as they began to discuss how this could be a perfect chance to see him eliminated for good. Jinseo peered out of the bus window. He called him a complete fool and confidently predicted that his demise was imminent. Jisoo still felt that this was a terrible idea, so she once again attempted to convince him not to embark on this solo mission. He calmly reminded her that when they were on the ground floor, she herself had said there was no advantage to them sticking together. His skeletons, on their own, were significantly more powerful than most of the people on that bus, so there was no real benefit in bringing any of them along. Hearing this, Jisoo reflected on how his strategies were almost always flawless. But this time, the risk was exponentially higher. As Sung-woo strode onto the field with his loyal skeletons in tow, everyone watched his advance from the safety of the university windows. His closest friends remained inside the bus, a safe distance away from him. They were positioned there to rescue him if his gamble went wrong. Sung-woo came to a halt in the center of the vast field as the shadowy forms of his enemies began to emerge from the darkness. The orcs swarmed onto the field with a deafening, guttural roar. They began to advance on him without a moment's hesitation. They started to charge directly towards their lone target. The MC scanned the horde of monsters, trying to identify the orc chief. He wasn't receiving any of the usual system notifications, so he correctly assumed that this must be some sort of mid-level boss. The massive red orc raised its axe in his direction and let out a savage growl. He took a defensive position on the stands and directed his minions to advance and form a defensive line. The large shield groaned as he planted it firmly on the ground. He was now positioned at the very top of the stairs, and he resolved to make his final stand right there. As the orcs thundered towards the base of the stairs, the skeletons raised their newly acquired daggers, poised and ready for the coming attack. The MC wasted no time and activated his wild berserker skill. This ability greatly increased the strength and attack power of the goblins. Instead of engaging the enemy at close quarters, the skeletons began to hurl their daggers in a deadly volley towards the orcs. The daggers successfully eliminated a few of them, but the boss managed to deflect the incoming projectiles and issues the command for his skeletons to charge headfirst into the fray. He is fully aware that this is a sacrificial, desperate gambit, and just as predicted, the mighty orc boss obliterates every last one of them. A spectral fire of vengeance burns within Raiti's hollow eye sockets. Sung-woo places a steadying hand on its skull, silently urging it to wait for the perfect moment. The orc monsters sneer in triumph at their easy victory, but their arrogance is fleeting, because suddenly a crushing blow smashes into one of them from behind. Towering behind the beast is a new, horrifying sight, an undead orc warrior. It will now completely subservient to Sung-woo's command. A system notification materializes, confirming that their teamwork has been initiated. This triggers the primary stage of a powerful synergy effect. Our hero now has access to a new weapon synergy buff. It demands the presence of at least 5 axe wielders. This potent effect dramatically boosts both attack power and speed. For the first 10 critical seconds of any engagement. The living orcs find themselves struggling against their undead brethren, as these new foes neither feel pain nor suffer from fatigue. Sung-woo stands like a king atop the stairs with his champion, right? And from their high vantage point, they watch as the legion of undead orcs completely overwhelms their living counterparts. Down below, some of the students peer through the windows, staring in absolute disbelief. They are witnessing the MC single-handedly decimating the entire orc horde. From a safe distance behind the terrified orcs, Jisoo, Hanho, and the bus driver also bear witness to this spectacular battle. Jisoo's eyes widen in a moment of stunning realization. She vividly remembers her last conversation with the brilliant Sung-woo. She now understands that he had foreseen every detail of this. As the MC glances at the system alert tracking his current mana level, he feels a wave of pure ecstasy as he watches it rapidly climb. He wonders to himself if this is the true might of a legendary tier item. Ethereal skulls begin to hover above the bloody battlefield as yet another notification appears before Sung-woo. It informs him the orcs have been gravely weakened by the suffocating scent of death. This has reduced all their core characteristics by a staggering 30%. Stricken with terror, the remaining orcs begin a full-scale retreat. However, their formidable leader lets out a defiant roar. This triggers a powerful morale-boosting effect that completely negates the debuff. With a renewed battle cry, the orcs once again charge into the fray against the MC. But on the other side of the field, Sung-woo's relentless undead army stands ready to meet the approaching orcs. Raiti deftly scales the fence, positioning itself above the MC, and it rushes to provide reinforcements to the rest of the undead legion. As it barrels towards the enemy, it unsheathes its sword and begins to cut down several of the orcs, fighting in perfect sync with the undead orcs. The skeleton charges the enemy lines on Sung-woo's unwavering command. After the last of the orcs fall, the MC finally sits down on the steps. He lets out a long, heavy sigh as a new system notification appears. It announces that he has been awarded a special lottery ticket for the achievement of slaying 100 monsters. This incredible accomplishment allows him to achieve the legendary infinite status. This makes him only the 21st player in this entire story to earn this high honor. He immediately realizes that there are 20 other players ahead of him who have already managed to claim this coveted ticket. Suddenly, his attention is broken by the revving sound of a bus. Someone is attempting to steal the bus and make a cowardly escape. However, they collide with the pink barrier, which prevents their departure. Sung-woo feels a flash of annoyance as he sees the student president's entire group being quickly swarmed by the remaining orcs. They were the very ones who had tried to flee with the bus. They now cry out for help as the orcs begin to abduct them. Overwhelmed with frustration, he buries his face in his hands. He is furious that the others have defied his direct orders and have now made this entire situation far more difficult. As Sung-woo steels himself to rescue the foolish group, the other students are encouraged to finally join him in the fight. Despite his strong preference for fighting unassisted, he grudgingly permits them to join his party, but only as long as they do not interfere with the skeletons. He makes his entrance into the building with 2 of his undead orcs. He can now see the grotesque bodies of dead goblins hanging from the ceiling. The interior of the building is a truly terrifying sight. The entire group freezes as a faint glow appears in the smoke up ahead. It soon reveals a new monster with menacing, glowing eyes. Sung-woo clutches the glowing orb tightly in his hands, and he questions if he is now looking at the true boss. He commands everyone to brace themselves for battle, as they are about to confront the fearsome ORC boss. The captive hostages are all severely beaten and covered in blood. Some of them even have their teeth knocked completely out. The MC feels a sliver of relief that none of the hostages have been killed yet, but he is also feeling quite confused. He had never imagined that the orcs were intelligent enough to consider taking any hostages. The disgraced members of the student council look upon him and beg for their rescue. He glares back at them with unbridled fury, and he then tells them that their current pathetic situation is the direct result of their own stupidity, and they also foolishly dragged other innocent people into their mess. He is now facing a foe that cannot be reasoned with, so he resolves to go all in, showing absolutely no signs of weakness, because any hesitation could prove to be fatal for him. His master plan is to disorient the orcs with a surprise assault, and then extract the entire group from out of nowhere. Suddenly, one of the orcs swings its mighty axe, and with a sickening crunch, it brutally separates the head of the student council president clean from his body. Every single person is frozen in shock at this brutal display. However, the horrifying surprises are not yet over. From the very roof of the gymnasium, the true orc boss finally reveals himself to them. He unleashes a bizarre, unknown spell that makes everyone feel incredibly weak. The system bombards Jisoo with multiple alerts, all of them indicating that she has succumbed to a state of confusion caused by the foul breath of the abyss, and her mana is now being rapidly drained from her body. The orc boss finally makes its grand, dramatic entrance. He is revealed to be a junior-level black magician, a creature very similar to a shaman. Hanho's hands are trembling as he fumbles with a bottle, desperately trying to open it. He chugs the bottle to replenish his mana, and he even offers another one to Sungwoo. However, he refuses the offer and tells him to give it to Jisoo instead. He grins widely, inhaling the foul streams of dark mana. He finds the dark energy to be surprisingly refreshing. Meanwhile, a system alert flashes, stating that the breath of the abyss has provided a significant boost to his mana reserves, which now exceed a staggering 4,000. He finally understands the source of his newfound confidence. The system then informs him that due to the saturation of abyssal breath, the effects of his first awakening have been temporarily triggered. This has drastically enhanced all of his core characteristics and increased the total number of monsters he can now summon. As he confidently strides forward, his entire figure is lit up only by the eerie glow of his own mana. This gives him a truly terrifying and demonic appearance. Imagine being foolish enough to use black magic on a master necromancer. He continues his advance toward the boss with a cruel smile on his face, and he tauntingly asks him what he thinks he has just accomplished. The boss is understandably bewildered, as he had not anticipated any of these events to unfold. Jisoo quickly rushes to Sungwoo's side, and she declares that they should all launch a coordinated attack, just as they did on the rooftop earlier. Sungwoo lets out an unsettling, almost inhuman smile, as his entire body now seems to radiate with overflowing mana. He then makes a chilling declaration that from this moment forward, nothing will ever be the same again. The undead begin to rise into the air, and Hanho watches them, horrified, as every single corpse on the roof begins to reanimate. His eyes are wide with utter shock and disbelief as he stares at the endless stream of system notifications, all detailing the various synergy buffs their party has now acquired. Meanwhile, Sungwoo now appears to be an absolute monster himself. He wants the boss to experience the true, unadulterated power of death. The powerful orc shaman begins to smash the undead warriors into fragments. However, a new system notification appears before him. It reveals that there is now a guaranteed chance to resurrect all these undead. It doesn't matter how many skeletons the shaman manages to destroy. They just keep coming back. For every one skeleton he manages to kill, Sungwoo resurrects it in an instant. The orc shaman is quickly beginning to grow exhausted. He stares in terror at the MC, who now looks like an unstoppable monster. Our hero has unintentionally become the final boss of this stage. He asks the shaman if he now finally comprehends who he is truly facing. In that moment, he stares directly into its soul with his piercing, glowing eyes, and he tells him that this is the one true nature of death. The shaman lets out a shriek of pure terror, as it has no idea how to defeat the MC. It makes a desperate attempt to retreat, but the undead army has it surrounded on all sides. Sungwoo witnesses this pathetic display, and he tells him that it is foolish to ever believe that it can escape death. The poor shaman can only scream, as the entire legion of skeletons leaps upon it from every direction. It tries to mount a futile defense, but the numbers are overwhelmingly against it. At long last, Raiti delivers the finishing blow and ends its miserable existence. Sungwoo receives a massive 1,055 gold for slaying the junior black magician. After having killed the powerful orc chief, Raiti absorbs its remaining mana and has its rank increased. Sungwoo now realizes that his minions must be the ones to defeat the boss, in order for them to acquire any experience points. He then pulls up the complete list of his undead minions. He now commands a legion of 33 skeletons in total, one of which is now a powerful level 3 veteran. As he is reviewing this list, Hanho suddenly calls out to him, and he tells him that something is emerging from a boss. Monster's Mouth. As the MC turns to take a look, he sees that it is a new and mysterious item. The item's description states that will grant devil-like attributes to the wielder, and once it has been equipped, it will require great sacrifices to ever remove. He doesn't fully grasp what these devil attributes could possibly mean, and he simply assumes that it will be similar to his Necromancer class. He equips the item, which immediately bestows upon him the devil attribute. This new power allows him to siphon the enemy's mana with every single attack. Without warning, all of his skeletons begin to crumble back into lifeless bones. As the lingering effect of the orc shaman's spell finally dissipates, the small group makes their way back to the other students, who all begin to cheer for them for having defeated the boss. They begin to hail the MC as their one true hero, but he feels no sense of satisfaction from any of this, as he has absolutely no need for these other people. He is well aware that to maximize his own chances of survival, he must avoid accumulating too many people in his party. Now that the boss has finally been vanquished, the magical seal at last shatters and the exit doors swing open. The students begin to wonder if they can finally escape this area. They all begin to talk amongst themselves and contemplate what their next move should be. A few of them believe that they should simply continue to follow Sung-woo, as that is clearly their best option for long-term survival. Hanho is looking at his phone with a deeply troubled expression, and he informs the MC that this apocalypse is happening all across the globe. He begins to worry if his own parents are safe. Hearing this, the MC finds himself thinking about his own family. Out of nowhere, a bus pulls up in front of them, and Kyung-soo urges everyone to get on. He announces that he was a professional driver during his military service, and he also knows the exact location of the nearest military base. He intends to drive the bus directly to that base. Sung-woo offers a polite smile and lies, telling him that he cannot go, claiming that his family's home is very close by. Kyung-soo then asks the rest of the students to climb aboard, and he reveals that they have acquired 2 buses to transport everyone. Everyone, except for the MC's small group, gets onto the buses. The man says his farewells to him and then drives away. Once the other students have departed, Hanho wonders where they should go next. He then turns to Jisoo and asks where she lives. She informs him that she had been living in the school dormitories because her own family resides on a distant island. She then asks the MC if she can continue to stick with him, even though she feels she won't be of much assistance to him. He reassures her that she will be very helpful and allows her to stay. Hanho then poses the exact same question to him, but the MC playfully tells him that he would first need to sever one of his hands to become a legendary one-armed warrior, like his champion, Raiti. Completely out of nowhere, Jisoo shoves them both violently to the ground to shield them from something above. As the 2 of them fall, an enormous dragon soars directly over them. The small group can only stare up at the terrifying creature, unsure of what it is. Meanwhile, the student's bus screeches to a sudden halt, and Kyung-soo notices that several of these dragons are now following. A terrified man screams at him to just keep driving, but he tells him that it is far more dangerous for them to continue moving. At this moment, the dragons only seem to be pursuing the buses, which are currently in motion. The system then informs them that the boss, a wyvern alpha male, has officially made its appearance. In the very next instant, the massive dragon lands directly on top of the bus and rips it to shreds, after first lifting it high up into the air. Sung-woo can only watch this carnage, and he realizes that he is nowhere near strong enough for this new world. However, he knows that he can become much stronger. With his back still turned towards the stunned Jisoo, he declares that instead of trying to avoid the monsters, they're going to begin actively hunting them from this point forward. This statement leaves her feeling a bit confused, and she asks what he means. He explains to her that they can no longer just rely on adapting to the current situation. If they simply continue to do that, they will only ever evolve from being easy prey to prey that is just slightly more difficult to catch. In order to truly survive, they must be the ones to dominate the monsters. He then tightly clenches his fist, and the small group begins to march towards a group of nearby orcs. As the orcs and our heroes come face to face, a new system notification suddenly flashes before them. It informs them that the tutorial stage is now complete. If that was just the tutorial, I'm certainly not sticking around for the main game. As the great hunt commences, Sung-woo deploys his skeleton army to completely surround a group of minions. The terrified goblins try to make a run for it, but he has already blocked off every single one of their escape routes. The skeletons relentlessly cut them down as they flee for their very lives. Each and every kill provides additional gold for the MC. After he has disposed of every last one of them, he gains another level Hanho emerges from his hiding spot and laughs nervously, remarking that he managed to take care of them all by himself. The MC sighs and informs him that they were all just small fry. He doesn't believe that simply killing goblins will provide them much benefit. He then takes a moment to review the available level cards, and he decides to increase his base strength stat. After having selected the strength upgrade card, his body actually begins to feel noticeably different. His skeleton legion continues to clear the area of any remaining goblins, and he continues to accumulate more gold. He then walks out to see Jisoo standing there, proudly holding her blade. She smiles at him and informs him that there were 9 goblins in total, and that she managed to kill them all by herself. The MC then glances over at Hanho, and he instructs him to gather all the daggers that were left behind by the goblins. He then stores all of the recovered daggers inside an icebox, as they all prepare to continue their advance. He tells the group that they will be ignoring all goblins from now on. Jisoo asks him if he now intends to hunt much stronger monsters. He explains that compared to goblins, who are only worth a measly 10 gold, a single orc kill will grant them around 80 gold. However, he wishes to locate a new group of monsters that can provide them with even greater rewards. The group continues their trek through the now empty roads, with absolutely no one else in sight. Suddenly, Hanho spots several military trucks off in the distance. There are a large number of dead soldiers piled up in front of the trucks. As they cautiously draw closer, they notice the soldiers are all armed with shovels instead of actual weapons. In the very next moment, a surviving soldier appears from one of the trucks, clutching a shovel, and he asks them if they are truly human. He is clearly terrified by the skeletons standing behind the group. Sung-woo waves to him with a reassuring smile, and he confirms that they are human and that they mean him no harm. The soldier then calls out to his supervising sergeant, and he informs him of the new people standing outside. The MC walks up to speak with the sergeant from outside the window. He apologizes for being forced to meet them in this manner, but he cannot exit the vehicle as his leg has been badly injured. Sung-woo can see that he has been stabbed by a goblin. Sergeant Kim seems to feel a bit ashamed of himself, as he admits to him that he was stabbed by a lowly minion that was no larger than a small child. Somehow, they still manage to defeat all the monsters. The MC looks at the sergeant with a confused expression and asks him why none of them are currently carrying any firearms. The sergeant reveals that their guns simply refuse to fire. It was not due to any sort of mechanical issue, but all of their advanced weaponry stopped working the moment the monsters appeared. They were then forced to resort to fighting with shovels and swords. Taking note of the sergeant's grave condition, Hanho quietly tells Sung-woo that he still possesses some healing potions. Kim leans closer to the truck's window as he spots the bottle, and he desperately asks them if he can possibly have it. Sung-woo looks away from him and coldly states that they cannot simply give away valuable resources that might be essential to their own group survival. Hearing this, the sergeant pokes his head out of the truck, and he tells him that he can offer him valuable information in exchange. He says that he will reveal everything he has seen and heard up to now. The MC considers this offer and says that he wishes to hear it first, before he decides if this information is truly worth a trade. Kim reveals to him that there are now wolves roaming the area, and they are as massive as full-grown bulls. They were not even able to take down a single one of the wolves, and their entire forces were completely overwhelmed. Furthermore, there is also something known as a QR code. He has spotted 2 of them so far in his travels. One of them is located in the nearby station, and the other is in the main subway transfer center. The sergeant then pulls out his phone and instructs them to scan the codes. As doing so will install a special app onto their phones. This is now the only method they have of communicating with other survivors, as all other forms of long-range communication are no longer functional. Sung-woo agrees and hands the valuable potion over to him as he begins to think about this new community of survivors. The sergeant then asks them about their intended destination, and he says that they are attempting to rejoin their original unit. Sung-woo asks them if he will truly be safe with his unit. Kim tells him that when the monsters initially appeared, their superiors confiscated all of their weapons and ordered them to fight the monsters with only their shovels. But he is certain that they must have since changed their tune. By now, the MC informs him that they are heading somewhere else. As Kim prepares to depart, he warns him of the terrifying creatures in the sky. The sergeant begins to sweat profusely when he hears that there are giant dragons now flying around in the sky. After having parted ways, the MC continues his journey with his friends and the loyal skeleton army. They soon come across their first QR code as they arrive at the station. Before they proceed with installing the app, Hanho nervously asks the MC if the QR code might possibly install a virus on their phone. This man is actually worried about a virus in the middle of an apocalypse. The new app features a message board, as well as a news feed that allows all the players to share critical information with each other. The admin of the game also uses this app to post important updates. Sung-woo reads a post from the admin and begins to wonder, who could possibly be the mastermind behind all of this chaos? He then takes a look at the community message board, which is currently completely empty for now. Jisoo tells him that it costs approximately 1,000 gold to create a post. Suddenly, they all see a brand new post from player number 4884, informing all the other players that their group is establishing a safe zone in the H apartment complex located in Hwaseong City. This post already has 2 new comments on it, one of which is from another player asking how to get in contact with the group. Looking at the listed address, Hanho tells them that it is located near his own home. Sung-woo then asks him if they should consider going there. He also wonders how the person who created the post was able to afford to spend 1,000 gold so casually. They themselves had barely managed to reach level 6, and that was only after enduring so much hardship. And this other mysterious group was apparently already at level 8. He stares intently at the post and thinks to himself that something about this entire situation just feels wrong. However, he still feels the need to meet some other high-level survivors. So he continues to walk towards the address that was mentioned in the post. Suddenly, he hears an alert beep on his phone. He checks it to see that a comment has been deleted from the post. The player is now asking why their comment was deleted, and the author of the original post simply replies to them that someone was just posting a bunch of nonsense, so they decided to delete their comments. This strikes the MC as being a bit strange, as he continues to stare intently at his phone. Meanwhile, we see another burly man holding a phone. He lets out a truly unsettling smile as he realizes that another unsuspecting victim has fallen into his trap. The sun is shining brightly in the sky overhead as a man desperately tries to defend his young daughter against a large group of vicious minions. He is only armed with a simple baseball bat, which he futilely uses to try and scare the monsters away. He soon realizes that he cannot hold them off for much longer, so he begins to scream for help. However, none of the other nearby players come to his assistance, and they simply continue to watch him from the safety of the surrounding houses. As the minions begin to close in on the man, one of them is suddenly impaled by a flying dagger. Without warning, an undead orc appears and begins hitting them with its axe. The man can only watch in utter confusion as Sung-woo's entire undead army comes to his rescue at the very last possible second. He holds out his hand to the man and tells him that he is safe now. The man tells him in a trembling voice that his house is very close by, but that they have run completely out of food. The MC then opens up his bag and offers him a few cans of food. He knows that it likely won't be enough, but that is all he has to spare for now. The minions attempt to escape as the skeleton army quickly overwhelms them. As the group pursues them down a flight of stairs, they come across a mysterious dungeon sign. Hanho asks the MC if they should head down and finish off the minions. Before they are able to walk any further down, the man stops them and warns them against going into the basement. He then reveals that there is something far more terrifying than those green minions lurking down in the darkness of the basement. Sung-woo looks at the man with a confident smile and thanks him for the warning. After having descended the dark set of stairs, they receive a brand new notification, informing them that they have just entered the Elder Slime Shrine. As the group ventures deeper into the dark basement, they discover a dead minion with a strange slime covering its head. An undead orc swiftly uses its powerful axe to destroy the slime. Each kill of these creatures grants them 140 gold. Hanho holds up his rapidly melting dagger as he complains that the slime is capable of dissolving solid metal. The MC informs him that it cannot, however, dissolve bones, which makes his skeletons the slime's natural predator. Hanho then hears a strange noise and turns around to see a massive slime monster. The monster completely destroys one of the skeleton minions with a single powerful attack. Sung-woo now realizes that the slime can also crush and chew its opponents if it is unable to dissolve them with its acid. Furthermore, all of the attacks from his skeletons are proving to be useless due to the immense size and density of the slime monster. He quickly devises a plan and starts to create new bone weapons instead of attempting to create more skeletons. The MC begins to forge new weapons from the available bones and then starts to hurl them at the slime monster from a safe distance away. Yezu then tosses a skeleton towards him, and he transforms it into another basic weapon. As he is busily creating more of these weapons, the slime goes in for a hit and attacks him directly from the front. The MC uses one of his orc warriors as a makeshift shield and blocks the attack. The slime then swallows the minion whole and destroys it. Upon witnessing this, the MC smiles and says that the boss has just made a grave mistake because the skeleton it just swallowed contained a bag that was filled with bones. He then activates his weapon creation skill once more to convert all of those bones into deadly weapons. This causes the slime monster to be torn apart from the inside. The skeletons swiftly spring into action, and they begin to smash the slime into even smaller pieces so that it will not be able to regenerate itself. The one-armed skeleton delivers the finishing blow, as is tradition, and they are rewarded with 2,255 gold for killing the slime boss. Sung Woo orders the skeletons to collect the slime in an empty glass bottle, as they may have a need for the potent acid later on. While they are busy collecting the mucus, one of the skeletons happens to come across the core of the slime monster. This item can be used for either dissolving or fusing different objects together. The MC carefully picks the item up using a cloth, and he wonders if it might be some sort of compound ingredient. Hanho then calls out to him and asks him to read the new comments on that online post. The post now has a large number of deleted comments. Other players have also now reached out to the original poster to ask about all of the deleted comments, but they're just being asked to ignore them. Someone else then mentions the comment of the first person who is attempting to get in contact with the group, and they ask if that person has made it to them. But player number 488 foretells them that they have not yet arrived. They then claim that something bad must have happened to them on their way. Hanho now finds it highly suspicious that they're deleting all the comments. Sung Woo thinks to himself that the group first selflessly spent 1,000 gold on making the post, and now they continue to spend more gold by moderating the comments. He knows that there's definitely something weird going on. We then cut to a dark, underground parking area where a large group of shady guys are just hanging around. One of them wonders why other players are even bothering to hunt monsters, since killing other players is far more profitable for them. A single kill can provide them with 500 gold for a normal person, and more than 1,000 gold for killing another player, depending on their current level. The other guy laughs and tells him that it is much easier to kill players. Furthermore, they also derive great enjoyment from it. Two of the other guys are just sitting in a car. One of them asks the other about their mysterious boss, but the guy appears to be completely out of his mind. He grabs his head as if it is about to explode, and he screams out the name of someone called Professor Red and questions if he's referring to the infamous serial murderer. The crazed man's mind is suddenly cast back in time. He relives the terrifying moment he was assaulted by a shadowy beast, a creature that was revealed to be a horrifying vampire. It gazed upon him, its razor-sharp teeth glinting menacingly, and whispered that it had a special need for souls like his. At this same moment, the MC draws his own sword and asks Hanho if he could ever bring himself to take another human life. After being bitten by that monstrous vampire, the man was reborn as a low-ranking vampire thrall. He wondered how his fate could have twisted this way. He had only come to the convenience store with his fellow gang members, intending to simply loot some supplies. However, the ancient monster bit him, corrupting him into a creature of the night. Once he became a vampire, he began slaughtering his former gang members. The true vampire watched with a sickening smile as he killed them all, one by one. His new master then began drinking the blood from the fresh corpses on the floor. In that moment, he no longer felt any trace of his humanity. The ancient vampire gazed upon him, commanding him to keep feeding and evolving until the day they would meet again. The new boss snaps back to reality as the man sitting beside him shouts his name, shaking him. Another thug approaches the car window, asking if there's an issue. He looks at his underling and reassures him that everything is perfectly fine. He then coldly asks him what news he has brought. The goon holds up his phone and informs his boss that their next victims have just arrived on the scene. Their treacherous post has received a new comment from player 157, who has stated that he is traveling with two other companions. His group wishes to meet and has summoned them to the nearby park. Upon hearing this news, the vampire boss instantly orders his men to proceed to the park. With a sinister smile, he muses to himself about how the wide-open spaces of the apartment complex make it incredibly easy for them to ensnare foolish prey, just like the person they have been speaking with. None of the terrified apartment residents dare to speak out about it because they're all paralyzed with fear. The boss fully intends to slaughter all of them once they run out of new victims. The man behind the wheel suddenly slams on the brakes as he spots a small group standing directly in their path on the road. They're all facing away from the vehicle and are wearing dark hoods, so the two of them are unable to clearly see their faces. The vampire boss loses all control as he lays eyes on the group. He screams at his driver to simply run them over with the car. The driver immediately follows the order and plows into the group at top speed. However, upon the moment of impact, all they can see is a shower of bones flying through the air. It turns out there were never any people inside those hoods, only his skeletons. Sung-woo then uses the bones from those shattered skeletons to forge deadly spikes, which he then uses to strike the car. The driver loses all control and the car crashes. The vampire boss has no idea what is currently happening. Someone suddenly shatters the car window and forcefully drags him out. After unceremoniously throwing him onto the ground, the MC snatches his phone from his hand, and he demands to know if he is the one who created the post. With the cold steel of a sword pointed directly at his head, the vampire boss doesn't know how to respond. The MC had become suspicious when he first noticed the deleted comments. He considered the situation and came to a single conclusion, that these thugs must have been gaining something from their actions. So his group decided to set their own bait. But he had not expected them to just try and run them down with their car. The vampire boss glares up at Sung-woo, and with pure fury, demands to know if he has any idea who he's messing with. Without uttering a single word, our hero delivers a swift kick to the man's face as one of his lackeys watches. He then asks with an ice-cold expression about the exact number of his men he is hiding upstairs. He threatens to rip off his head if he refuses to answer. Hearing this, the thug begins to laugh maniacally. He then lunges in for an attack and tauntingly asks the MC if he has ever taken a human life before. Out of nowhere, Rai-T appears and slashes his arm with its deadly sword. The man screams out in agony as he begins to bleed all over the ground. Sung-woo looks down at him with pure disgust and tells him that, even with the current horrific state of the world, he is not so heartless that he can kill a person without a moment's hesitation. However, his skeletons are an entirely different matter. As one of the orc skeletons raises its mighty axe to finish off the guy, he begins to laugh once more. The MC wonders if the man has been driven insane by the excruciating pain. He then turns his attention to the other thug and asks him if they should begin by cutting off his legs or his arms. The terrified guy is not about this life, so he quickly confesses that there are 8 other people hiding upstairs. But before he can say anything else, the vampire boss kills him using his newly formed sharp claws. Hanho and Jisoo can only stare at him in utter disbelief as they witness him slaughtering one of his own loyal allies. His severed arm has now been horrifically transformed into a pointed blade. He then rips out the man's head and begins to drink his blood. This gruesome act allows him to heal his wounds and also increase his stats. The man had previously been a 3-star ninja class player, but after the vampire boss bit his neck, his class was corrupted into that of a low-rank vampire. Within this class, you are unable to level up normally, but you can absorb the stats of any players that you manage to kill. The man rises to his feet and lets out a roar of pure rage. This activates his terrifying berserk mode, which causes all of his base stats to increase by 20%. The MC now realizes that there's a class even more gruesome than his own. The entire group falls into a tight defensive formation, with the skeletons forming a protective wall at the front. Sung-woo knows that this vampire could now take them all out with a single blow if they dare to make even one wrong move. He immediately orders his undead army to attack, but the vampire proves to be much faster than he had ever imagined. So he is forced to order his skeletons to assume a defensive posture again. The vampire tears through the skeleton ranks and makes a beeline for the MC. He knows that he must take him out first, as he is the one who is controlling all of the undead. Sung-woo just barely manages to raise his shield in time before the guy attacks him with his razor-sharp, pointy arm. The vampire is then immediately slashed by Jisoo from behind, which only causes him to laugh. He then switches his target and begins to attack her. As he is attempting to strike her, he is hit by a volley of daggers coming from his back. He looks back to see Hanho standing there with a confident smile and with 2 gleaming daggers held in his hands. He then begins to fire daggers at the vampire like a machine gun. This only makes him even more enraged, and he switches his target once more. In a mere blink of an eye, the vampire launches himself directly at Hanho. This gives him absolutely no time to react to the attack. However, his attack is parried at the very last moment by the heroic Raiti. The vampire deftly manages to dodge the incoming blade, but Sung Woo then charges him from behind with his axe once again. The vampire manages to read the attack and completely destroys the axe. The MC instantly raises his shield to protect himself, but the vampire is simply too powerful. He continues to effortlessly dodge their attacks and taunts them that they are too slow. As he is busy focusing all his attention on Sung Woo, Jisoo appears from behind him once again, and she attempts to hit him with her powerful, blazing sword attack. He sees the attack coming and gets out of the way. He laughs, telling her that he saw her attack coming from a mile away. Immediately after, Raiti leaps on top of him with its sword held high, and it slashes directly through his left arm. The vampire screams out in agony as his entire arm is severed. Sung Woo knows that this is his one and only chance, and he commands all of his skeletons to attack him at once. At this same moment, the goons under the vampire's command finally enter the scene. This makes him smile as he tells them that they have arrived at the perfect time. However, his men are terrified when they see him in his current, monstrous form. While he is looking away from her, Jisoo strikes him with her powerful sword. Raiti and the other skeletons also join in on the attack. They all begin hitting the vampire at the exact same time. He attempts a desperate counter, but the MC plunges his sword deep into his neck. He then coldly asks if he can regenerate his head and tears it clean off. He receives 1,000 gold for killing the vampire, as he is technically considered to be a level 1 player. The MC is absolutely horrified to learn that you can gain gold by killing other players. He then turns to face the rest of the goons, and he demands to know from them if that was the real reason why they were killing other players. The entire group begins to shake in fear as the skeletons surround them. The MC calmly walks over to them and orders them to drop their weapons. They all surrender and immediately drop all of their various weapons. After interrogating them, one of the guys tells him about their big boss. He reveals that they do not know his true identity. It's just that their former boss was following his orders, but they were not aware that he could transform into a monster. Sung Woo wonders if this big boss is the one who created those monsters, and if he did, what could his class possibly be? This line of thinking makes him question if there are classes with even more than 5 stars of power. He asks the men about the total number of people they have killed so far, after learning that they have murdered over 21 innocent people. He signals his skeletons to immediately finish them all off. They begin to beg for him to spare their lives, as they were only following orders. But he shows them absolutely no mercy. He knows that if he doesn't kill these guys now, they will most likely end up killing other innocent people later on. Jisoo seems a bit taken aback by what she has just witnessed, but she ultimately agrees with his decision. The post now has a new comment from a guy, warning Sung Woo's group against meeting the other group, as they're nothing more than a bunch of murderers. The sergeant reads this comment and becomes absolutely furious, as he realizes that there are now people roaming around, killing others in addition to all the monsters. He then sees another comment stating that user number 157, which is the MC's official account, killed all of those murderers after setting a trap with his skeletons. While reading this, the sergeant breaks into a wide smile. She realizes that this is the same heroic group that he had met earlier. One of the other soldiers informs him that there is an incoming call, but he ignores him, saying that their saviors are out, they're doing great things. The scene then shifts to a man wearing full armor, who is looking at the recent comments, and he expresses his sincere gratitude for Sung Woo's heroic group, since they're still looking out for the well-being of others, despite their own difficult circumstances. The man then confidently walks out into the bright sunlight and asks his own group if they should also start moving out, as the MC's group is walking down the desolate roads. Hanho informs him of a brand new post. This post is from a user calling themselves the prosecutor of Yangdongpo. It tells all the other players that they can comment on this post, if they cannot afford to make their own posts using 1,000 gold. Jisoo and Sung Woo discuss how other people are using the post, to leave comments about their missing family members, and to discuss synergy effects and different monsters. It appears that the post is helping a great deal of players who do not have enough gold to make their own posts. The group finally arrives at Hanho's family home. He looks at his home with a very worried expression. and he prays that his family is still safe and sound. The MC tells him to calm his nerves and to proceed with caution, since they do not know the current situation around here. They see the bodies of dead orcs as they walk up the stairs, which only serve to make Hanho even more anxious. He begins to pray for the safety of his parents before he goes to open the door to his family's apartment. There's a massive slash mark across the front of the door, which terrifies him. He screams for his mom to please open the door. Suddenly, the front door creaks open, and his parents are standing on the other side with worried expressions. After speaking with them, he discovers that neither of them had picked a class card. His dad tells him that the cards didn't really pique his interest, as they all sat down to eat. Sung-woo asked his parents how they managed to stop the orcs. All the other apartments had their doors smashed in by the orcs, and this was the only one that had managed to remain standing. The dad tells them that he used powerful pesticides to keep the orcs away. This information shocks everyone, including the MC. The mom proudly tells them that all the orcs had run away, where her husband sprayed them all with the pesticides. Hanho nearly spills his entire drink while he is listening to this. After their dinner, his mother thanks both Sung-woo and Jisoo for bringing him back home. She then offers them both some warm green tea, as they do not have anything else in their home. Hanho tells her that he had also helped them out by throwing daggers, but his mom completely ignores him as they are all resting inside the house. Some kids on bikes see the lights and let out an evil smirk. Jisoo is the first one to emerge from the shower. The mom thinks to herself that she has a very frail body, and she begins to feel very sorry for her. Meanwhile, Hanho thinks to himself that she is actually 30 times stronger than him. The MC feels a wave of relief as he finally gets to take a shower. He is very glad that both of his friends' parents are safe. His dad was brilliantly able to use the ORC's powerful sense of smell against them. Otherwise, both of them would have surely ended up like the rest of the players. Even with the entire world going to hell, there is still something positive to be found. After having showered, the group begins to clean their weapons. Hanho asks the MC about his current thoughts, since they cannot stay in this one place forever. He tells him that they should first decide where they want to go, and then move out. Sung-woo thinks to himself that the orcs that had first arrived were likely just scouts. If there is another group of them located nearby, it might actually turn into a large-scale, bloody battle. Their main problem is to figure out where to go, since they do not have a clear objective in mind. As he is deep in thought, Hanho holds his phone up and screams at him to take a look. He tells him that the guy who posted to allow other players to comment has just now made another brand new post. In this new post, the player claims that they have set up a new safety zone inside of the Yongdong post station, with the assistance of his 3-star class friend. However, in order to properly maintain the zone, they are in need of gold or additional rations. Jisoo looks at the post and asks if they can truly trust the person. Hanho believes that the guy genuinely has other people's best interests at heart. On the other hand, Sung-woo is still very unsure about this guy. He tells them that he now understands why he had made that other post yesterday. Even though they may not be lying about the so-called safety zone, they still spent 1,000 gold just to open a new message board for other survivors. So it seems very unlikely that they're doing all of this out of the pure goodness of their own hearts. He then tells them to look at all the comments, which are now all filled with praises for the player. Sung-woo believes that he did all of this just to gain a favorable reputation among all the other players. It seems that they are planning to form a huge group very soon. If that is the case, they won't even need to do anything, and all the resources they need will simply just walk right to them. Hanho cannot believe that the guy did all of this for his own personal benefit. The MC tells him that he may be overthinking things, but the station is too far away for them to travel to, so they can't really find out for themselves. Hanho then finds a comment from someone named Chief Gu. He is claiming to have another safe zone at the Hwashang Fortress. He also mentions in the comment that he requires a rent payment. The MC does not really like the sound of the rent part, but he is very curious about this other safe zone. He then asks his friend about the distance to the fortress from their current location. Hanho tells him that it takes approximately 20 minutes by bus. Upon hearing that it is not too far away, the MC decides to make it their group's next destination. As they all get prepared to finally leave, the MC apologizes to the parents for so suddenly asking them to come along with him. The dad just smiles and tells him that it is perfectly fine. He has safely brought back his beloved son, so he is very happy to follow his lead. Hanho's mother then tells him that apart from all the monsters, there are also a number of bandits running around in their neighborhood. The MC is a bit confused upon hearing this, so he asks them to elaborate on what they mean. The dad explains that they're just a group of high school kids who go around on motorcycles and steal things from other people. Sung-woo just sighs as he realizes that he now has to deal with such petty criminals as well. Suddenly, they hear the sound of a bike approaching them. As they all turn to look back, they see a group of teenagers who are trying to look tough. They stop directly in front of them, and they demand that they hand over all the valuable goods that they have. The kids even try to threaten them with their numbers and baseball bats. The MC looks at them with an amused smile and asks them if they're truly certain they have the greater numbers. Behind him, a multitude of glowing eyes begin to appear. The kids suddenly turn around and flee the scene before he can say another single word to them. This unexpected turn of events leaves the group feeling confused, as they do not know what could have scared the kids off. The MC looks back with a very worried expression, and he sees a large pack of giant wolves standing there, and they're all staring directly at them. The wolves are not attacking them immediately, so he suggests that they all begin to back away very slowly. He does not want to engage in close-quarters combat with these monsters. They're all standing on 4 legs. Even if he doesn't take their sharp claws and fangs into account, their balance is just far too good. If anyone from his group were to fall to the ground, they would not be able to make it out of this encounter alive. The group then slowly begins to walk back into the apartment building. Hanho asks the MC if they are now safe inside. However, with the wolves still staring directly at them, he knows that they could simply break into the place and drag them out. As he is contemplating his next plan of action, one of the wolves charges towards them and slams into the front wall. Sungwoo suddenly hurls the acid bottle directly at the wolf, which causes its fur to burn, while the wolf is still reeling in pain. The MC commands his skeletons to start throwing their spears at it. The only real advantage that they have over the wolves is that they're able to throw things at them. As another one of the wolves tries to get inside, the MC commands one of his orc skeletons to rush directly at it. The wolf easily destroys the skeleton by biting its head off, but suddenly, the green acid starts pouring out of its mouth. The MC just laughs as he reveals that the skeleton had been carrying that slime mucus. To seal the deal, Raiti leaps from the first floor of the building, and it stabs the wolf directly in its head. The MC gains a total of 240 gold for killing the wolf. The other wolf is now absolutely terrified as it sees the skeletons approaching it with their spears raised. It doesn't take very long for them to kill all the remaining wolves. Sungwoo gains some experience and finally reaches level 7. Jisoo then looks down and tells him that they just feel more and more like a burden to him. The MC tells her that it simply is not true, since the situation was just not very favorable for them. He then looks at her and thinks to himself that even though her class is technically the Tiger Hunter, he should really see her as more of a specialized class, since she is only ever focused on increasing her physical strength. On the other hand, Hanho does not seem to be getting any stronger. He then tries to take the wolf under his control, but it does not work as his level is still far too low. He suggests that they all keep moving, since there may be even more monsters lurking nearby. Somewhere else, a military helicopter is being chased by flying dragons. The captain screams at the pilot to try and go faster, but the pilot tells him that they're already flying at their maximum speed. He then hurls insults at the unfortunate Sergeant Kim for not describing these dragons in more detail in his official report. The pilot then reminds him that he was the one who disregarded his reports, simply because he was only a sergeant. Suddenly, a notification appears that the field boss Wyvern has appeared. The dragon grabs the helicopter by its talons and destroys it like it is absolutely nothing. It then lands on top of a massive building and lets out a loud roar. Sungwoo and his group witness this horrific event, and they are terrified. Hanho had thought that the military helicopter might be able to do something against the monsters, but he was very, very wrong. His dad then notices that the dragons are actually planning to sleep on top of the building. They are far too close to the proposed safe zone, but they cannot move while that thing is still around. Sungwoo tells them that they will all eventually leave, and he suggests that they try and take some rest during the night. The dragons then fall asleep on top of the buildings, while the small group rests on the ground below. Suddenly, the MC notices a bright flash, followed by a system notification. It is very similar to the one they had seen at the start of this apocalypse. It is now the second phase of the card selection process. Hanho screams at his parents, and he tells them not to make the same mistake as him by accidentally picking a low-star card. His dad reassures him that he will not make any mistakes, since he has been playing various card games for 20 years. As Sungwoo looks around to analyze all the different cards, he notices that only 15 seconds now remain on the timer, since he has already chosen a main class card. This new card will act as a secondary class card, in addition to his currently equipped class. One of the cards suddenly vanishes right in front of his eyes. He realizes that other people are also now picking up the cards. Manhwa carefully looks at all the different cards. He's trying to find one with the highest amount of stars. The MC knows that he cannot just pick his secondary class based on stars alone, since he needs to find something that he can use in combination with his currently equipped class. He finally comes across a card that fulfills all his needs perfectly, and he instantly chooses it without any hesitation. He has chosen a 3-star link card for the powerful Dark Mage class. A new system notification tells him that this card will now be combined with his current class card to grant him brand new, powerful skills. He looks at his still and is quite happy with his new choice, since they all fit perfectly with his powerful Necromancer class. Meanwhile, Manhwa is crying because he has accidentally picked up a 1-star priest card. The new skill he acquired allowed him to be shielded from enemy attacks for 10 seconds after he has killed an enemy. As he is crying, he hears his dad ask him if he chose the right card. He looks up to see his card is a 3-star Pioneer class card that allows him to create powerful safe zones. Sungwoo becomes very excited when he sees this, since they no longer have to go to the fortress anymore. As Manhwa's dad continues to flex on it, he then asks his mom what class she had picked. She tells him that she picked up the 1-star chef class card. Hearing this, he says that she should have picked a class that was useful in battle. While all of this is going on in the background, Sungwoo looks over at Jisoo and asks her about her chosen card. She tells him that she has picked the 3-star Hitman card. It now grants her a supreme sense passive skill that greatly heightens her senses whenever she is in danger. She now realizes that the MC has grown quite strong. He can now efficiently employ tactics in the heat of battle and also make level-headed decisions, even in the most stressful of situations. Jisoo thinks that she can never be like him, no matter how hard she tries to be. However, she also knows that she needs to be stronger, so she decides to find her own unique way. If she cannot be exactly like him, she now knows that she must grow stronger in both her mind and her body. The MC then calls out to the dad, and he asks him to explain his skill in more detail. The Pioneer class allows him to create a powerful Pioneer's camp. It costs 10 mana every 10 minutes of use, and it allows players to take shelter from any monster attacks. The shelter, however, has a very limited area, and it can also be destroyed by powerful enemy attacks. Once the player loses all of their available mana, the save zone will then start costing 100 gold every 10 minutes. Sungwoo quickly realizes that it will be very difficult for them to maintain a safe zone in their current precarious position. Moreover, gathering a large group for the zone did not seem like a good idea either. He suggests that they only use that skill during emergencies. They also need to find a good place for the zone. Manhwa asks him if they will not be going to the fortress anymore. The MC takes a quick look outside and tells him that it will not be necessary for them anymore. He believes that all the existing groups will try to abuse their power, so it is much better for them to not have to meet them. As he continues to look out the window, he suddenly notices the dragon beginning to move. The dragons finally fly off, and they can at last leave the building. The MC asks Manhwa to look for the location of the stores in the form. Sungwoo currently has over 24,000 gold in his possession. He knows that he must spend this gold in order to get stronger, since they never know when they might run into those high-level monsters once again. Manhwa is still unable to find the location of the stores, after having gone through the entire forum. Suddenly, the group hears the sound of motorcycle engines. The kids are out again, now that the dragons have finally left. Manhwa tells the MC that it is probably those same kids they ran into yesterday. He then smiles and says that they should ask the kids about the stores. Since they're always going around and stealing gold from other people, they must also have a place where they can spend it. The kids are talking about the store as they walk along. They were unlucky the last time they went, but they're still hopeful to get some good items in their next try, or scoring the ultimate prize. The young scavengers at last return to their secret den, but the sanctuary seems eerily deserted. They cautiously open a door to find their companions cowering in fear. The boy immediately demands to know where Eugene is. She seems to have vanished. The younger child begins to sob uncontrollably. He reveals that the terrifying man returned and dragged Eugene away. Her tribute of stolen money had not been enough. Just then, Eugene stalks back into the room, commanding him to be silent. Her friend asks her if she is unharmed, but his expression warps into horror as he gazes upon her face. She now looks like a creature of the night. He pushes past her into their leader's room. The leader addresses him by his name, Taesung, and he demands to know why he eliminated Woosak. He declares that the man was a loyal soldier to their cause and their commander. The youth argues that he was attacked without provocation first, so they were left with no other option. The boss asks if he plans to kill Eugene as well. He then rises and explains to him that if one of their kind refrains from drinking blood, they inevitably begin to lose their sanity. Taesung nervously questions the man. Did he even realize how many people Woosak had slaughtered? This question seems to ignite the man's fury, and he snarls, asking if he was daring to talk back to him. He then reminds him that their true master has graciously permitted them to serve him. They will not survive very long if they dare defy his orders. Taesung begins to walk away from the confrontation, and he tells the man that he will handle this entire situation. However, the vampire leader is not yet finished with him. He grabs his shoulder, telling him that if he fails to collect 10,000 gold within the next 2 days, he will be the very next one to die. As this unfolds, he suddenly hears unfamiliar voices outside the room. Sung Woo and his party have just breached their hideout. Our hero sarcastically complains about their poor customer service. The boss presumes that he wishes to purchase something, so he asks him what it is that he desires. He levels his blade directly towards him, and he commands him to surrender everything he possesses. The vampire leader begins to cackle madly. He tells them that they have no clue what they have stumbled into. When Sung Woo notices his inhuman fangs, he asks the creature if he is the leader of the apartment gang. The vampire boss becomes enraged as he realizes that these are the ones who annihilated all his gang members. He furiously launches himself towards them, but a powerful orc skeleton intercepts him, grabbing his arms. The MC then places his cold blade against the vampire's neck, and he tauntingly asks if he can also regenerate his head. Two of the orc skeletons restrain the struggling vampire, as Sung Woo presses his sword halfway into the creature's neck. He warns that he will kill him if he dares to move an inch. He then demands to know if he is the legendary vampire lord. Hearing this, the vampire begins to laugh maniacally. He then immediately breaks free and shatters the sword. The vampire makes a lunge for the MC, but he is suddenly hit by a volley of daggers. It is almost as if the MC can perfectly predict his every move. Before the vampire can reorient himself, Jisoo rushes in and cleanly severs one of his arms. He cries out in agony as blood gushes from the stump. He finds he cannot even regenerate his arm correctly due to the searing fire effect of her powerful attack. Jisoo then charges in for another attack, fire blazing from her sword. However, this time he manages to dodge to the side just in time. She then ducks down low and slashes him once again. This enrages him, and he begins his own frenzied attack on her. It seems she can now perfectly match the speed of the vampire. As they clash, he grabs her sword and tries to attack her, but she anticipates it thanks to her new skill and easily evades the blow. The vampire is then suddenly assaulted from behind by the orc skeletons. Thanks to our hero's newly acquired skill, they are now empowered by the effect of Death's aura. This makes all of them significantly stronger. This dark aura also serves to weaken all their enemies. Sung Woo reflects to himself that all of his undead soldiers would have surely been destroyed when they previously faced the powerful vampire. But now, they are able to hold their ground because of his new skill. The orcs swiftly force the vampire down to its knees with no escape. He cries out, demanding to know what they could possibly want from it. He then looks directly at the MC, and he realizes that he is the one commanding all the skeletons. He appears to be quite weak, so the vampire thinks he can eliminate him with just a single blow. His new plan is to get closer to him by feigning a conversation and then taking him out. However, before he can even make a move, he is suddenly impaled by several newly forged bone spears. Sung Woo taunts him that he should still be able to speak, even with those deadly spears now running through his chest. He stares at the vampire with a terrifying, cold gaze, and he asks him if he would like to have some more. Meanwhile, Taesung watches this all unfold in pure disbelief, as he wonders how they managed to kill such a powerful monster. The vampire begins to laugh once more, and he warns them not to think so highly of themselves, just because they have managed to successfully defeat him. He then begins to transform into an even more terrifying creature, and he tells them that they will all perish once their plan succeeds. Sung Woo has now had enough of him, so he calmly orders Jisoo to finish him off. She immediately slashes his head clean off, and he finally dies. Taesung witnesses this and begins to beg for his own life. He tells them that he and his friends had no involvement in this. Sungwoo offers him a cold smile, and he tells him that he simply wants them to hand over everything that they have stolen. The thieves give up all of their gold, but it is not that much. Jisoo stares at the dead body of the vampire, and she asks if the boss is the same person that the other vampire have been talking about. The MC tells her that whoever he is, he seems to be steadily growing in power. He even has his own money collectors. So it appears that he's being very strategic about all of this. Jisoo cannot believe that someone has adapted to this new situation, even faster than the brilliant Sungwoo. It felt as if those guys were much better suited for this kind of world than they were for the previous one. The MC now knows that more vampires will surely show up soon, since the boss and his subordinates now have the ability to turn players into vampires. He wonders if he can afford to just ignore them. But it is not that simple. He needs the help of his entire team just to defeat one of them. Currently, if they all grouped up and attacked them at once, they would have absolutely no chance to fight back. He knew that they would have to face the vampires again. After the events that happened today, the MC then looks over at the teenagers and asks them about the store. Taesung enthusiastically offers to lead their group to the store. In the very next moment, they all freeze in place as they see a new system notification pop up. It is speaking about players who have not yet chosen a card, despite having been given a second chance to do so. This is not like a normal system notification, as this one is colored red, and the MC can feel that something terrible is about to happen. One of the teenagers begins to scream as he has not yet chosen a card. He says that the entire thing seemed a bit suspicious to him, and that he does not trust the system. He points to another one of the guys and tells them that he has not picked a card either. Another red system notification informs them that those who have not yet picked a card will now be forcibly transformed into monsters. Both of the players begin to scream as they start to transform. Sungwoo looks at them as they are transforming, and he instantly knows that they will not be able to fight them if their horrific transformation is allowed to complete. He commands everyone to attack them while they are still in mid-transformation. Meanwhile, Hanho's parents are growing very anxious while they wait outside. The mom wonders if it is truly okay for them to harm all of these thieves. The dad angrily stomps his foot and tells her that the teenagers had made a lot of people suffer and had even killed some of them. So they fully deserved everything that was now happening to them. Back inside the dark building, the orc skeletons were trying their best to completely destroy the monsters before they were able to fully transform. The MC knew that their only viable option was to kill them during their vulnerable transformation. Suddenly, one of the wolves attacked the skeletons and broke it in half. The MC could not believe that. The monster possessed such overwhelming physical strength. Raiti and the orcs continued to hit the newly formed werewolves, and they finally managed to kill them both. This gave them 3,000 gold for each kill and even leveled them up to 8. He stares down at the dead bodies in absolute horror as he wonders what kind of terrifying monsters they could possibly be, since they gave out such a huge amount of gold. He then selects a random stats card, which increases his speed by 3. He seems to be quite satisfied with the final outcome of the card. Jisoo tells him that it is very beneficial for him to increase his stats, since his opponents will always try to focus on it, upon realizing that he is the one who controls all of the skeletons. Meanwhile, Hanho is still losing his mind as he begins to wonder if they're going to have to continue facing such terrifying monsters. Hearing this, the MC tells him that he has a new plan of his own. He will now attempt to turn the monsters into his own loyal minions. He still has not yet tried this on humans, since it might give him a bad name among all the other players. However, things are very different for him now. There are a great deal of other players who still have not chosen a card. All of them will soon be transformed into horrific monsters, and if he wants to be able to fight them, he needs to stop caring so much about his own reputation. As he turns the skeletons into his very own minions, he thinks to himself that they might even be able to go toe-to-toe against the vampires. As his own friend is turned into a loyal skeleton soldier. For the MC, Sungwoo looks at him with a very cold expression, and he asks him for the exact location of the store. Taishong then explains to him that the store is located within a used car dealership complex, and the people who are in charge of that place do all kinds of terrible things. His own group only goes around and steals things, but the people there work directly under the command of the vampires, and they actively hunt people down for them. Upon hearing this, Sungwoo orders him to take him directly to those people. They then walk into the large car complex, while they are surrounded by orcs and werewolf skeletons. The MC knows that something is very off here, since he cannot really see any guards stationed in this place. Suddenly, they hear a loud noise, and he orders everyone to hide. They all watch as a monstrous bear fights a powerful vampire. The vampire seems to be on the losing end, as the bear continues to hit him with its iron chains. Sung-woo notices the chain, and he wonders if the vampires are holding the monster captive. He soon realizes that it was most likely a human that they had kidnapped. They then turned into monsters since they could not choose a card. When the fight finally seems to be over, the vampire gets back up and rushes at the bear once again. The bear is badly injured, but it still slams the vampire back. The MC realizes that this situation is actually quite good. If he manages to play his cards right, he can put the powerful bear monster under his own control. As the two of them roar and go back to fighting, the MC orders his new werewolf skeletons to attack them both. One of them successfully manages to stab the vampire, but the bear fiercely fights back. He tries to grab the werewolf, but the other one comes in and slashes it using its sharp claws. The MC receives 3,500 gold for killing the monstrous bear. He has now reached his maximum minion capacity, so he will need to destroy one of his other skeletons to put the bear monster under his own control. He destroys one of the orcs and replaces it with the powerful bear. The bear is absolutely huge, and it seems to be the maximum size for a mid-level minion. Suddenly, Hanho notices their old-school bus parked among the other cars. The group quickly realizes that the vampires have captured all the students. Sung-woo realizes that if all the students on the bus have been caught, the enemies that he would now have to face would be staggered. They cannot just simply rush inside either, since it could easily backfire. He then looks at Taeshong and asks him about the store. As he is trying to give him the correct directions, someone slaps his hands. He then turns around to see his friend, Eugene, but she has now been transformed into a vampire. The vampire just laughs as he hears the name of the girl. He tells him that he has not harmed his friends, since he considers all of them to be his own children. He had come to see who had been killing all of the vampires. Sung-woo realizes that the girl has now been possessed, and he wonders if the vampire came directly to him after he had sensed the other vampires dying. He tells the vampire that it is a bit too chatty for a vampire lord. The vampire then starts to laugh, and he tells him that he has a habit of explaining things to idiots. For that, some people have even started to call him the professor, since they probably do not care what he has to say. The vampire tells them that he will get straight to the point. He said that all of them were already dead meat. Suddenly, he applies a lesser curse upon the MC, which requires holy magic in order to be neutralized. The vampire lord laughs as he prepares to kill the MC and his friends. However, before he is able to do anything else, he gets kicked directly in the face by Sung-woo. Hanho sees this and asks him if he is even still human anymore. The MC stares at a newly formed red mark on his hand, and he wonders if it has something to do with the curse. Fortunately for him, the mark is not really doing anything to him. Hanho then shows up in his ridiculous priest outfit, and he reaches his hand out to him like a benevolent angel. The MC just looks at him, and he thinks that the country's standards have truly fallen, since someone like his goofy friend can now become a priest. Hanho holds his hand and tries to remove the curse, but his holy magic is not nearly strong enough. The curse now reveals the MC's location to the vampire lord every 12 hours. In the next moment, he receives another new notification about a quest. It is a special, exclusive quest, and he now has to kill the vampire lord in order to complete. His rewards will include 30,000 gold and a C-rank item ticket. This new quest makes things a bit simpler for the MC, as he now resolves to kill the vampire lord. Before he can kill him, he then walks over to Taeshong and asks him about the vampire's lair. The group then enters the D-rank item store. This time, they have to choose between 4 different types of balls. They are starting from bronze and ending at platinum. The most expensive of these balls costs 100,000 gold. The MC decides that he will go first. He still possesses an unlimited rank ticket, which could potentially allow him to gain access to the platinum ball. However, he wisely decides to spare it for later use, as he thinks that it will be much more beneficial. He is still fully capable of surviving on his own, so it is not like he desperately needs a new item. He chooses the gold option and comes across yet another screen. This one is showing him different options for the balls. He thinks back to the last time, and he realizes that he should always pick the first place ball, regardless of its price, since it has the highest probability of giving the best item. He lets out an evil smirk and decides to go all in. Luckily for him, he receives the coveted first place prize. His reward is a special coupon that grants him a master exclusive class skill. His new skill costs 0 mana, and it allows him to create a safe space for all his minions. His minions can just rest and fully recover in that space until he decides to summon them back again. If he decides to summon multiple minions together, it will now trigger the Curse of Death, which will grow stronger with the number of minions. Jisoo and Hanho look at him furiously, as he has all the good stuff. She pushes him out of the way and goes in to try her own luck. Meanwhile, Sungwoo tries his new spell and sends his minions to the safe space. It is almost like a giant personal inventory for him. He can now store his minions in this pocket inventory, and then summon them back whenever he may like. As he excitedly looks back to ask his friends about their new items, he sees that both of them are in a state of absolute dread. It turns out that Jisoo had only received a B-rank medkit and some basic hiking equipment, while Hanho only got a tough bullhide cuirass. Looking at their saddened condition, he nervously asks them if they should continue moving along. At this exact same time, the vampires are holding all the students captive within their foul lair, with the dead bodies of all his friends now lying around him. Kyung-soo wonders if he should have followed the MC back. Then, he realizes that he was wrong to take everyone to the military base. When they had finally reached the base, after carefully evading all of the terrifying dragons, they had found it to be completely destroyed and abandoned. Everyone had then started asking him what they should do next. A huge wave of panic had erupted among all the students, as they all frantically tried to think of their next move. They had all looked to Kyung-soo for his opinion. He had gotten overwhelmed and thought to himself, why was he the one who was taking on all this responsibility? He had simply just driven them all to the base. One of the other students had then shown him his phone and informed him about the new safe zone in the fortress. As everyone had stared at him, waiting for an answer, he had realized that they had all survived because of him. He had then decided to have more trust in himself, and he had led everyone directly to the fortress. Of course, it turned out to be a very bad decision. Instead of safe zone, they were all met with vampires who killed the students without mercy. The surviving students were all turned into slaves by the vampires. One of them kicks Kyung-soo and orders him to continue moving. He then laughs as he tells him that they can just simply eat him if he is feeling too tired to walk. As the vampires are talking about eating them all up, he stares at them all completely hopelessly. He now knows that he will be killed, just like the rest of his friends. As the vampires are lining up all the students, they suddenly notice a lone skeleton standing in front of them. It looks to be no larger than a common minion, and is pointing its sword directly towards them. The vampires all laugh, as they assume that it is just another type of monster. One of them leaps forward and tries to tear it apart, but he is then impaled by multiple incoming spears. Suddenly, Sung-woo's entire undead army materializes. Kyung-soo's face lights up as he realizes that the MC is here to help. When he walks directly in front of him, he realizes that he now looks a lot stronger than he did the last time. He wonders why there is such a huge gap between them, when both of them are just normal college students. The vampires try to get up and prepare for another attack, but one of them is instantly mutilated by the skeleton bear. The MC confidently stands in the midst of his undead army, as he commands them to kill every single one of the vampires, except for one, since he wishes to interrogate them. Kyung-soo stares at the group in pure disbelief, as he realizes that they are all a lot stronger than he had thought. It was not just the MC. Jisoo also looked much better. Now, the last remaining vampire begs them for mercy, as the orc skeletons are holding him firmly in place. Sungwoo asks him about the number of other players and vampires that are currently inside the building, along with all of their levels. The vampire tells him that there is only the area manager, who is at level 5. As for the other players, there are 12 in total, and the highest level among them is only 4. The MC thanks the vampire for his honesty, but he has absolutely no intention of letting him live. The vampire frantically tells him that he also knows about the security of the building and the entire situation inside, but he is instantly stabbed by Kyung-soo. He then looks up and tells them that he knows what is going on inside of the dark and foul factory building. He then starts to cry, and he tells them that they cannot let any of the vampires live. Even though all his friends had been very cowardly, they did not deserve to die in such a way. Sungwoo then pats him on his shoulder, and he tells him that he has done very well surviving so far. The vampires that they see all around them did not just turn into killers overnight. They were hiding among all the ordinary people. and all they really needed was the opportunity to get out. He then says that the world they had previously known might have ended, but they cannot just let people like that roam around freely. As they're sorting out all the kidnapped players, one of the guys asks the area manager how long he is planning on doing this for. The area manager then just smiles, as he tells him that these people are just a source of food, an experience for him to gain. They're also much easier to catch than the monsters, and they're also much more useful to him. He says that their CEO has an incredible insight and vision. The guy gets very excited upon hearing this, and he tells the area manager that he also wants to become a part of their new vision. The vampire tells him that he can also become a regular member if he continues to work hard for them. He had also started out as a lowly warehouse worker, and he had eventually become a permanent employee. While he was talking, he had heard someone mocking him. He then turns back to see the MC standing there all by himself. Sung-woo laughs as he says that. They were just calling their complete abandonment of humanity innovative. The manager asks him who he is and starts to walk towards him, along with his entire crew. The students who are in the cages recognize the MC and are relieved to see him. The vampire screams when he hears them all talk, and he reminds them that they are all just food. Sung-woo gives him a very cold look and asks him if his CEO did not tell him who he was. The vampire then realizes that he was the one who had killed Manager Park. The MC laughs when he hears the word manager, and he asks him if it is some kind of white-collar make-believe. Seeing him walk into the factory all by himself, the manager knows that he must be reckless, but he still does not believe that he can take all of them on by himself. Sung-woo smiles and tells him that he can indeed take them all on by using his powerful skills. Suddenly, a black smoke begins to spread throughout the entire floor. The workers all begin to panic as they see a new notification. It is telling them that the Great Spirit has now been activated. One after another, skeleton minions begin to appear out of the smoke, with all of these minions spawning. The Curse of Death effect also triggers and decreases the stats of all the employees. The vampire finally realizes what it feels like to meet someone truly terrifying. They all begin to crumble as the skeleton minions go after them. The manager tries to calm them all down, but to no avail. As the vampires kill one of the minions, it is instantly revived. The manager starts to grow even more furious, and he kicks one of the orc minions to pieces. He then tries to go after the MC, since he knows that he is the one controlling all of the minions. However, before he can even make his move, he gets hit in the head by a bottle of acid. Hanho is now standing at the first floor window, and he has a clear shot of the vampire. As the vampire falls down to the ground, Jisoo begins to rescue all of the hostages. At the exact same time, Kyung-soo crashes his bus directly into the factory wall, and he calls all the hostages to quickly get inside. The vampire then tries to go after them, but he does not realize that Raiti is now coming for him while he is riding on a wolf. As the werewolf skeleton throws him to the ground, Raiti jumps high into the air and moves in for the final killing blow. Thanks to Sung-woo's insane buffs and crippling debuffs, the vampire stands absolutely no chance against him. The MC tells the vampire that the abandoned factory that they had chosen for all their operations is one of the easiest possible targets for a raid. The vampire starts to get worried as he finally realizes that, in addition to just being very strong, the MC is also incredibly smart. As he is bleeding from one of his arms, he begins to hear the voice of their CEO. He is offering him some of his own strength to get rid of the MC. Sung-woo stares at the vampire in utter confusion as he begins to grow much bigger and even more like a pharaoh monster. He gets a notification that a high-level vampire has now gone completely berserk. Looking at his completely changed physical appearance, he asks him if this is his one true form. The vampire lunges at them all with pure anger, and he begins to attack the skeletons. The MC orders them all to fight back, but the vampire manages to hold them all off by himself. He moves incredibly quickly while destroying the skeletons. He then notices Jisoo for just a split second as she jumps over him and slashes him on his back with her sword. As he's turning back, she grabs Raiti and then throws it directly at the vampire. Raiti slashes through the vampire as he is moving in the air. At the same time, another orc tries to hit him, but the vampire manages to destroy it into many pieces. As the vampire is busy destroying his minions, the MC immediately begins to revive them. Hanho is very impressed that Jisoo is able to hold him off on her own. The MC looks a bit worried and says that this is not good for them. He knows that the vampire does not really have much time left before he finally collapses, since he has lost a lot of blood and is also in a berserk state. However, he could also run out of his own mana before that happens. If his ORCs stop defending the front line, he will be in very serious trouble. Still, his biggest worry now is that this vampire is only a subordinate of the actual boss. As our protagonist performs the unholy rite of reviving his loyal minions, his piercing gaze falls upon the carcass of a formidable werewolf monster. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he mockingly apologizes to the vampire for taking dominion over one of his own captured beasts. With this new werewolf now bound to his legion, a powerful new synergy buff surges through all of his undead soldiers. The vampire could only stare in utter disbelief as he witnesses the skeletons suddenly surge with an incredible, unforeseen level of might and power. With a cold command, he orders his new werewolves to rip the vampire to shreds. They obey without hesitation, descending upon their former master to devour him alive. Sung-woo locks eyes with the dying fiend and coldly tells him to deliver a message to his boss, that his little operation in Hwasong has officially been declared bankrupt. The system rewards him with 10,000 gold for slaying the vampire, but it curiously designates his fallen enemy as a player. A chilling thought crosses the MC's mind. Could he possibly convert this powerful vampire's corpse into his own undead servant? Previously, he had to decapitate vampires to prevent their regeneration, denying him the chance to resurrect them. However, this one's head remained perfectly intact. This meant the impossible was now possible. He could raise him as a new minion. He resurrects the corpse, creating a new vampire skeleton. He informs the newly risen creature that its servitude has now changed, swearing fealty to him instead of that vampire lord. Suddenly, the system bestows a new, unforeseen power. A notification informs him that he can now access the memories of the corpses that fall under his dark command. He ponders this new ability and delves into the fragmented memories of the vampire. This was a power he had never been able to use on any of his other minions. He wonders if this is yet another evolution of his incredible necromancer skills. He witnesses a grand meeting of vampires, presided over by the vampire lord himself. As the dark ruler sips from a massive goblet of blood, the lord asks them a chilling question about the true purpose of this game. When a dreadful silence fills the chamber, he declares their ultimate objective is nothing less than evolution. It was irrelevant if this game was crafted by a divine god or some alien being from the cosmic abyss. What truly mattered was the glorious opportunity that lay before them. They could finally cast off their fragile, mortal shells and give birth to a new, superior species. The vampire lord grandly proclaims his ambition to forge a new world order. Sung-woo's eyes burn with a righteous fury. He recognizes this megalomaniac as the true vampire lord. The vampire lord then reveals that he has received a special new quest and that all of them are now bound to assist him. Without a moment's hesitation, they all agree. Upon witnessing this blind obedience, the MC suspects they were brainwashed the moment they were bitten, forced into an instinctive, unbreakable loyalty to their dark lord. He then announces a grand party he will host in Hwasong. He issues his chilling command. They are to lure as many unsuspecting people into the neighborhood as they can, so they can all have a little fun. He instructs Manager Kim to oversee the food and farming supplies. The horrifying truth dawns on the MC. They're establishing human farms. Their true plan is to lure desperate people into slaughter parties, deceiving them with a false promise of hope in the guise of so-called safety zones. Moments later, the system presents the MC with an exclusive quest. He recalls receiving a similar, fateful quest when he bore witness to the tragic death of his professor. This quest is centered around the horrific massacre party being orchestrated by the depraved vampire lord. Sung-woo stands at a crossroads. He can either prevent the massacre or seize the opportunity by harvesting the resulting corpses. The path he chooses now will irrevocably seal his destiny. Han-ho desperately tries to awaken the MC from his trance, but it seems he is still lost within the vampire's memory fragment. Tears well in his eyes, fearing that something terrible has happened to Sung-woo after he took control of the powerful vampire. When MC finally snaps back to reality, he dramatically places a heavy hand on Han-ho's head and asks him with an ominous tone who he was just accused of messing up. This sudden intensity makes Han-ho recoil in fear. Sung-woo lets him go with a smirk. reminding him of his solemn vow to do anything he commands. He smiles and declares that he needs him to undertake a fateful quest with him. Meanwhile, the vampire lord seethes with rage over the MC killing his vampire manager, especially after the minion had been empowered by the lord's own strength. Madame Yang nervously questions if Sung Woo might actually disrupt their grand plans, but the vampire lord arrogantly dismisses the very notion, proclaiming that his pathetic skeletons pose absolutely no threat. After the coming great feast concludes, he vows to hunt down the boy and obliterate him with a powerful curse. Outside the factory, the allies are busy scavenging daggers and any other useful weapons from the fallen vampires. Hanho nervously asks the MC if they should really be doing this now. Sung-woo glances over, asking what he means by that. Jisoo reminds him of the chilling revelation he shared earlier and states with gravity that a massive slaughter is about to unfold in Hwashong Fortress. She questions if they shouldn't rush to focus on thwarting the vampires. At that exact moment, Hanho urgently alerts the MC that something huge is happening online. It appears the vampires are now trying to lure in more players, promising absolute safety and free access to their fortified camp. A persuasive post from someone called Manager Gu aims to bait survivors. Hanho suggests posting a warning to counter the deception, but the MC immediately halts him. They have no idea if a warning could even stop people who are desperately clinging to any sliver of hope. Furthermore, if the vampires are forced to alter their strategy now, he will lose his entire tactical advantage, which comes from knowing exactly what they are plotting to do. They currently lack the power to stop them head-on, so they must use this precious time to complete their own preparations. He then turns to Jisoo, asking if her search yielded anything useful. She reports that she has uncovered a stash of valuable potions inside the vampire manager Kim's personal warehouse. Hanho proudly displays a wireless charging battery, a crucial tool they can use to recharge their phones. Jisoo also discover a white potion simply called treatment, which is said to cure infectious ailments. Without a moment's delay, Sung-woo uses it on Tae-sung's afflicted friend, partially restoring the girl back to her normal self. Tae-sung and his friends offer him their profound thanks. The MC understood the girl had endured a harrowing ordeal until now, and though the potion hadn't cured her completely, its effects were still remarkably potent. He turns to Tai-shang, delivering a grim warning to watch his friend, in case the vampire lord attempts to possess her once again. He states coldly that he would be forced to kill her if that happens, with a look of sheer determination. The young man vows that he will never let that happen. The MC wears a slightly puzzled expression, as he wonders if the boy is implying that they would actually try to stop him if he came for their friend. He recognizes that while they are criminals, they are not fundamentally bad people. So, he makes the decision to set them free for now. However, he warns them that he might need their help later on. Sung-woo then turns to Hanho's father and asks Mr. Lee to activate his unique skill, which establishes a sanctified safe zone around the factory. Within this hallowed ground, recovery is greatly accelerated, and Mr. Lee maintains absolute control over the entire space. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief as their wounds begin to mend. And since Hanho's mother possesses the powerful chef class, she can prepare meals that bestow potent buffs upon everyone. Jisoo observes all the other players, remarking that the people are finally beginning to adapt to this new world. Sung-woo then asks her if she also received an exclusive quest. She looks puzzled and confirms that she did not. It seems that he alone has been chosen for this exclusive mission. He tells Jisoo Yoon that she is under no obligation to join him, but with unwavering resolve, she tells him she wants to go. He questions if this decision is fueled by her sense of righteous justice, but she simply replies, no. She explains that she can't just keep fleeing from these monsters for the rest of her life. She knows she will be killed sooner or later if she continues down that path. Therefore, she chooses to fight, not for justice, but for survival. As they speak, a world-altering notification appears. It reveals that all survivors have now entered Chapter 1 of the game. The system administrator congratulates those who have made it this far, while acknowledging the countless lives that were tragically lost. It explains that those unable to adapt have been twisted into werbeasts. The true trials, it declares, are only just beginning. Survivors must now wage war against both monsters and other humans. In this new era, only the bold will survive. The message contains 4 crucial new rules of engagement. This event is set to last for 7 grueling days. No one will be permitted to leave the Suin and Hua shown fortress regions. During this time, all players will earn double the amount of gold. Each second-round player who manages to defeat a Werbeast will have a chance to obtain a powerful, random combo card. And finally, a mighty boss monster will now appear in each region, guarding legendary items as rewards for those who can defeat them. These are artifacts that cannot be acquired in any shop. Sung Woo stares intently at the system screen, realizing with grim certainty that they can no longer escape to other regions. Jisoo stands beside him, her expression one of hardened resolve, and declares that they must remain here and fight to the end, rather than continue running away. Hanho feels a rising panic, knowing Sung-woo is forcing him to join this perilous new quest. The MC points out that Jisoo has been with them from the very beginning, even though she is more than capable of surviving on her own. On the other hand, he remarks, Hanho is too weak to last even a single day alone, desperately changing the subject. Hanho mentions that people are reacting to his recent post on the community player forum. Most comments are varied, but one in particular stands out, a message from the prosecutor of Yongdong, a player who established a safe base with a level 3 pioneer skill and has already formed a guild known as Independence. This guild's primary objective is the collective survival of the group, and they intend to create a massive safety zone for all survivors. The MC correctly deduces that this man never expected him to join his guild. After seeing his inflammatory post, he simply wants to signal to others that his guild is not acting in bad faith. Hanho is stunned that the prosecutor could think that far ahead. Sungwoo explains to him that some of the more ambitious and powerful players are starting to emerge. His friend then asks with a sigh where they are headed next. He tells him that their new mission is to level up, then pointedly asks him what his current level is. Hanho sheepishly admits he's only at a measly level 5, a number the MC finds pathetically weak. Just then, Kyung-soo brings the car to a halt and solemnly announces that they have arrived at their destination. As they disembark from the vehicle, Hanho nervously asks the MC if this is truly the place he intended to bring them. He confirms with a nod that he is correct, and declares this desolate area their new official hunting grounds. The place is teeming with monsters, hiding behind wrecked cars and debris. Without warning, a massive, fiery boulder hurtles toward the group. They barely manage to evade it, diving for cover behind nearby cars. It seems these small monsters are capable of wielding magic, but they are still no match for Sung Woo's indomitable skeleton army. As Jisoo and his skeletons make short work of the monsters, the MC calmly explains that these creatures are known as kobolds. The primary objective here is to help Hanho finally level up and to scout for potential new minions for the MC's growing army. His best strategy is to find humans who have been turned into monsters, as this will augment his power level significantly. Unfortunately for him, these pathetic kobolds are far too weak to be useful as minions. He already commands a pack of savage werewolves who can effortlessly slaughter multiple low-level vampires. Jisoo calls out to the MC, urging him to look toward the grocery store. The entire sprawling parking lot is littered with dead bodies, a grim scene that reminds her of their old college campus massacre. The MC comes to a stark realization. This must have been the site where one of the horrific tutorials had taken place. She asks if he believes there could be any survivors inside the store. The MC grimly explains that crowded places tend to attract more monsters, which means the probability of finding any survivors here is extremely low. Upon hearing this, Kyung-soo speculates that rural areas or small villages like Jeju Island might be safer due to their much lower populations. This thought brings Jisoo a small measure of relief, since her own family resides on that very island. She notices Sung Woo's inquisitive gaze and tells him there is no need for concern. She never expected to see her family again anyway. Furthermore, she is certain they are probably doing just fine, since they are, in her words, a bunch of big shots. The MC senses she has a very complicated relationship with her family, so he wisely chooses not to press her for any further details about it. As they breach the mart, the entrance magically seals behind them. This act transforms the entire building into a massive-scale dungeon, ominously titled the Sorcerer's Fortress. Their only path to freedom is to defeat the dungeon's final boss. Suddenly, a colossal magic circle erupts from beneath their feet, teleporting each of them to different random locations. Hanho plummets from the ceiling, landing amidst a group of kobolds who cackle about capturing a weak, isolated human. At first, he He foolishly believes he can handle them, but upon realizing he's all alone, sheer terror overtakes him. Our bro's life expectancy just dropped from half a day to about 30 seconds. The frenzied kobolds leap to attack him, but in the chaos, he accidentally manages to kill one as they furiously swarm him. He begins to believe that this is surely the end for him. However, he quickly realizes he isn't taking any damage from their relentless attacks. He recalls his priest class skill, which shields him for 10 seconds. After securing a kill, the kobolds stare at him, baffled, as they notice their vicious attacks are having no effect. Manhwa rises to his feet with a terrified, yet crazed expression, and bellows at them, asking if they just dare to call him a weakling. Meanwhile, Kiang-su and Jisoo are together, searching desperately for the others. They spot a trail of fresh blood around a corner, only to find Manhwa standing triumphantly over a massive pile of defeated kobolds. Jisoo stares in utter disbelief at what she has seen, but he proudly proclaims to her that he has finally unlocked his true, hidden potential, with the three now reunited. They all agree they don't need to worry about Sung-woo, since he can surely handle all the monsters by himself. And, just as they had correctly predicted, the MC and his minions are systematically slaughtering hordes of kobolds. He effortlessly finishes them off, but he remains slightly concerned about his scattered friends. As he moves through the dungeon, searching for an exit, he stumbles upon a severely wounded survivor. The man appears to be in a truly horrific state, and it seems that even powerful potions can no longer help him. The dying man barely manages to lift a trembling finger and points to a box. Sung-woo retrieves it for him, asking if it contains a healing potion. But as he opens the box, he finds a mysterious, pulsating egg. The item's description reads that a powerful creature will emerge from the egg, one that will forever change the owner's fate. With his last breath, the dying survivor tells the MC but the dungeon boss holds the sacred token needed to claim this egg. This legendary egg originally belonged to this very survivor, but the boss somehow managed to steal its token. The MC is utterly disheartened as he realizes that this survivor was a legendary 5-star dragon knight. He surmises that he probably became trapped in this dungeon while simply looking for the store, and all his precious tokens were stolen by the dungeon boss. It appeared his legendary class could only reach its true potential later on. But tragically, the man didn't live long enough to see. Although the item description merely calls it a mysterious egg, the MC knows with absolute certainty that it is a dragon egg. He believes the man probably entrusted him with the egg because he wanted him to be the one to finish this game. As he stands in contemplation, more kobolds launch a futile attack, but his ever-loyal minions easily cut them down. Now, Sung-woo is resolutely focused on finding that stolen token and taking vengeance for the poor boy who died before his very eyes. As his minions continue to slaughter the endless waves of kobolds, he finds it strange that they keep charging at him so fearlessly. It seems as if they're simply attacking him mindlessly, without thought. Suddenly, he hears a concussive blast and spots a kobold sorcerer. Despite its menacing appearance, one of his minions swiftly dispatches it along with the other kobolds. The MC levels up, and this time chooses the skill enhancement option, as he desperately needs to increase the maximum number of his minions. However, the system grants him a new skill called Corpse Explosion, which costs 10 mana to detonate a nearby corpse. He immediately gets an opportunity to test this devastating new skill, as yet more monsters attempt to swarm him. He orders his powerful minions to stand down and unleashes the skill upon one of the fresh corpses, unleashing a massive, deafening explosion. The kobolds lurking outside flinch with fear as they hear the terrifying sound of the explosion. Out of nowhere, Raiti bursts through the door and annihilates them all. The MC praises his loyal servant, which makes the skeleton visibly happy. They then discover the dungeon boss, completely encircled by thick roots. The boss is revealed to be a high-level kobold sorcerer, shielded by an impenetrable force field that can only be shattered by destroying 3 energy cores, which are scattered throughout the sprawling dungeon. The description explicitly states that it cannot be harmed by any normal attacks. Seeing the shimmering force field, the MC now understands why. This powerful boss has just been sitting here, while all of its underlings were sent out to fight, Without warning, the boss begins to cast a deadly curse, a spell that will kill anyone below level 10 in just 1 hour. The MC knows exactly what that horrifying curse means. Every single person in his group is below level 10. The kobolds that were charging them earlier were just a distraction, buying time for this spell. He tries to use his minions to attack the boss directly, but their attacks are completely useless against the powerful shield. Thinking strategically under pressure, he commands his minions to pile the kobold corpses all around the boss. He then detonates them all at once in a massive, fiery explosion. But when the smoke clears, the boss remains completely unharmed. Enraged, the boss sacrifices a portion of its own health to accelerate the spell. They now have only 52 minutes left. Sung Woo starts to feel a rising panic, as he now has even less time to locate and destroy the cores. Filled with frustration, Sung Woo decides to hunt for the cores, knowing that it's the only way to break this deadly curse. By using the memory fragments from his newly revived kobolds, he instantly learns the locations of the cores. Raiti, acting on his command, swiftly destroys the first of the 3 cores. He now has a mere 19 minutes left to find the other 2. He continues his frantic search, reviving fallen monsters and peering into their memories. He quickly discovers the precise location of the next core and begins racing towards the first floor of the mark. As he moves to the next floor, he finds a trail of dead kobolds. Sung Woo wonders if Jisoo could have killed all of them. He then receives a system notification that the second core has been destroyed and concludes that she must have also seen the notification about the terrifying instant death spell. He spots someone battling monsters just ahead of him, and assuming it's her, he yells for her to find Hanho and Kyungsoo. But to his utter shock, the person single-handedly slaying the kobolds turns out to be Hanho himself. He looks confidently at the MC while holding up a dead monster, and smugly tells him that he's late to the party. Sung Woo stares, wondering if he is somehow trapped in a dream. At that moment, Jisoo finally arrives and reports that she successfully managed to destroy one of the cores. However, the MC is far more interested in what on earth happened to Hanho to cause such a radical and sudden transformation. He now acts like a seasoned hero and tells them they have no more time left to waste. He urges them to go and find the final remaining core. They now have only 13 precious minutes left on the clock as they finally reach the last core. The remaining kobolds defend it with absolute desperation. The MC knows they cannot afford to waste time fighting these monsters, so he orders the group to focus solely on locating the core. It isn't long before Jisoo manages to find the final core. The timer has now ticked down to a terrifying 10 minutes. Sung Woo gives a boost to Raiti, who heroically leaps over the kobolds and shatters the final core. With the boss's force field now finally down, they have only 9 minutes remaining to defeat the boss. The MC is seething with rage at the boss and decides to teach it a lesson. When it finally finds it, Hanho reverts back to his normal, cowardly self and says that it should now be much easier for the MC to kill the boss, since he can now blow up corpses at will. The MC reminds him that he already used that powerful spell in front of the boss, so will almost certainly be expecting it. Hanho suddenly has the idea of simply blowing up the entire building, and this gives the MC an idea. He commands everyone to regroup and head directly for the boss room. As they are rapidly running out of precious time, they manage to reach the boss just in time, and a powerful fireball from one of Sung Woo's own kobold sorcerers successfully disrupts the deadly instant death spell. The MC glares at the boss with pure, unadulterated fury and asks if it has any other tricks left up its sleeve. Infuriated, the boss transforms into a terrifying fallen tree spirit. It lets out a deafening roar and begins its assault on the group. It smashes through his skeleton minions with absolute ease. The boss attempts a devastating strike against the group, but they manage to dodge at the very last second. Jisoo uses her flaming sword to incinerate one of its branches, though it regenerates almost instantaneously. The MC yells at her to get out of the way and orders his werewolf minion to hurl dead kobolds at the boss. He detonates the bodies as they get closer to the boss, severely injuring its face. Looking at the resulting smoke, the MC briefly thinks that it was enough to finally kill the boss, but it appears that the boss has once again regenerated. Suddenly, a fireball from another kobold sorcerer strikes the boss from behind. The group begins to bombard the boss with a volley of fire attacks, but even that is not enough as it continues to regenerate. Sung Woo commands them to continue their relentless assault on the boss. Suddenly, a critical notification pops up, informing them that the boss has now exhausted all of its mana and will now be sacrificing its own health to attack. A triumphant smile crosses the MC's face as he reveals that he has been using the powerful Devil's Bloodstone all this time to strategically drain its mana. However, even with its mana completely depleted, the desperate boss continues to attack them ferociously. The MC orders everyone to execute a tactical retreat. The boss attempts to pursue them, but collapses, having finally grown too weak. Before exiting the room, the MC glances back and reveals his master plan. He had been keeping the majority of his skeletons hidden on the first floor. As everyone reaches a safe distance, he detonates the massive pile of dead kobold bodies that his minions had stacked directly beneath the boss. With no mana left to regenerate its wounds, the boss is finally obliterated. For defeating the fallen tree spirit, the MC earns a staggering 12,140 gold and levels up to 10. The system also rewards him with a special roulette ticket, as he is the 69th person to achieve the milestone of level 10. His maximum minion count increases by 5, and he acquires a new skill, Death Response. This allows him to summon 10 zombies for 10 minutes, without affecting his permanent minion count. He realizes with a surge of power that he can now command up to 25 undead. In addition to all this, he now possesses the legendary token of the Dragon Knight. As he raises his new, powerful sword, he feels confident that he now has the power to defeat the Vampire Lord. The Dragon Knight's token is revealed to be the Masterless Sword, an artifact that increases his strength by a massive 6 points. Although he cannot yet open the Dragon Egg, because he is not a Dragon Tamer by class, he learns he can hatch it by simply keeping it for 5,000 days. He can also drastically reduce that time by killing powerful monsters using this very sword. The MC realizes with dismay that he will have to wait 13 years to use the Dragon Egg. Jisoo tells him that it must be the penalty for not possessing the correct class to wield the sword. Song-ho tells them that he can prove his worthiness to the sword by slaying monsters, meaning the more he hunts, the less time it will take for the legendary egg to finally hatch. However, the sword also grants him immense strength, so he is more than happy to keep it for now. Han-ho informs him that his phone is ringing. He has received an urgent message from Tae-sung, who is dispatched to Hegun Square to spy on the vampires. He reports that a huge crowd of people are there, but no vampires have made an appearance yet. The MC feels a sense of relief that his spy is still doing okay. While back at the safety of the factory, he had ordered him to blend in with the rest of the survivors and to maintain a close watch on the vampires. He also advised him to send a private message if anything significant happened. Tae-sung had enthusiastically accepted the dangerous job since he had already been spending time among the vampires. It appears that he still has not seen any vampires in the so-called safe zone. Just then, one of his loyal orc skeletons informs him that they have discovered 2 dead werewolves. The MC speculates that the tree spirit must have killed them. He resurrects them and adds them to his growing army. He now commands 5 werewolves, and his minion count is at a full 15. Now that he is fully armed and ready for war, the MC decides to march toward Hwaseong to eliminate the vampires. Meanwhile, the gathered survivors grow increasingly anxious, as those who invited them are still nowhere to be found. From a nearby building, the vampires watch with amusement as they wait for the perfect moment to begin slaughtering the survivors. The vampire master enters the room with a sinister grin and announces that it is time for them to get ready. One of the younger vampires eagerly asks him if they're finally going to feast on the unsuspecting survivors, but the vampire master simply smirks and informs him that they're going to kill the upstarts who attacked the factory. The other vampires are visibly confused, as they believe they were going to have their party first. The vampire master explains that the plan has suddenly changed because their target is now nearby. He wants the boy dead before he can disrupt their grand plans. The vampire master then clarifies that this new order comes directly from the vampire lord himself, so they should not hold anything back. Tae-sung spots the vampires mobilizing and heading out, and immediately alerts the MC through his phone. The vampire horde reaches the local elementary school. He remains shackled by the vampire's insidious curse, allowing them to track his every move. They scoff at his foolishness for letting his guard down so easily. As they press onward, their eyes fall upon the carcass of a dire wolf. Examining the savage claw marks, they deduce it was slain by one of his own werewolf minions. They then spot a grim blood trail and begin to follow its path. The vampire master scoffs in disbelief, wondering how their area manager could lose to a pathetic loser like this. They conclude the MC must be some kind of bumbling idiot, completely unaware that dripping blood attracts monsters. One of the vampires points out the blood trail leads directly to the auditorium. Upon confirming the location of their target, the vampire lord issues a chilling command for all vampires to kill him. With the utmost haste, they are aware he can control minions, but the master is still supremely confident that he can defeat him. He anticipates that his foe will have 5 werewolf skeletons in his legion. As the vampire master, serving directly under the vampire lord himself, he arrogantly believes he can easily handle 2 of them on his own. Considering their overwhelming numbers, he is certain of their victory. He leads the vampire swarm inside, finally spotting the MC with his minions. The vampires observe that he only has a handful of skeletons with him. This sight bolsters their confidence, and they begin their relentless pursuit. As the MC flees, he cunningly leads them all toward a dead end. He stops and declares that this will be their final, eternal resting place. A flicker of unease begins to spread through the vampires, as they sense that something is terribly wrong. He reveals he saw them counting his skeletons and taunts them for not knowing the full extent of his skills. Hearing this, one of the vampires attempts to mock him in return, sarcastically asking if he has a few more skeletons hidden nearby. A wicked grin spreads across Sung Woo's face. He informs them he doesn't command a mere pile of bones. He commands an entire army of them. With that, he summons the rest of his legion from the void and uses death response to call forth a wave of zombies. The vampires nearly lose their minds, staring in horror at the shambling zombies. Meanwhile, Sung Woo sits back and relaxes as his minions begin their grim work. Raiti commands the other skeletons, granting them a small but crucial power boost, and the zombies begin to tear relentlessly through the vampire ranks. The vampires feel as if they are suffocating under the weight of the debuffs. Sung Woo is teaching them a brutal lesson about what happens when you dare to fight an army of the undead. One desperate female vampire charges directly at the MC, but is immediately struck down by a kobold sorcerer's fireballs, and Raiti moves in to finish her off completely. The MC gains a swift 2,000 gold for this decisive kill, with the rest of the lesser vampires now vanquished. Only the formidable vampire master himself remains standing. However, his power is undeniable. He begins to tear through the skeletons and zombies with ease. 2 zombies manage to sink their teeth into him, but he effortlessly shakes one off as he leaps directly toward the MC. Attempting to end this, he sits patiently, a smirk playing on his lips. He tells the vampire that he should look more carefully before he attacks. Hearing this cryptic warning, the vampire master begins to panic, demanding to know what he means. Flashback to 2 hours earlier. As they all stood outside the foreboding school building, the MC had given very specific orders to one of his loyal minions. He had tried to explode his orc skeleton, but the skill had failed. He realized that the orc was a skeleton and not a true corpse, which is why the powerful skill did not work on it. He then used his death's response skill, summoning a horde of zombies, and wondered if these new minions would explode. Since they were, in essence, just a collection of corpses, the MC discovered that while his zombies are actively moving, they're considered to be summoned, loyal minions. But the moment they stop, they revert to being simple corpses. He detonates the remaining, immobile zombie, inflicting a massive amount of damage on the vampire master. He mocks the fiend as he collapses to the ground in agony, just as one of his werewolves bites the vampire's leg clean off. The dying vampire master desperately asks Sung Woo if he truly believes he could defeat their almighty boss. The MC ends the vampire master's life with his powerful nameless sword, earning a staggering 20,000 gold. He also shaves time off the eggs hatching, now down to 4,149 days. He resurrects all the fallen vampire corpses, and since he now commands a legion of more than 5 vampire skeletons, he unlocks a synergy bonus, a 5% bleed effect on all of their attacks, and a powerful berserk mode just before they die, which boosts their overall stats by an incredible 10%. Now confident in his formidable army, the MC feels ready for any challenge. Just then, he receives an urgent message from Jisoo, informing him that the vampires are finally on the move. The human guards had begun to act suspiciously, demanding everyone surrender their weapons to enter the safe zone. The MC correctly surmises that the vampire lord must have sensed the deaths of his own royal guards and is now in a frantic hurry to capture him. All of his former vampire guards had been working for him within the survivor camp itself. An old player spots werewolves gruesomely impaled on a nearby rooftop. The crowd murmurs, wondering who could have hung them up there, since that person must be incredibly powerful to have defeated them. It's nearly Jisoo and Hanho's turn for the weapon inspection. She glares at one of the guards, who tells the players they are confiscating their weapons for the supposed safety of the other players. He proudly claims that they have already slain 4 werewolves, so the survivors have no more need for their weapons. Jisoo feels a wave of disgust for these humans working with vampires. All they want is to make it much easier for the vampires to slaughter these innocent people. Just then, Taishong stealthily approaches, informing her that he has hidden her twin swords, just as they had planned, thanks to their friend Yang Shik, who is a skilled 2-star swordsman. Hanho asks if he also prepared the other items he had requested, and Taishong confirms that he has. After successfully passing the weapons check, they join the other players. Soon, the vampire lord himself appears with his minions, all wearing masks and clearly seething with rage about the MC. Hanho immediately identifies him as the dreaded vampire lord and correctly guesses they are wearing masks to conceal their fangs. The group has successfully hidden the swords in a safe location, and now all that remains is to wait for the MC's grand arrival. As the vampire lord begins his terrifying speech, his masked vampires move to completely encircle the massive crowd, addressing the trembling masses. The vampire lord proclaims that humanity's doom is absolutely inevitable due to its inherent weakness. The vampire lord rips down his mask as he informs everyone that they are all destined to be sacrificed to facilitate the glorious next stage of evolution. Sheer terror grips the survivors as the vampires begin their attack. They spot an opening and desperately try to escape, but it's blocked by crackling electric fences. They have all fallen into the vampire's trap and are now hopelessly cornered. The vampire lord smiles with sadistic glee as he watches the crowd desperately trying to escape. In the midst of the chaos, Jisoo tries to guide the survivors to safety. The vampire lord notices the gleaming swords in her hands and wonders how she possibly managed to get a weapon. At that exact moment, Kyungsoo crashes the school bus into the fence, completely destroying the deadly electric barrier and giving the players a desperate chance to escape. Jisoo and Hanho leap out, leading the survivors towards safety. Absolutely furious, the vampire lord turns his gaze toward the MC, who has just disembarked from the bus. He eyes the vampire lord with a smirk and mockingly addresses him as the Mosquito King. He glances at the other vampires and asks why they aren't having any fun. The vampire lord erupts in laughter, stating that he is right on time. He glares at him, baring his sharp, menacing fangs, and promises that they are about to have a great deal of fun. He then turns his attention to Madame Yang and remarks that their party has not gotten off to a very good start. She replies that they are simply missing their main course and orders the other vampires to encircle the fleeing survivors. The vampire lord questions if he truly intends to rescue the survivors, but he coolly reassures the lord that his own teammates can easily handle the vampire girl. The vampire lord chuckles upon hearing the word teammates and tells him that if the circumstances had been different, he might have even considered hiring him to work for him. Sungwoo coldly replies that he has no need for that, since he has loyal friends of his own. Suddenly, a werewolf skeleton leaps from the bus, aiming for the vampire king. He looks on with disappointment and asks if he really believed that pathetic creature could kill him. As the vampire lord moves to fight off the werewolf, he realizes too late that it's a trap loaded with goblin corpses. The MC detonates it, unleashing a massive, fiery explosion. All the surrounding vampires begin to grow concerned as they see their mighty boss knocked to the ground. They tell themselves that he won't be defeated so easily. They see the MC retreating back inside the bus and immediately chase after him. But all they find inside is a pile of monster bodies. Sungwoo escapes through a hole in the floor just as he detonates the bus, taking out a significant number of vampires. Meanwhile, Madame Yang is hunting down survivors with her human collaborators. The humans following her hear the massive explosion and wonder aloud if something has happened to the vampire lord. She reassures them that he is far too powerful to be killed by the MC. She commands them to focus on hunting the survivors instead. However, as she turns back around, She sees both of her human lackeys dead on the ground. She senses a lethal presence directly behind her, and narrowly manages to dodge a swift attack from Jisoo. She stares at the vampire girl, fire burning in her eyes, as she prepares to take her on in a one-on-one duel. Hanho and Taesong have successfully led the survivors to a safe location. Everything seems to be going according to plan for them, all thanks to Sung Woo's masterful strategy. Hanho keeps his daggers at the ready, just in case, but they are hoping they won't have any need to use them. Unfortunately for them, a lone vampire appears from behind. The vampire lord had stationed him here to guard the perimeter. The vampire mocks them for allowing themselves to get caught, and asks if they're going to help him to finally level up. Taesong recklessly rushes in to fight, thinking this particular vampire looks weaker than all the others. Hanho desperately tries to stop him, but to absolutely no avail. The vampire easily dodges Taesong's clumsy attacks and nearly bites his neck. But Hanho interrupts the attack just in the nick of time by throwing his daggers. The vampire leaps into the air, gracefully avoiding Tyson's punch, but Hanho unleashes a volley of more daggers, striking the vampire in the face and knocking him to the ground. Hanho can scarcely believe that he has just single-handedly defeated a vampire. However, he quickly realizes he hasn't received any gold from the system yet, which means the fight is probably not over. Furious, but miraculously still alive, the vampire rises and curses them for scarring his beautiful face. Meanwhile, the MC has successfully cleared out the lower-level vampires with the explosion. He knows the true, ultimate threat is still out there. The vampire lord suddenly leaps atop the ruined bus. This time, he has even sprouted wings. Bro just bought himself a premium skin. The MC realizes that it will not be so easy to kill him. He summons his undead minions from the shadowy void, as the vampire lord charges madly toward him. When a vampire lord lands in the midst of his orc skeletons, he smashes through their ranks with devastating ease, realizing they won't be able to hold him off for very long. Sung Woo calls forth a horde of zombies from the ground. The vampire lord is slightly surprised to see the zombies, but he doesn't seem to care very much, since he knows that they pose no real threat to him. As the vampire lord slays one of the zombies, the MC swiftly attempts to detonate the resulting corpse. But this time, the vampire is prepared for the trick. He uses his blood fly skill to create a thick mist of blood, shooting it out at an incredibly high pressure. Even though the skill itself is not particularly strong, it is more than enough to prevent him from detonating the corpses. Switching his tactics, the MC sends his ferocious werewolves forward, activating their powerful Cerberus synergy, which greatly boosts their strength against a single, powerful enemy. However, the vampire lord easily slices through 3 of the werewolves in a single strike. The MC realizes he cannot possibly beat this vampire in close quarters combat, and immediately orders his minions to attack him with a volley of spears. As the vampire lord effortlessly dodges the rain of spears, he arrogantly claims that this is the absolute limit of humans who remain unevolved. Sung Woo asks if he truly calls monsters like himself evolved. The vampire lord proudly informs him that it is a vast and glorious improvement over humanity. He believes that the strong are destined to rule over the weak. That is simply how things have always worked throughout all of human history. Modern society had wanted to treat him like a disgusting outcast, simply because he was a serial killer. However, he finally got his chance to shine when the apocalypse began. The vampire lord truly believes that he is one of the chosen ones. Like so many other humans, he thinks that someone has chosen him to lead the entire world to its next grand stage of evolution. Sung Woo grabs his head in disbelief, as he realizes the vampire's grand plan is just some delusional crap show. He asks him if he honestly still believes in all of that, telling him that nobody has taken that nonsense seriously for at least the last 100 years. The vampire lord continues his rant about being the new form of evolution, until he hears Madame Yang screaming for his help. She cannot believe that she is losing to a mere human, since she truly believes that she is superior to her opponent. Throughout their entire frantic battle, she has not managed to land a single successful hit on Jisoo. She tells her that the reason she hasn't hit her even once yet is because she has clearly done absolutely no training. All this time, she has possessed impressive raw strength, but all of her attacks are predictable and have no real coordination. This is because she spent all of her time lazing around the vampire lord and taking the easy experience points. Jisoo lands a powerful double slash attack on Madame Yang, taking her down and finishing her off for good. She sarcastically thanks her for restoring her self-confidence. Meanwhile, things are not going so well for Hanho and Taesong. The vampire offers them a chance to join his side, explaining that in this new, unfair world, they would have much better odds of survival as vampires, under the vampire lord's mighty protection. He explains that they were once ordinary students, just like them. They had no other viable option to survive in this world, crawling with horrifying monsters. So, they decided to team up with someone powerful and live off of it. He asked them once more if they would like to join him. Hanho agrees with him, telling him that he is right, which makes Taesong believe that he is about to betray them and join the vampire. However, he then states that the side he has chosen is far stronger than his. Suddenly, a lone rider on a motorbike appears behind the vampire, catching his attention for just a brief, fatal moment. Seizing this golden opportunity, Hanho throws another dagger. The vampire dodges, and the dagger strikes the rider directly in the chest. Fortunately for him, he is completely unharmed because he has a minion sitting in front of him. It turns out this was all a part of Hanho's clever plan, and his real target was actually the goblin. He transforms into his incredible Giga Chad form and stands confidently before the terrified vampire. The vampire begins to tremble as he sees him in this powerful form. He tries to strike him with his full force, but it has absolutely no effect on him. The vampire feels as if he is punching a solid metallic wall. Hanho towers over him and hits him with a flurry of rapid stabs, using his newly acquired high-speed /skill. Taesong and Kyung-soo also leap into the fight, attacking the overwhelmed vampire together. The vampire desperately tries to strike Taesong, but Hanho blocks the attack with his own invincible body. He informs the vampire that he has been boosting his agility. All this time, specifically to evade his enemies, so he now has no chance to run away. He acts as a living punching bag for the vampire, while the other two try their best to finish him off. The vampire senses that their individual attacks aren't strong enough, but when combined, they can actually knock him out. Furthermore, they also have a fast-moving tank to protect them. While striking the vampire with his dagger, Hanho realizes that he is starting to lose his power. The vampire also figures out that his skill must have a time limit. Right at that moment, a goblin gets thrown directly at Hanho, which he slays with his knife, instantly reactivating his powerful skill. One of the other guys has been assigned to throw goblins at it. From a safe distance, Hanho taunts the vampire, telling him that he can continue powering up as many times as he desires, since they have a plentiful supply of goblins on standby. He reminds him of how he had said that living with the strongest was the only way to survive. He tells him that he was completely and utterly wrong. True survival is forged through friendships with people you can trust. Incredibly, our bro is about to vanquish a vampire with the power of friendship. He strikes a weird pose and declares that they survive with love and peace. The vampire trembles with fear and claims that he is only losing because they are ganging up on him. He's not wrong, though. Meanwhile, the vampire lord grows ever more furious at his elite vampire's failure, as he helplessly watches them die one by one. Sung-woo informs the vampire lord that it is his turn next, and that he has already discovered all of his weaknesses. First, the vampire lord is incapable of using weapons. Initially, he thought they had no need for weapons since they possessed sharp claws. But after controlling some vampires as his own minions, he learned that this was actually a penalty for their specific class. Considering the power of certain weapons, this is a massive disadvantage for them. Second, he has extremely low defense, but high regeneration. His movements are also large and highly inefficient. Third, he possesses no mana whatsoever. This means he has to rely on blood to fuel his abilities. The MC then reveals he's been using the Devil's Bloodstone, which has been draining his health with every single hit. His final, and perhaps greatest weakness, was that he talked far too much. The MC tells him that if he were in his position, he wouldn't waste time talking to his enemies and would go straight for the Necromancer. Enraged, the vampire lord activates a blood field and charges directly at it. But Raiti steps in and deflects his attack using a powerful parry skill. Raiti then hurls a bottle of slime liquid directly into the vampire lord's face. The potent acid begins to melt his skin and blur his vision. Now low on blood and far too weak to regenerate his wounds, he is finally rendered vulnerable. The MC commands his minions to finish off the weakened vampire lord. Although he still remains a threat, he is now visibly and severely weakened. Smelling the scent of blood, he heads towards the werewolves hung like trophies on a nearby building. He manages to reach the rooftop only to be ambushed by a werewolf minion who stabs him from above. Sungwoo mocks him, revealing he had been sourcing his powerful werewolf minions from that very building. Severely wounded, the vampire lord crashes heavily to the ground. The MC decides to end this fight as dramatically as possible, so his minions toss the defeated vampire lord into a room filled with monster corpses. He then detonates the entire building, finally killing the dreaded vampire lord. He earns 10,000 gold for slaying a special player, along with an additional 30,000 gold and AC rank item ticket for completing the No Country for Wicked Men quest. His destiny is now altered, granting him a new exclusive skill. When his group arrives, they all celebrate their hard-won victory together. He looks back at his friends and smiles, thinking that the world may indeed be coming to an end, but that he is going to stick with them. The following morning, everyone is singing his praises. Some of them had even been rescued by Sung Woo's group before. Hanho tells him that a lot of people have started to recognize them now. Their celebration is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of an entire regiment of soldiers, led by Sergeant Kim. He explains that he witnessed the epic battle from a great distance and was curious to know what had happened. Sung Woo greets him with a friendly smile and says that he is relieved to see him doing well. He asks him why he has come here. The sergeant tells him that they had been monitoring a group of people who claimed they were creating safe zones for all the survivors. However, they never imagined the situation would turn so chaotic. The MC looks at them and feels relieved that they did not try to do anything about the vampires, since they don't look particularly strong to him. Kim reveals to him that someone important wishes to meet him. The MC is confused and asks him who it could be. Kim smiles and tells him that the Korean army is still alive and well. Meanwhile, an army officer stares out a window, 4 stars adorning his hat. At night, the MC stands in an office, looking at his player profile. He is now currently at level 10 and possesses about 300,000 gold. He received nearly half of this gold from his most recent battle. He realizes that simply running around and hunting monsters is nowhere near as efficient as completing high-stakes quests. His skill has also been upgraded, and he can now craft bone armor in addition to creating bone weapons. As he creates the new armor, it immediately begins to wrap around his skin. It fits him perfectly, leaving very little room for enemy attacks. Furthermore, he can move quite well while wearing the armor. He decides to equip all of his minions with this new armor to make them much more durable in combat. The quest also granted him a powerful new item. It is a heroic rank repeating crossbow that allows him to fire arrows without ever needing to reload. This is the perfect weapon for a player like him, since he mostly stays back behind the front lines. With these significant new upgrades, he feels much stronger and thinks that he can now beat anyone. He suddenly feels an intense fire burning just behind him. He looks back to see his childhood home burning to the ground, and his parents desperately calling to him for help. They beg him for his help, since he is so strong now. Sung Woo tries to summon his powerful minions, but realizes in horror that he is just a helpless child again. He watches helplessly as his parents suffer in the roaring fire. This paralyzing fear makes him turn and run away. All of this was a painful memory from his past. He thinks to himself that he is still that same weak, helpless kid. The vivid nightmare jolts him awake from his sleep. Hanho is watching him wake up and informs him that he has been sleeping for the entire day. He gestures toward the door and tells him that Sergeant Kim has returned with those soldiers. The previous day, when they asked him to accompany them to their base, he had sent them away, telling them that if someone wished to meet him, they could come to him directly. He didn't want to meet them back then, since he was so exhausted. He gets up and tells Hanho to make the people wait outside for a bit. In his mind, he is still replaying that terrifying dream. He must become stronger, so that he never has to leave anyone behind ever again. As Hanho tries to keep the soldiers waiting outside, the lieutenant rudely pushes him aside and barges in. He introduces himself as Lieutenant Major Tae-young Park and asks the MC if he is, in fact, the Necromancer. Sergeant Kim is also present with the lieutenant. The major sits down, stating he doesn't want to waste any time, so he will get directly down to business. He explains that they were monitoring a suspicious group in Hwaseong and asks him if he was the one who took care of them. He demands to know exactly what he did and if he would be willing to join them on their future missions. The MC tells him that he can certainly explain how he defeated the man, but he fails to understand how he will be helping them on their missions. Lieutenant Tae-young points a finger at him and bluntly states that he wants him to join the army. This statement greatly annoys the MC, as this is the last thing he wants. He asks him why on earth he should join the army. The guy continues his monologue, about how the army and the government can help restore order. With his help, they basically want him to do all the work, since they are completely useless in this new apocalypse. He mentions a player known as the prosecutor of Yangdongpo, and says that he is attempting to create some renegade group. That man had helped save citizens and created the very first guild in Korea. He was also the one responsible for establishing the safety zones. The MC thinks he sounds like quite the capable man, especially since he also defeated a boss monster in his own area. Lieutenant Taeyong holds a very different opinion of that man, since he openly rejects the government and refuses to align himself with the army. The MC coldly informs him that he disagrees with his assessment. He states that they have no right whatsoever to declare anyone as being a part of a renegade group. The army and the government utterly failed to protect the people. In this dire time of crisis, everyone was forced to adapt to the new situation and survive on their own. He tells the army officer that he would much rather be a mercenary than ever join the army. The lieutenant furiously grabs him by the collar, but the MC contemptuously smacks his hand away and gets up to leave. The lieutenant warns him that he will regret not joining them. With his loyal companion Raiti standing sentinel, Sungwoo cast a look back, coldly stating his preference for solitude. The irony, of course, was that this loner commanded a literal legion. A sense of security washed over the players, bolstered by the military's presence. But a bitter taste filled Hanho's mouth. He believed they were the true saviors of this desperate situation, not these uniformed soldiers. Jisoo calmly pointed out the harsh reality of the matter. In times of chaos, people crave an authority to cling to. Even Hanho had to admit their presence brought a sliver of comfort, as their combat training far surpassed that of any regular citizen. Her sharp eyes scanned the soldiers, detecting a subtle undercurrent of anxiety. A seed of suspicion was planted in her mind. These men were trained for composure, yet their nerves were clearly frayed. Hanho boldly approached a small group of troopers, inquiring if they served under the command of Sergeant Kim. He mentioned his prior encounter with a man and his meeting with another soldier by the name of Kwan. He then requested a chance to speak with him again. One of the troopers curtly replied, claiming ignorance of the whereabouts of soldiers in other units, stating their assignments were separate. His companion added that such details were classified information, and thus they were forbidden from disclosing anything further. Jisoo overheard the exchange. Her suspicion deepened. A simple inquiry about a low-ranking private was being stonewalled. They shared a knowing glance. Something was fundamentally wrong with these soldiers. At that moment, Sungwoo emerged from the makeshift office, having flatly rejected the army lieutenant's arrogant proposition. He had wished to forge an alliance with the military, but the lieutenant's grating demeanor had shattered that possibility. As he strode away, Sergeant Kim intercepted him, his expression apologetic. The sergeant offered his sincere regrets, admitting it was his request that led to the disastrous meet. Our protagonist, ever perceptive, knew he was merely a pawn following orders, and therefore held no animosity toward the man. He coolly asked if the lieutenant had sent him to persuade him otherwise. Kim's nervous laughter was all the answer he needed. With a heavy sigh, Sungwoo remarked on the army's apparent desperation. The sergeant confessed that their need was indeed dire, but conceded that the battalion commander's approach was completely out of line. He then leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He spoke of wanting to reveal something of the highest secrecy. As they navigated the shadowy depths of the underground parking garage, the MC's mind raced, pondering what this monumental secret could possibly be. The sergeant abruptly raised a hand, signaling for a halt. Up ahead, a patrol of soldiers loitered, their presence a deadly obstacle. He warned that discovery meant certain execution for them both. Yet, the soldiers ahead appeared utterly broken and demoralized. He gambled that they could slip past them unnoticed. This only fueled the MC's curiosity about the clandestine information. What secret could be worth risking his very life to reveal? The pair descended a flight of stairs, slipping into a hidden chamber. There, the sergeant unveiled an ethereal, glowing crystal nestled within a case. He explained its name, the legendary Prophecy Stone. Countless others like it were said to be scattered across the new world. Any who made contact with the artifact would be granted a glimpse into the future. For a player to find such a stone, it would grant them an insurmountable advantage over all their rivals. Sungwoo reached out, and as his fingers met the stone, a vision violently seized his mind. His consciousness was untethered, floating in an endless void, a sensation akin to being trapped within a lucid nightmare. In an instant, a colossal skeletal wyvern soared past his spectral form. Gazing down, he beheld a horrific landscape of endless corpses. The entire city, it seemed, had been twisted into an army of undead thralls. As his gaze swept across the sea of skeletons, he saw his own future self and Jisoo standing as commanders among them. Hanho, in typical fashion, was relegated to the ranks of the lesser, unimportant minions. Our hero knew with chilling certainty the architect of this apocalypse, the Lich King. He stood enthroned atop his legion of the damned. As Sungwoo watched this horrifying monarch, the Lich King's gaze suddenly met his, incinerating him into nothingness. The MC was violently thrown back into his physical body, a system window informing him this catastrophic future would unfold. On January 1st, he began to tremble, clutching his own arm in terror. The sergeant explained that his own vision had shown an army of skeletons, a sight that immediately brought Sungwoo to his mind. An exclusive quest now appeared before Sungwoo. His mission, to seize the legendary scythe of the Grim Reaper. He would first have to attain level 15. Only then would the location of the scythe be revealed to him. And should he fail to complete this quest before January, he would be utterly consumed by the Lich King's power, thus cementing that horrific vision into reality. He buried his face in his hands, realizing the sergeant had unwittingly burdened him with another world-altering quest. The clock was ticking, a mere 2 months to reach level 15 and claim the side. While he had looked undeniably formidable in the vision, it was a dark future he desperately wanted to avoid. He questioned the sergeant about the local area's field boss monster. Until now, he'd avoided such high-risk encounters as they were too perilous. But now, there was no more time for caution or hesitation. Furthermore, these powerful foes were the fastest path to leveling up. Sergeant Kim affirmed that he knew of such a boss monster, a beast that served as the primary thorn in the arrogant lieutenant's side. The lieutenant's grand ambition was to cleanse the area of all monsters and to reestablish a semblance of order and stability. However, such a feat was impossible without powerhouse players like him. Understanding the stakes, the MC agreed to help vanquish the boss monster, but he made it clear his services would not be offered for free. He demanded to be compensated handsomely for his efforts. The soldiers relayed the message back to their furious commander, informing him that the MC demanded a staggering 100,000 gold for his cooperation. This news sent the lieutenant into a rage, questioning how he dared make such a claim. One of the soldiers, however, bravely stated that their forces possessed no one near his level of power. He recounted witnessing him single-handedly battling vampires with shocking efficiency. The commander paused, contemplating his options. He then asked if their own ace, Sergeant Kong, could possibly defeat him. The soldier admitted that while Sergeant Kong was formidable, the MC commanded an entire legion of his own. The commander was loath to capitulate to these audacious demands, but the soldier pressed on, explaining that no matter their strategy, they couldn't win against him, as his power rivaled that of an entire battalion. As the lieutenant stewed in his own indignation, Sergeant Kim arrived to offer his counsel. He argued that hiring the MC would be an investment that paid for itself. He assured his commander that the player was a man of his word. The army's forces could bring in roughly 60,000 gold per day. Their payment to the MC would equate to less than 2 days' worth of earnings. The commander knew the price was exorbitant, but his hands were tied. He had no other recourse. They desperately needed to secure their strategic objectives. One of these vital points was the old 0-1 fighter wing, where a terrifying beast had seized control of the airstrip. This occupation effectively grounded the army's entire air force. They had already dispatched dozens of their best soldiers, yet not a single one of them could even scratch the monstrous entity. If they could finally eliminate this monstrous threat, they would regain the crucial advantage of aerial travel. Weighing all these factors with a heavy heart, the commander finally relented, agreeing to the MC's steep price. However, he silently vowed that one day he would make him pay, as one of the soldiers handed over the hefty sum of gold. He urged him to commence the critical mission as soon as possible. Sungwoo explained he was bound to the area for 5 days due to an event. He casually asked the soldier if vanquishing the monster within that 5-day window would suffice. The soldier countered that they required time to repair the airport and fully assess the damages, so the mission must be done in 3 days. He then introduced him to Sergeant First Class Kong, a notable figure. This man was the sole survivor of the ill-fated team sent to slay the beast. The sergeant IDMC, stating he would serve as his assistant, despite the fact that his own military rank was superior. He then condescendingly asked for his level, expecting it to be beneath his. However, Sung-woo coolly and confidently revealed he was already level 10. This revelation left the sergeant utterly stunned. He demanded to know if he had resorted to some form of illicit exploit. Hong boasted that he had been relentlessly hunting orcs without rest, yet his own level had not ascended to such heights. The MC icily retorted that he simply needed to hunt more powerful monsters. The sergeant's face flushed with palpable anger. He warned him that the beast lurking within the airport was on an entirely different plane of existence. The MC gave a curt thanks for the valuable advice and told him to focus on raising his own level in the next 3 days. Meanwhile, the survivors gathered, seeking him out, trusting only in his protection. Kyung-soo looked upon the growing crowd, and the immense weight of responsibility settled upon his shoulders. He wrestled with the question of what to do with all these people. He had passed on Sung-woo's orders to Hanho's father about the safe zone, to only deploy it in dire emergencies, as it consumed precious gold. The mother then inquired about their next course of action. He laid out the plan, declaring their intention to forge a new town with the remaining survivors. Every single person who survived this far must possess some unique skill or ability that could be utilized. Those adept at mundane tasks would become their builders and artisans. Those with a talent for combat would serve as their mighty hunters. Their ultimate objective, to amass gold and expand their military might. Hanho's parents erupted in applause, inspired by his grand vision. He quickly deflected the praise, admitting it was not his own idea. He confessed he was simply relaying the instructions of the MC. He felt unworthy of their admiration, a profound sense of failure washing over him, believing he had failed the very people who placed their faith in him. Sensing his despair, Hanho's father offered some much-needed words of wisdom. He assured him that he had given his all to lead the people, an act that in itself requires an incredible reserve of courage. In another part of the city, the MC and his party stood amidst flames and a mountain of monster carcasses. Hanho surveyed the carnage, remarking that it looked like a massacre. The MC affirmed his observation was not incorrect. Their power had grown to a terrifying new level. Any monsters foolish enough to attack them were instantly obliterated. Those who attempted to summon reinforcements were met by his undead legion. Any that dared to swarm in a large group were annihilated by his corpse explosions. And if, by some miracle, any stragglers remained, he would finish them personally with his deadly crossbow. As the formidable party ventured deeper into the building, they happened upon a peculiar marker, a sign emblazoned with the symbol of a hammer. The MC, intrigued, decided to investigate the room beyond the door. Inside, he discovered a workshop with various crafting tools and received a notification. It informed him of the astonishing ability to combine 3 of his items. However, this powerful combination would cost a staggering 100,000 gold. The MC's mind reeled in disbelief. He realized with a jolt that he could fuse his legendary grade items. He could only imagine the immense power of the resulting artifact. The MC possessed the legendary tier of the Sea Spirit, an item he had purchased from the secret store. He also held the Devil's Bloodstone, a drop he acquired after slaying the mighty orc chief. And finally, he had the slime core obtained from the slime boss. A new strategy formed in his mind. He would now have to actively seek out items that could be combined. Hanho voiced a word of caution, reminding him the result would be entirely random. He prayed that the new item would be something he could actually wield. Sung-woo smugly replied that his luck was impeccable, so a negative outcome was highly improbable. The system alerted him that the fusion process would indeed cost an immense 100,000 gold. It also warned of a 2% chance that he could lose all his materials. Undeterred, he initiated the combination process without a second thought. The items fused in a brilliant flash of light, granting the MC a new treasure. This incredible new item was called the Chaos Crystal. It bestowed upon the player the coveted Chaos attribute, which massively increased their mana pool and its regeneration rate, while also granting the vampiric ability to drain both health and mana. Sung-woo contemplated this new power. He wondered how this chaos attribute differed from the devil's attribute, which had been his defining power until now. He had been hoping for an item that surpassed the legendary rank, but this was still a monumental upgrade. Before, he was forced to deplete all of an enemy's mana before he could finally begin to absorb their life force. But with this new power, he could drain both simultaneously. Both of his loyal companions congratulated him on his incredible new acquisition. Jisoo then stepped forward, approaching the mystical crafting machine. She, too, received a notification that she could combine 2 of her items. This process would require a payment of 15,000 gold. After the items were fused, she was bestowed a new blade with an incredible on-off ignition function. The sword now inflicted a burning effect whenever it struck a foe. She looked down at her new weapon, a satisfied smile on her face. Manhwa watched his 2 friends, then slammed the crafting table in a fit of rage. He loudly demanded to know about his own potential combination. However, to his dismay, no notification appeared for him. A wave of pity washed over Sungwoo for his friend. He promised that he would buy him something from the secret store. Upon reaching the old, abandoned car complex, they discovered that the secret store had been completely annihilated. Manhwa fell to his knees, crying out, demanding to know who did this. The MC's keen eyes inspected the shattered screen. He declared that this was clearly not the work of a mindless monster. A chilling message had been engraved deeply into the nearby wall. It served as a warning, heralding a new species that would replace humanity. The writing itself resembled grotesque claw marks. It was far too precise to have been made by a simple beast. The MC deduced this was the work of an intelligent and cunning being, one that possessed the cognitive ability to comprehend human language. For now, the group resolved to make their retreat. As they stepped back into the open, they encountered Sergeant Kim yet again. They questioned him, asking what he was doing in this area. He explained that he and his fellow soldiers had received a ground quest, and so they were out here on a hunting expedition. He elaborated that it functioned much like a daily quest, where they were tasked with hunting a specific quota of monsters. At the end of each day, if they managed to complete their quest, their commander would be the one to reap the rewards. The MC asked if the soldiers themselves received any kind of reward. Sergeant Kim revealed a grim truth about their attack: power and strength, which would increase by 10% upon quest completion. However, no matter how many hordes of goblins they slaughtered, more of them would endlessly appear as if from nowhere. It was as if the creatures were infinitely respawned. The sergeant prayed that this was not truly the case. If it were, then all of their fallen comrades' sacrifices would be for naught. Jisoo then inquired if any of his soldiers had attempted to desert. Surely, they must be desperate to return to their families. He confessed that many soldiers had fled in the beginning, but that number had dwindled over time, once they realized that they could not possibly survive alone. Furthermore, desertion was a crime not taken lightly in the army. Presently, the army was simply sending them on these suicide quests each day, with no discernible strategy or long-term plan in place. It was as if they were merely trying to stall for time. All of their hard-earned gold was systematically stripped away, leaving them unable to even access the vital online forum. The MC came to a stark realization. The army had failed to adequately adapt to this new, harsh reality. This fundamental failure was why independent guilds, like the one led by the prosecutor of Yongdongpa, had a much greater chance of thriving. The MC decided it was time to press onward, and offered the sergeant sanctuary for his injured soldiers in their own town. At that very moment, the players in their town were being besieged by a horde of colossal. They're like monsters. The defense team valiantly tried to hold them back, but the creatures were simply overwhelming in their strength. They tore through the defensive line with terrifying ease. The terrified players abandoned their posts, fleeing for their very lives. Kyungsoo desperately tried to rally them back to their positions, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Before he could react, one of the hulking bear monsters loomed directly over him. His mind raced, wondering why this catastrophe had to strike while the MC was away. A sudden surge of motivation coursed through him as he charged at the bear. Spear in hand, he managed to slash one of them across the eyes, causing the beast to go completely blind. This small victory filled him with newfound confidence. He began to believe that he could buy them more precious time. However, his hopes were dashed, as he was immediately mauled by another bear that had snuck up on him. As the bear was about to deliver the final blow, he cried out the MC's name, a desperate plea for help. In a flash, Raiti leaped in, severing both of the bear's arms. As the monster roared in agony, Jisoo plunged her flaming sword deep into its face. Manhwa joined the fray as well, finishing off the final remaining bear. At last, the MC arrived with his legion of undead minions. He was pleased that such powerful monsters had appeared. He had been looking for some new, formidable minions. The nearby soldiers were completely astounded as they witnessed his incredible power with their own eyes. He then received a powerful new synergy bonus, Wild Tyrant, for commanding more than 4 bears in his undead army. This incredible bonus reduced all enemy defenses by a full 10%, while simultaneously bolstering his allies' defenses by 10%. Sergeant Kim observed his party, realizing that it wasn't just him, but that his entire group was composed of formidable warriors. All of them utilized their unique powers with terrifying efficiency. He clenched the handle of his axe, a bitter thought crossing his mind that it was simply not fair. He believed with all his heart that his own fallen soldiers and their replacements could have fought with such prowess if they hadn't been recklessly thrown into battle without any proper strategy. He felt they did not deserve such a cruel fate and began to question if he had truly done the right thing by blindly obeying the orders of his superiors. The MC then turned to Sergeant Kim, instructing him to inform the commander that he was prepared for the boss. He would retake the airstrip the very next morning. The survivors of the brutal Werbear assault began to receive healing. Manhwa and Jisoo heaped praise upon Kyungsu for holding off the beast alone. Sungwoo also commended him, stating that he had performed admirably, as any warrior would have struggled to hold them back single-handedly. At that moment, Sergeant Kong arrived, openly mocking the town's dilapidated state. The MC was disgusted by his callous reaction to the deaths of so many people. So many had died. He explained that they had been ambushed by Werbears the previous night, to which SGT Kong smugly replied he was well aware Werbears were tough adversaries, boasting that he had defeated one himself. SGT Kim had previously informed Sungwoo that SGT Kong possessed a high-ranking combat class, a 3-star striker who battled with martial arts instead of conventional weapons. However, he was uncertain about the particular combo card he had selected during the second awakening phase. Sergeant Kim asked Kong if he was prepared for the impending boss fight, as the MC had completed all necessary preparations for the battle. Kang's face contorted in rage, accusing him of acting like the MC's personal messenger. He viciously stomped on his foot and snarled that Sungwoo could deliver his own messages personally. He then questioned if he was diligently killing monsters as he was ordered. When Kim confirmed that he was, he then demanded why he was constantly complaining about his comrades dying on the job. As he began to walk away, he sneered that he wasn't bringing in nearly as much gold as he used to, and then he revealed that the commander was tracking their locations in real time. The MC overheard this chilling confession and realized the army's method of extorting gold from its soldiers was tantamount to modern-day slavery. Sergeant Kim had finally had enough of Kang's abuse. He erupted at him, furiously accusing Kong of being responsible for the deaths of many comrades, all because of his selfish desire to level up. Kong violently strangled him, demanding to know if he'd forgotten his place. He snarled that all the privates needed to do was keep their mouths shut and to continue bringing in a steady supply of gold. He was the one who fought the truly powerful monsters, after all. He then claimed that the troops had died due to Kim's own incompetence. Kong cruelly mocked him for selecting the blacksmith class, saying that he was simply a coward who wanted to hide behind others. But in reality, Kim had chosen to become a battlesmith because he wanted to do everything in his power to keep his troops alive. Sungwoo was clearly fed up with this pointless infight. He grabbed Kong firmly by the arm, telling him that he had no time for this petty drama. Kong contemptuously shrugged him off, saying that while he desperately wanted to teach Kim a lesson, they needed to move on with the mission. He then offered a disingenuous apology for having to witness the scene. Kim explained that Sergeant Kong felt deeply threatened by the MC, and that was the reason he was taking out his frustrations on it. Sergeant Kim and his team then departed to make their own preparations for the upcoming boss battle. Sungwoo felt a pang of sympathy for him, but knew that he could not interfere in his affairs. The MC and the soldiers soon arrived at the derelict airstrip, which was in a truly terrible state of disrepair. Kong boasted that he had skirmished with the boss just the day before, and confirmed that it was indeed quite powerful. The MC shot him an annoyed look, his patience wearing thin. Kong had yet to share a single piece of useful intelligence with him. He knew Kong didn't want the raid to fail, but his envy was so great that he refused to divulge any information. However, Sergeant Kim had already briefed him extensively about the boss, so he wasn't particularly concerned. And then, the boss monster finally made its grand appearance. It was a gargantuan troll that was even larger than a passenger aircraft. The MC was taken aback by the sheer scale of the monster. It was far larger than he had ever anticipated. He would have to scrap his plan to overpower it with his word bearers, as it would be completely ineffective. The boss spotted them and began to lumber menacingly towards them. Sergeant Kong, ever the antagonist, mockingly told him that it wasn't too late to forfeit his 100,000 gold payment and flee. The MC simply raised a hand, assuring him he was perfectly fine. It wasn't as if he had only devised a single plan. Sung Woo activated his death response skill, sending his zombies swarming to latch onto the troll's massive legs. But the troll effortlessly smashed them to bits with a single ground-shaking stomp. He then detonated a zombie, hoping to blast the massive troll. But to his shock, the troll's wounds healed almost instantaneously. The MC quickly realized that its defense was truly incredible. It should have been significantly weakened by his curse, but the debuff seemed to have no effect on the boss whatsoever. This boss didn't seem to have any unique or special abilities, unlike the slime monster or the vampires he had faced before, but its physical strength was on an entirely different level. Kong started to run his mouth again, saying they couldn't even escape now, as they would surely lose a great number of soldiers in the retreat. But the MC had no intention of leaving without first defeating the boss, so he stood his ground, preparing himself for the ensuing battle. Even though Hanho was quite literally scared out of his wits, he stood resolute with Jisoo and his friend, ready to face the boss. Meanwhile, the company commander informed Lieutenant Kong that the infamous prosecutor of Yongdong was rapidly gaining influence by uniting various survivor groups. The commander wanted to update the general public on the army's status through a forum post, but the lieutenant immediately shut him down, stating that the army could not trust an unverified communications network. He declared that information was their very lifeblood, and as soon as they revealed their position to the public, they still had no idea who was the true creator of this deadly game. Hearing this, the commander was unsure if this was the best strategy. They may not know everything about the mysterious system, but its impact on this new world was too great to be ignored. It was the only thing that allowed them to communicate with their scattered troops. The lieutenant then asked if all the troops had been properly informed. He was secretly plotting to assassinate Sung Woo after the troll boss was slain, as he refused to leave any potential threats alive, especially those who did not cooperate with the army. He had already dispatched Sergeant First Class Kong to oversee his sinister plan, and then to steal all of Sung Woo's valuable possessions. The lieutenant was still concerned about the MC's companions, especially Jisoo, and asked if they posed any significant threat to them. The commander dismissively said that she was just a girl, so she couldn't possibly be that powerful, and he declared that the other friend was practically useless. He dared to call him useless after what had transpired in the last chapter. The lieutenant ordered him to proceed to the airstrip and to ensure that the plan was executed smoothly. He didn't want to kill them immediately, as he wanted them to first give up all of their hard-earned gold. The commander realized with a sinking feeling that this felt more like a robbery than a legitimate military mission. The lieutenant seemed far more concerned with stealing gold than eliminating a potential threat to his authority. Back on the chaotic battlefield, Hanho tanked all of the troll's devastating attacks with his invincibility skill, barely even feeling the immense impact of the blows. As the troll began to tire, Jisoo stabbed it from behind, leaving her sword embedded in its flesh, an invincible rope attached to it. Hanho then began to circle the troll with the other end of the rope, much to Kang's utter astonishment. He had wrongly assumed that the MC's friends were simply leeching off him. After witnessing them in action, he began to wonder if Sung Woo had become famous by taking all the credit for their achievements. Hanho's invincibility was about to expire, but Sergeant Kim had a fresh supply of goblins ready to recharge it. Hanho expertly threw a knife, taking out several goblins, which immediately reactivated his protective force field. Sergeant Kong watched in disbelief as he killed goblins, while simultaneously fighting the powerful boss. But he soon deduced that his unique skill required him to kill monsters in order to remain in effect. He then turned his attention to Jisoo, thinking she wasn't trained for human combat. He arrogantly believed that he could still easily take her out, as fighting humans and monsters were two completely different things. However, he had not expected to find himself in such a difficult situation. He began to wonder if he should just assassinate the MC right now. As Sungwoo stared down the gargantuan monster, he had a flashback to their earlier planning session. Hanho and Jisoo had suggested tying down the monster's feet with a rope. He had thought the plan was far too dangerous, and argued that it was better for his minions to perform this task. Jisoo had countered that if his minions were killed, their entire plan would completely fall apart. Furthermore, the two of them were much faster than his minions, and so they had a much better chance of successfully tying it up. The MC was still highly skeptical about the plan's safety, and told them that he needed more time to think it over. Jisoo had then told him that he was not their babysitter, so he didn't need to worry about them so much. They were partners, and he needed to start trusting them. Back in the heart of the boss fight, the MC watched as his two loyal companions successfully tied down the boss monster, causing it to collapse to the ground. He told them that he was truly impressed by their growth, and now it was finally his turn. He activated his great spirit skill, summoning all of his minions. The story continues. A chill of pure dread seized Sergeant Kong upon witnessing the spectacle. He wondered if this was the true, horrifying power of a necromancer. One of his undead vassals presented him with the Dragon Knight's masterless sword, and with the colossal beast already ensnared and helpless, he charged forth. The entire legion began their relentless, non-stop assault. In a desperate gambit, the boss managed to devour an orc skeleton as it attempted to strike him. But our protagonist immediately detonated the skeleton's sack, which was full of corpses. This triggered a cataclysmic explosion from within the boss's own mouth. He then vaulted forward, striking the beast's head with the masterless sword, delivering the final, decisive blow. For vanquishing the boss, he was rewarded with 220,000 gold and ascended to level 11. This massively boosted all his stats by 2 points and granted a special item. Chest. For slaying the boss with the legendary masterless sword, he astonishingly reduced the egg's hatching time by 98 days, leaving a total of 4,850 days until it would finally hatch. As his level-up skill, he strategically selected the Great Bone Weapons card, granting him the power to forge even more weapon types from bone. Sergeant Kong was in absolute disbelief that the beast was truly dead. The MC turned to him, his voice cold as ice, stating his contract was now fulfilled. He then declared that he would be claiming the monster's corpse, as his mission was only to slay it, nothing more. Kang's mind raced, wondering if he could kill him if he struck now. He had 20 armed soldiers standing right behind him, and this fact made him feel incredibly confident. His treacherous plan was to get closer and break his neck in one swift motion. A knowing smirk played on Sungwoo's lips. He already knew the sergeant's thoughts. He told him that it was far too late for such a foolish attempt. Realizing that his sinister plot had been completely exposed, Kong abandoned all pretense and tried to strike him head-on. His powerful attack created a massive explosion, but the MC effortlessly managed to block it using his shield. Kong was in utter disbelief that his surprise attack had completely failed. He desperately ordered the soldiers to take care of the minions, while he personally fought against the MC. He foolishly believed that the MC would be too weak to fight without his skeletons, as he launched another ferocious attack. Sungwoo defended with a shield, and it finally broke. He attempted to strike back with his powerful sword, but Kong swiftly kicked his arm, sending the weapon flying away. He laughed maniacally, thinking that the MC was now out of weapons. Suddenly, he was viciously slashed in the face by a dagger. He hastily retreated, but the attack left a deep, bleeding cut on his face. He demanded to know how the MC managed to get a dagger. Well, he was clearly empty-handed just a second ago. Sungwoo calmly told him that his armor was also made of bones, and that he could convert it into various weapons at will. The enraged sergeant screamed at him, arrogantly claiming that he was still far superior to him. When it came to the art of close-quarters combat, he suddenly found himself completely surrounded by skeletons. The MC reminded him that he could also create weapons using his skeletons. Bones. He activated his skill and created bone spears to trap him. The terrified sergeant screamed for help, but his soldiers revealed that they were already siding with the MC. Sergeant Kim then bravely spoke up, declaring that they had finally made the decision to survive. All the soldiers were tired of being slaughtered like helpless sheep. Under his reckless and incompetent leadership, Kong screamed that this was a mutiny. They weren't even fighting to protect innocent citizens anymore. All they were being forced to do was earn gold for the army. The rest of the soldiers also joined in, siding with Sergeant Kim, and declared that he was absolutely right. Suddenly, the company commander arrived, demanding to know what was going on. Sergeant Kim boldly informed him that the other platoon had revealed their true, sinister mission to them. They refused to continue working for an army like this. Hearing this, the company commander tried to scare him back into line. He warned him that he could not possibly survive alone in the current chaotic state of the world. Jisoo remarked that the commander was just digging himself into a deeper hole. At this point, the commander continued screaming hysterically at the soldiers and warned them that they would be penalized if they left the army. Kim looked over at Sung Woo's group and thought to himself that they had only become slaves because they were afraid of being penalized. However, with the MC and his powerful friends on their side, they truly had nothing left to fear. Sergeant Kong could no longer contain his rage and pulled out a syringe. The commander desperately tried to stop him, but he injected the drug that transformed him into a ferocious, tiger-like beast, now crazed and immensely stronger. He brutally killed the company commander. Kong then turned to the MC and tried to lunge after him, but he would have to get through the formidable Jisoo first. She attacked his head, which gave him an opening to counter, but she quickly ducked thanks to her incredible supreme sense skill. Using her flaming sword, she managed to stab his massive paw. Kong was powerful enough in this form to grab her with one arm and violently throw her away. She started to spit out blood from her injuries. The War Tiger suddenly saw a notification for a new synergy effect. It turned out that the MC had summoned more than 3 of his canine skeletons. He was absolutely furious to see his friend getting injured and immediately discarded the idea of keeping Kong alive. He commanded all of his skeletons to mercilessly tear him apart. Meanwhile, the lieutenant grew excited as he saw Sergeant Kim returning from the dangerous mission. He learned from Sergeant Kim that they had successfully defeated the boss, but that the company commander and Sergeant Kong were both now dead. Hearing this shocking news, he nervously asked him what they did to the MC. At that very same moment, Sung Woo walked into the room with the word Tiger as his new minion and stated that he wanted to talk to him about the mission. As Kim went back to the remaining soldiers, they were confused since he was supposed to be on the mission. They all became terrified as they saw the minions following him and cried that this was nothing short of treason. Kim smiled as he announced to everyone that they were all free now. Meanwhile, the MC threw the lieutenant down in front of the commander. The commander coldly told him that he was incredibly disappointed since he had failed to prevent the treason when he had the chance. The MC finally realized why the soldiers blindly followed him. It was because he constantly led them to their deaths, and if anyone disobeyed his orders, they simply labeled it as treason. The MC asked him if he is referring to the game's synergy effect, which he previously declared as his enemy. The MC asked him if he is referring to the game's synergy effect, which he had previously declared as his sworn enemy. He commands his troops to fight endlessly for him and makes them suffer immensely if they dare to disobey. The commander furiously slams the cup down on his table and claims that this strategy helped their troops to survive. He reveals that when the apocalypse first violently began, they sacrificed a great number of their men to drive the monsters away. As a direct result of these sacrifices, they received a special synergy effect. The commander explains that this dark synergy forces all the soldiers to follow it. Each day, the soldiers must complete a dangerous group quest for a slight boost, but anyone who dares to disobey his orders or tries to leave immediately becomes a prime target for all nearby monsters. All of the other military units in their area were completely wiped out, but they managed to survive because they kept sending troops into battle. The MC tells him that he is merely in a battle against non-intelligent and completely unorganized monsters. He compares the world to a survival game, where human beings are just pawns on a board, controlled by a higher power. Then, Sungwoo directly asks him why he ordered his troops to murder him. The commander coldly admits that he is a considerable threat, and that he cannot allow groups like his to grow in power and challenge the established government. The MC realizes the commander doesn't even care about offending him, and seems overly confident that he can handle him with a simple crossbow. He then demands that the commander release his soldiers from their forced and cruel allegiance, and to hand over all of his ill-gotten gold. At first, the commander becomes incredibly angry, insisting that everything rightly belongs to the military. But when the MC clarifies that he is not there to negotiate, and that he will simply take what he wants by force, the commander immediately backs down. He hands over 45,000 gold. The MC is slightly disappointed by this, since he had expected to get a lot more gold from him. Before leaving, he asks the commander about the word beast vial. The commander hesitates for a moment, but eventually reveals he purchased the vial from wandering peddlers. The MC recalls seeing a strange slogan at a destroyed shop that perfectly matches the commander's strange story. This makes him believe that they were the ones who destroyed the store. He prepares to leave and sternly reminds the commander that he will be keeping in close contact with Sergeant Kim to ensure that he keeps his word. As he and his terrifying minions begin to leave the tension-filled room, the commander stops them and attempts a surprise attack with a crossbow. The MC effortlessly deflects it with his powerful bone shield and tells him that he was already expecting something like this. The lieutenant desperately orders the other soldiers to take him down, but the MC finishes them off instantly using a bone spear. As he goes for the cornered commander, he warns him about a powerful bomb called the Abyss Concentrate, which he had also acquired from the strange peddlers. He threatens that they will both die if he presses the button. The MC casually tells him to go ahead and press the button, since he wonders what the so-called Abyss effect will feel like. The commander begins to panic, as he realizes that his last resort is not working at all. Suddenly, a skeleton shatters the window and grabs the remote, crushing the commander's entire hand in the process. The MC then orders the fearsome war-tiger to finish him off. After brutally beheading the corrupt commander, he realizes that the man was only at level 3. All he ever cared about was collecting gold, and, surprisingly, he didn't even have that much gold in the end. As the MC is lost in thought, he comes across a locker. As he opens it, he discovers some leftover military supplies, including the powerful word beast vials, which can temporarily transform a person into a monstrous beast. Meanwhile, on the outside, Hanho is attempting to heal Jisoo by using his new skill. He asks her why she isn't just using healing potions, since those will be far more efficient in this situation. But she calmly tells him that they have a lot of injured soldiers who desperately need treatment. Moreover, he also needs to practice his skills in order to level them up. He looks back at the minions and feels a bit disappointed, since they don't seem to respect him at all. Just then, Raiti gently pats him on the back, which somehow manages to reignite his trust in humanity. The MC walks outside and asks Jisoo if she's feeling okay. She assures him that she's fine and apologizes for rushing into battle. She had foolishly thought that she could match the War Tiger's power, as she was a specialized tiger hunter. Sungwoo insightfully tells her that she lost because she didn't choose her character's class-specific skill. However, he explains that this is actually a good thing, since she is not limited to fighting only one specific kind of beast. He is glad that Hanho's priest class is finally developed, since it will be essential against the upcoming threat of the Lich King and his massive undead army. He can use his healing abilities and the force field for close combat, and his daggers when he is fighting from a safe distance. This makes him realize that Hanho might even surpass him someday, if he continues to get progressively stronger. Hanho stares at his newly acquired robe with the most innocent expression possible, and says that it looks a lot cooler than his own outfit. Sungwoo reveals that he got this incredible new item, the Shadow King's robe, from a chest after defeating the troll boss. This legendary robe significantly reduces all incoming damage, and allows the wearer to hide in shadows until they finally attack, or someone uses a powerful detection skill against them. Hanho begins to feel a bit left out, as he has never received a legendary item himself. Just then, Sergeant Kim shows up and informs the MC that some of the soldiers have decided to leave, to go and find their long-lost families. However, they have decided to go to the town with them. Most of his bravest and most responsible soldiers died in the battle early on, and he doesn't really have very high expectations from remaining demoralized soldiers. The MC tells everyone to head back and resume their preparations. With only a mere 3 days left in Season 1, he knows that he has to continue his relentless hunting. The town has begun to look a lot more organized now, with players strategically stationed for doing their specific tasks. The MC continues his quest to level up, but his leveling speed isn't that fast anymore. He realizes that it might take him forever to reach level 15 if he continues to grind at the same pace. He can now easily overpower entire hordes of orcs, but with his current stats, he has absolutely no way of facing the terrifying Lich King. He knows he needs to reach the crucial level 15 soon to unlock the legendary Grim Reaper's Scythe. As the chapter dramatically ends, all players are notified that the main story's first chapter is officially over. The lucrative double gold event has now ended, and the restriction on traveling between different areas is now lifted. A main story guide suddenly appears, congratulating all the players for surviving up to Chapter 2. It explains that they will soon discover the game's true purpose, and it urges them to get stronger to face this dangerous new world. 3 more important messages then pop up, informing players that this monumental event will last for 20 days, that powerful raid bosses will now spawn worldwide with valuable rewards, and that these bosses can even attack their safe zones. Lastly, it announces that angels and demons will be introduced later on, and players can begin searching for clues about these mythical creatures. They're scattered throughout the dangerous world. The MC immediately realizes 2 key points in this massive update: the raid bosses, which could be a great source of experience for him, and the impending arrival of angels or demons. He currently lacks any info on these strange creatures, though. Hanho suddenly asks him to check the app on his smartphone. He says that Korea's official server rankings have now been published. Sungwoo is ranked 3rd overall in the Korean server, while a mysterious player named Gangsi Khan is in the number 1 spot. At level 15, he can't possibly believe how someone could achieve level 15 so quickly, since he himself has been hunting monsters constantly and was only able to reach level 12 just recently. It's not just the first-ranked player, either. That is odd. The same is true for the players at ranks 4 and 5. They both appear to be from the very same group, and they're still holding strong in the top rankings. Hanho suddenly screams and tells him about an online forum post from the prominent player, the prosecutor of Yangdongpo, who leads Korea's largest survival community of 500 players. The prosecutor has publicly requested a meeting with the MC, inviting him to join their massive and powerful guild, as he has heard very good things about him. He thinks they can work together to survive this terrible crisis and to uncover the game's deepest secrets. As the MC thinks about his mysterious past, he wonders if he has some kind of ulterior motive. However, he agrees to meet with him, regardless of the risk. Meanwhile, the prosecutor and his guild appear to be thriving. One of the members suggests that they should expand their territory, now that the travel restrictions have finally been lifted. But another guild member warns that there are unknown threats, like raid bosses and supernatural beings, waiting for them outside. So they should probably gather more critical information first. The guild leader announces that no matter the situation, it is their sworn duty to slay monsters and protect the people, since he aims to bring back the world to its previous peaceful state. The blindfolded guild member starts getting extremely emotional as he realizes how great of a man their beloved leader is. The girl then informs them that she tried to track down the players, who were at the top of the rankings in the forum, but she couldn't find any trace of the first-ranked guy. However, she did send a message to the Necromancer on behalf of their guild. The blindfolded guy screams as he hears the word Necromancer. Is this Hanho's long-lost twin brother? He says that the Necromancer is known for not doing any mission, unless he gets paid. The girl continues staring at her phone screen and tells him that he doesn't always demand payment for everything, and when he does, his prices are mostly reasonable. She tells him everything that he has done for the people and says that he has a pretty good reputation online. The guild leader tells them that this is the very reason. He wants to meet with the powerful Necromancer. His group only consists of 3 people, but he somehow managed to get to level 12, which is an absolutely incredible feat. He wants to meet him in order to make sure that he doesn't pose a threat to their future. As he's talking, the girl informs him that the Necromancer has just posted a reply. He has officially agreed to meet with him. The leader immediately orders his entire team to start preparations for the meeting. Manhwa asks the MC why he suddenly wants to meet the prosecutor, since he was so strongly against it in the past. Sung-woo tells him that he will have to meet him eventually, since he might be able to provide him with some information on how to level up faster. It will take forever for him to level up at his current hunting pace. As they prepare to meet another group of players, a biker gang, led by the notorious Taesong, arrives with some extremely urgent news. He tells them that they were attacked by some strange people who abducted his friend, Young Shik. There were some bandits looking for something called the Golden Deer. Suspecting these dangerous bandits might attack their town, the MC asks Taesong to lead him directly to them. The bandits are beating the guy pretty badly as they interrogate him for more information. He refuses to tell them the secret location of the town. He thinks to himself that he only needs to wait until his powerful friend arrives. As one of the bandits tries to finally finish him off, the biker gang suddenly shows up with the MC. The bandits look excited as they see them and immediately demand information on the Golden Deer. The MC tells them that he knows nothing about any Golden Deer and asks them why they're looking for it. The bandit gets a bit carried away after seeing Jisoo, since he wrongly expects her to be just a weak girl. She looks at Sung-woo with pure, murderous intentions and asks him if she can finally kill him. As the MC gives her the subtle go-ahead signal, she dodges the man's clumsy attack with incredible ease. She toys with him for just a moment, and then immediately slashes his hand completely clean off. His men watch in horror as he screams in agonizing pain. They start hitting her with some kind of magic fireball, but she slashes right through their terrified boss and charges at them with truly incredible speed. Manhwa also dramatically joins in with his final form and asks them how they dare aim a crossbow at a lady. The bandit desperately tries to take Young Shik hostage, but the MC sneaks up on him and instantly kills him. He receives a reward of 8,000 gold for killing the bandit, while the rest of his cowardly friends run away. Seeing the incredible shadow robe in action, Manhwa feels a bit jealous. Once again, Sung-woo assures him that he will let him borrow it later. Taesong tends to his badly injured friend and asks him what is so special about this so-called Golden Deer. He reveals that it can give the player some kind of specific item. Jisoo suddenly notices a Golden Deer off in the distance. They then receive a hidden quest to capture the deer, which will allow them access to a mysterious hidden stage. The MC uses his zombies to try and catch the elusive deer, but is far too fast for them. He then sends his undead werewolves to go after it. He chases after the deer as it heads towards an alleyway. The deer stops as it encounters a lone werewolf. The werewolf looks back and tries to intimidate them, but seeing 3 undead werewolves standing in front of him, the intelligent monster decides to run away. With nowhere else left to run, the Golden Deer is easily captured. The group earns a ticket to a brand new hidden stage. However, the MC is worried about something else entirely. The werewolf had run away after seeing them, which was a rational decision considering their overwhelming numbers. However, the other werewolves they had faced all acted like mindless, savage animals. He wonders how this is even possible, but it's time for their big meeting, so he decides to shrug it off for now. Everyone in the group excitedly waits for the famous prosecutor. Suddenly, Taesong notices some helicopters approaching in the sky. The MC realizes that the leader wants to make a very grand entrance to show off his high status as the head of Korea's top-ranked guild. The prosecutor gets out of the state-of-the-art helicopter and greets the MC with a charming and confident smile. He reveals that his real name is Young-hoon Choi. As both of them shake hands, the blindfolded guy takes a picture of them, proclaiming that this historic moment will go down in history. The MC starts to figure out the unusual dynamic of the entire guild, since everyone seems to blindly and fanatically follow their leader. He wonders if there is something else sinister at play here. The players in the town are also drawn in by his appearance and his overwhelming charisma. This makes Sung-woo even more suspicious, since the townspeople have never even met this guy before and are still acting like they absolutely love him. He has seen something eerily similar in the eyes of the vampires, who are willing to sacrifice themselves for their vampire lore. He wonders if he is just overthinking things. As he cordially invites Young-hoon inside, he tells the MC that his town looks quite peaceful. The MC replies by saying that it's not that great compared to his own town. The prosecutor then reveals to him that they have more than 30,000 people living in their town, and he isn't even considering the entire surrounding area. They will soon exceed a population of 40,000 people. Hearing this, the MC asks if having more people is beneficial for him, since he gets more available workers. Young-hoon clearly doesn't like this question, and says that he only wants to save as many lives as he possibly can. Moreover, most of the people currently in the town are not really helpful, since they are either too old or far too young to contribute. No more than a quarter of the entire population can actually pull their own weight. Sung-woo comes to a realization that this guy is probably the head of a massive family of 30,000 people. The prosecutor reveals that he has always had his eye on him, but that he didn't really want to recruit him to his guild. However, his mind completely changed after looking at the official server rankings. He found out that his incredible improvement was not the result of mere luck. He starts opening up a little bit and says that having so many people trust him makes him feel a bit anxious. The MC tells him that. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing he would tell to a complete stranger. The prosecutor explains that he lost his parents when the apocalypse first tragically started. Even though he managed to survive by getting progressively stronger, he still held some deep resentment towards the game. He reveals his master plan to get back against the game someday. For what it did, and to do that, he needs powerful people like him on his side. The MC asks him if he wants him to join his powerful guild, but the guy pulls out a box and says that he also wants something else. He then shows him a legendary prophecy stone. When Sung-woo touches it, he sees a horrifying vision of the World Tree on Yui Island, destroying everything and everyone around. The massive roots spread throughout the entire island, killing everyone in sight. After going back, he reads a terrifying description, saying that this apocalyptic future will occur if he fails to stop the so-called fallen ones. The prosecutor then explains to him that the World Tree is going to destroy their entire world. They both need to work together if they ever want to prevent this from happening. It has already planted its insidious roots in Yui Island, and there also happens to be a raid boss in the area. The MC realizes that he is assembling a raid party, and that's the real reason why he needs him. He doesn't really have a choice in the matter, since the very fate of the world is at stake. Sung-woo wonders if he should mention the Lich King's future to Young-hoon, but he ultimately decides against it, as he realizes that it probably won't even happen. If he manages to get the powerful Reaper's side, he agrees to work with him, but tells him that he will not be joining his guild. He also mentions that they will equally share all the rewards gathered from the raid, as they both shake on the conditions. Hanho bursts into the room and tells them that there is an emergency. He reveals that a group of raiders is heading towards their town. The prosecutor steps forward as he hears this news and says that his guild has got the perfect opportunity to show their strength before they have even started working together. Young-hoon assembles the Crusaders team, and they all stand ready to face the bandits approaching. The bandit leader stops in front of them while casually smoking a cigar. The prosecutor calls out to the MC and tells him that it would be helpful for both of them if they knew each other's respective classes. Since he already knows Sung-woo's Necromancer class, he reveals to him that he is the Crusader commander. He receives a powerful synergy by forming an order of knights. So basically, he gets stronger with more people on his side. The bandit leader asks one of his guys if the person they're looking for is the guy in the armor. The guy tells him that they are after the man in the cave and the girl who is standing right next to him. The leader smirks and then explains to them that they're looking for the people who killed his men, who had previously raided the town. He came back to take revenge for them, but he still didn't expect to find a town with so many people. He gets extremely excited as he wonders how much gold he can receive by killing all the players. The prosecutor knows that these bandits have already killed a great many people, so he finds no reason at all to show them any mercy. The MC asks him if he is referring to the game's synergy effect, which he had previously declared as his sworn enemy. He commands his troops to fight endlessly for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes his holy knights, ordering the charge. It becomes clear the bandits arrived with a sinister strategy in mind, as they rain down a barrage of ranged attacks upon the knights. Their goal: annihilate the holy warriors before they could even close the distance. However, as a storm of spells and projectiles descended upon the knights, the prosecutor raises his sacred blade, enveloping his warriors in a golden force field. The shield perfectly deflects every single spell. A flicker of annoyance crosses the bandit leader's face at this display, but he defiantly presses the assault, refusing to back down. His men charge forward on their bikes, clashing with the knights. But their crude weapons are utterly useless against the knights' impenetrable armor. The holy knights carve through the bandits as if they were nothing. Suddenly, the roar of a massive truck thunders towards them. The man behind the wheel screams a warning to his fellow bandits, telling them to clear a path for his destructive approach. The prosecutor stands firm, ready to defend his loyal men. He lifts his sword high, gathering immense power, charging his ultimate special move. The blindfolded guild member screams for the soldiers to immediately retreat, for he alone understands the cataclysmic power of the coming attack. Young-hoon finally unleashes his ultimate technique, the cross-spear spell. A colossal wave of pure energy, shaped like a holy cross, erupts from his sword. Every single being caught in the path of the spell is instantly obliterated. The massive trucks are completely atomized by this single devastating spell. Panic begins to set in among the remaining bandits. None of their treacherous tricks seem to be working at all. In the midst of the chaos, one of the knights is struck by 2 flying axes and is instantly vaporized. It is the bandit leader. He signals for his axes to return to him and explains that they're the legendary vortex blades. He boasts that no armor is strong enough to block them. The MC watches this display, a flicker of concern in his eyes, as the weapon looks to be extremely powerful. He knows with certainty that these are no ordinary blades. As the rest of the knights begin to crumble, the prosecutor steps forward, a confident smile on his face, and directly challenges the bandit leader to a one-on-one fight. The leader feels deeply insulted by this and reminds him that his vortex axes are legendary rank items. Instead of attempting to dodge them, the prosecutor stands his ground firmly in the path of the attack. A massive explosion rocks the entire battlefield as the blades connect. However, when the thick smoke finally clears, we see the legendary blades completely shattered on the ground. The prosecutor cruelly mocks the defeated leader, asking him if this is what he dares to call a legendary item. He uses his sword to smash the broken blades in half, which leaves the once proud leader absolutely crumbled. The prosecutor receives a massive defense boost based on the number of knights currently in his party, which puts his defense among the very best in the entire world. The MC understood then. This man was not just a commander, he was a walking fortress. The prosecutor raises his sacred sword once again and applies a powerful healing buff on all of his knights. A brilliant yellow light surrounds all of them, and they immediately begin to regain their lost strength. This, too, is another one of his incredible spells. He can heal his allies for the exact amount of damage he blocks. As long as he is standing, his knights are effectively invincible. With his knights now back in the battle, he commands them to once again charge at the enemy. Meanwhile, Kyung-soo and the rest of the survivors are hiding inside a building. Han-ho's dad becomes a little bit too curious and suggests that they should see what is happening outside. Kyung-soo is extremely hesitant, but he eventually agrees, and the two of them venture outside to witness the epic battle. A huge cloud of smoke has now engulfed the entire battlefield. All of the knights are now down on the ground, and it seems as if the tide of the battle has completely shifted. The bandit leader knew he couldn't win against the knights in a direct fight, so he unleashed a treacherous poison cloud, an item he had received from the wandering salesman. It was called the dreaded Abyss Concentrate. The prosecutor held his breath as he stood within the poison. His shield was completely useless against it, since he couldn't block poison. He had wanted to make a grand show in front of the MC, but he now realizes that he actually has to try his best if he truly wants to win this fight. As he is thinking, he hears Sung-woo's footsteps from right behind him. He turns back to see the MC with a huge, unsettling smile on his face. He deeply inhales the poison and says that he's a good match for the bandits. Seeing him walking effortlessly through the deadly poison, the bandit leader gets extremely annoyed and throws another bottle towards him. However, this has the complete opposite effect on him, since he appears to be actually enjoying the deadly poison. A fatal error. The bandit forgot he was challenging a necromancer. Sung-woo takes on his terrifying awakened form and tells him that they are a good match for each other. The MC laughs as he deeply inhales the Abyss Concentrate. It doesn't seem to be as potent as the Orc Chief spell, but it is still more than enough to make him feel truly awake. He decides to show off what he is truly capable of in front of the entire Liberation Guild. The bandits watch him in absolute shock and wonder how he is possibly still standing in the poison. One of them foolishly thinks that the poison is defective, so he removes his mask, but it instantly kills him. Meanwhile, Sungwoo only seems to be getting stronger with each breath. He activates his death response skill and summons a horde of zombies. The bandits quickly realize that they are up against a powerful necromancer. The MC wants to show them his true, terrifying power, so he summons all of his undead skeletons as well. The bandits begin to run for their very lives as they see the word beasts, now turned into undead skeletons. However, the MC is not going to let them get away this easily. He uses his corpses to completely blow them all up. Kyungsoo watches this entire spectacle from a safe distance. The MC and his incredible talent completely amazing. Hanho's mom also comes out and asks them what they're doing. The bandit leader suddenly hears them and immediately calls out to the other bandits to take them hostage, since he can't see any other possible way out of this. Kyungsoo bravely tries to protect them, but suddenly, the formidable Jisoo shows up. She stands in front of them, acting as their human shield. The bandits see a lone girl in front of them and charge at her excitedly, since they wrongly believe that she will be an easy target. Unfortunately for them, they cannot possibly be any more wrong. Jisoo slashes them down with her terrifying flaming blade, and the bandit leader finally realizes that she is an absolute monster in human form. He starts to panic and suddenly feels a sharp blade in his stomach. The MC has stabbed him with his deadly blade and takes the second ticket to the mysterious hidden stage. He now possesses both of the tickets and can activate the stage. The prosecutor asks him what the item is, but before he can even figure it out, he is automatically transported to the hidden stage. The prosecutor tries to walk into the shimmering portal, but he receives a system message that he cannot enter. He wonders where this strange golden portal could possibly lead. Meanwhile, the camera guy is still taking pictures and capturing the MC. The prosecutor gets increasingly annoyed with him and tells him that he can't take any more pictures. He tells him that there are a lot of wicked people outside, so they need to be extremely careful about what kind of information they release to the public. The camera guy agrees with his wise words and assures him that he will be more careful about what he documents. Meanwhile, Jisoo is extremely worried about the MC. The prosecutor asks her if she knows where he has gone. She says that she has an idea, but refuses to tell him despite being affected by his likability aura. He realizes that she is deeply suspicious of him, but she still doesn't reject him straight away. So he tries again. He explains that he might be in great danger, so he just wants to know his location in order to help him. As Hanho begins to talk, Jisoo shuts his face immediately. The prosecutor then asks her if she is just going to stand around there like a helpless puppet and leave her dear friend in such grave danger. She looks back at him and reveals that the MC is in the hidden stage. They are both teammates, so she trusts him to handle it on his own. The prosecutor begins to compliment her incredible fighting skills and offers her a prestigious membership in his guild. He tells her that she will also receive a huge boost to her abilities if she decides to join. However, Jisoo coldly rejects his offer and tells him that she already has a team that she can truly trust. As she drags the bewildered Hanho away, the blindfolded guy looks at her with a fuming expression, since she talks so rudely to his beloved leader. By now, the prosecutor has also realized that it's not going to be easy to persuade these people. Meanwhile, the MC finds himself transported to a golden city. A system notification tells him that he will receive a special reward for clearing the stage, and if he happens to die, his very essence would simply be transported back to his original location. As he tries to figure out exactly where he is, he notices a golden minion staring directly at him. A few moments later, several other minions also appear. These don't seem like normal goblins, since they are not afraid of him. He immediately summons his loyal companion, Right, and orders it to teach these strange minions a painful lesson. Outside the Golden Gate, the Liberation Guild is trying to heal their injured members. Normal recovery potions are not working on them, so they're being forced to use antidotes. Hearing about the need for an antidote, the prosecutor realizes that they are dealing with a dark curse rather than a simple poison. He asks the girl what she thinks about the item. She tells him that it sounds like some kind of black magic, but she still doesn't understand how the bandits managed to get their hands on such a thing. She guesses that they probably got it from a special, hidden store. The Prosecutors Guild is completely puzzled as to why the strong curse had absolutely no effect on Sung-woo. The blindfolded guy uses his 3-star scout class abilities and informs them that the MC was actually empowered by the curse. During the intense fight, the increase in his stats was not that much, but he received other powerful awakening abilities. Moreover, his mana regeneration and vitality increased at an abnormally high rate. This new information makes the prosecutor even more confused, since it leaves even more questions about him unanswered. Manhwa asks him if he really made a deal with him to share all the incredible rewards of the raid. He tells her that he had no other choice, since it was the only way he could convince him to join their party. Hearing this, she requests him to allow her to write up the contract. She thinks he is young, so she can easily take advantage of him by drafting a complex contract that is much more favorable to them. The prosecutor allows her to draft the legal contract, but reminds her not to do anything that would make him leave the party. He then asks them what they think about the legendary prophecy stones. Both of them describe it as a truly fearful experience. He then notices that while others have been terrified by glimpses of the world's end through the ominous prophecy stone, the MC seems completely unfazed. He then asks her to check if he has ever encountered the prophecy stone before. Inside the secret stage, Sung-woo's minions are causing absolute havoc. He revives the fallen golden orcs and realizes that they're stronger than typical monsters, but they are still no match for him. With no one else to protect, he's free to fight at his full strength. He doesn't have to think about his next strategic move, and he can do whatever he likes. All he needs to do is to kill all the monsters in front of him. He doesn't have to worry himself about his reputation or his teammates. He is truly a one-man army. As he ventures deeper, he briefly feels himself slipping mentally, but he refocuses when he hears his own name being called. He looks around and sees all of his skeleton minions surrounding him. Even with them being all around him, he feels a little bit lonely. He soon arrives at a crossroads and is presented with 2 choices. There's a larger treasure chest on the left path and a smaller one on the right. He knows that the bigger chest will surely carry a greater risk, but it will also bring him a much greater reward. With this cold logic in mind, he steps towards the bigger treasure, despite its inherent risks. As he walks towards the chest, he doesn't encounter a single monster, which makes him feel a little bit suspicious. He orders his powerful minions to attack it. Upon getting hit, the chest transforms into a mimic boss monster. The mimic's massive teeth are powerful, and its bite is highly damaging. The MC thinks it must be slow due to its lack of limbs. He is confident that he can win against the boss quite easily, due to its obvious weakness. However, the boss suddenly attacks and easily pushes his minions back. Sung-woo is caught in the impact and starts coughing up blood. The boss is now even more aggressive than before. It starts chasing him while Raiti tries its best to hold it off, while desperately running away from the boss. The MC realizes his critical mistake. He completely underestimated this dangerous boss monster by foolishly thinking that it wouldn't be able to move without any limbs. He can't believe that he was so overconfident and wonders if it happened due to the strange effects of the awakening. He finally realizes just how arrogant he was to think that he didn't need any of his teammates. He needs them, since he's always extra cautious when they are around. Just as the mimic monster is about to chomp down on him, his loyal minions manage to hold it back. He quickly activates the death response spell inside the mimic's mouth, sending his zombies in to attack it from the inside. He steps back while his minions pin the mimic's mouth shut. While looking at the damaged Raiti, he apologizes for failing it in battle. The very next moment, he activates his corpse explosion spell to blow up the boss. The blast knocks everyone back with its incredible force. When the smoke finally clears, the fearsome boss is gone. He earns 1,434 points for finally defeating the boss and for completing a difficult A-rank mission. He realizes that the boss is tough. Outer shell protects it from any and all outside attacks, which means that it is utterly impossible to kill it without attacking it from the inside. It was also the very reason he couldn't recover his health when Raiti was desperately attacking the boss. Sung-woo learns a very valuable lesson from this fight and decides not to make the same mistake twice. Even though the entire world has now turned into a game, he can still die. After healing himself up, he heads to the very next room, which turns out to be a fantastic reward room. with lockers he can open using his newly earned points. The items that are inside these lockers are incredibly rare and can boost a player's stats and their experience. None of these amazing items are available in normal stores. He thinks for a moment and chooses an oath parchment, which allows him to form a binding pact with another player. Both parties must fulfill the conditions of the pact or face certain death. He also selects 3 powerful C-rank items: an upgrade stone, a strength vial, and an experience card as a reward for clearing the hidden stage. He levels up to 13, boosting all his stats and receiving 150,000 gold. He uses an agility card to gain 3 additional points, figuring it could have helped him to dodge the boss's earlier attacks. After getting everything that he needs, he exits through the very same golden portal. He then meets up with the prosecutor, who tells him that he was very surprised to see him disappear. All of a sudden, the MC apologizes for wasting his valuable time, but the prosecutor tells him that it was all well worth it. He shows him a crate filled with some potions as a gift. He also suggests that they post a photo in their alliance contract online to give the people hope, explaining that heroes like him inspire others. Sung-woo agrees, despite knowing that this might make him a bigger target. However, he also needs to maintain a positive public image, so he thinks that it will be fine. After taking the official picture, the prosecutor gets back on his helicopter and finally leaves. Han-ho looks at all the potions he left behind for them and can't help but be very impressed. He thinks that the prosecutor is a good guy, but the MC still has his lingering doubts. Jisoo suggests that they should all start to train and get stronger, since they have now officially joined the raiding party. The very next morning, they attract a huge group of goblins and orcs with a foul-smelling bait called rancid wolf meat, which was actually a failed recipe of Han-ho's own mom. As the monsters foolishly charge in, the MC detonates the ones that die, creating a massive chain reaction explosion. This allows them to hunt monsters at an exceptionally faster rate. Meanwhile, Han-ho's dad sets up a sentry post with his new skill, creating a secure safe zone around their entire town. They don't really have to worry about monsters attacking the town. Now, as they're talking, Taesong arrives with his entire biker gang and says that he has some urgent news for the boss. The MC is a little surprised to hear the word boss. He reveals that they found a store in Hanyang, but it was already completely destroyed by someone. Sung-woo realizes that this is now becoming a very serious problem, since someone is deliberately destroying all of the stores. These stores are incredibly important in this new world, since they can't really produce anything themselves, with no stable source of supplies available. They're left to hunt and forage daily, as farming seems impossible. For now, Sung-woo orders him to inform Kyung-soo if he happens to come across any other stores in the area. They have to assign guards to every single store they find, where their community's safety could be at serious risk. He then notices that some of his female friends are standing far away. Taesong explains it's because he kicked Eugene when she was possessed by the sinister vampire lord. So now they all think he's a brute who viciously hits women. Han-ho whispers to him that he might be popular online, but his reputation on the ground is absolutely terrible. For the very first time, Sung-woo is glad that the forum exists. Taesong leaves with his entire gang, and the MC prepares to grind for even more levels. Suddenly, Jisoo senses something and alerts everyone in the group. She tells everyone to get ready, and 2 ferocious werewolves burst out from the nearby buildings. The MC's minions bravely try to hold them off, but while he's about to shoot one of them, another werewolf warns him not to shoot. He is completely shocked, since he has never heard a werewolf talk. As they continue to fight the monstrous creatures, one of them grabs Han-ho's bag and starts devouring the rancid wolf meat they've been carrying. While the werewolves are distracted by their eating, Sung-woo's minions completely surround them. He aims his crossbow at them and demand a reason not to shoot. This time, 2 of the werewolves look to their leader and ask what they should do. The alpha wolf tells them to calm down and says that they still have a fighting chance. Sung-woo wonders what the wolf is possibly talking about, since they are completely and utterly outnumbered and don't seem to have any chance of escaping. The leader wolf suddenly attacks the weakest orcs that are nearby, giving his loyal companions a chance to finally escape. The MC manages to stop the leader with 2 well-placed arrows, but the other 2 manage to get away, seeing him putting his own life in grave danger. The MC is genuinely impressed by the leader's unwavering loyalty. His minions immediately pin him to the ground, and Sung-woo asks him why the werewolves had attacked them. The leader explains They lost control after smelling the meat in Hanho's bag. The MC then asks them how they managed to come back to their senses. The leader reveals that they were on a horrifying quest that forced them to hunt and eat human beings. Once they had finally completed the quest, they returned to their normal senses. The MC didn't know that there was a quest forcing the wolves to attack human beings. He had simply thought that all monsters were acting on pure instincts. He asked the werewolf if there are more like him in the area. The leader doesn't answer the pressing question, but Sung-woo already knows what he is trying to hide. He asks them if they are the ones who destroyed all the stores. The werewolf says that they're not responsible for destroying any stores. They try to avoid humans whenever it is possible. He tells Sung-woo about another group that's hostile toward humans and is destroying stores to deliberately weaken all the players. This shadowy group, led by humans known as the mad scientists, is creating dangerous new items to harm others. The MC realizes that they must be the wandering merchants he has heard so much about. He asks the werewolf if he is telling him all of this new information so that his teammates can come back and try to save him. However, the leader says that he already instructed the other wolves to run away and to never look back in a dangerous situation like this. When Sung-woo finally puts his sword on the monster's neck, he is expecting him to desperately beg for his life. But the werewolf does the complete opposite. He says that he has been waiting for this very moment for quite some time. He admits that when the class selection event happened, he greatly distrusted the system and didn't choose a class for himself or for his family. However, his son loved games and foolishly chose a class card, only to become the first human the werewolf ever devoured. The leader says he wanted to die the very moment he regained his human senses. Sung-woo knows that he can't let him live, no matter how bad he feels. In his final moments, the werewolf tells him how unfair the game is. He only made the choices he did because he was trying to survive, and all of them ended up being the wrong ones. Sung-woo finally ends his suffering, and Hanho feels bad for him, knowing that they are all just rational beings, just trying to protect each other in this cruel world. The MC tells him that they shouldn't let their guard down. Even the looters they killed earlier must have had their own families. He tells him to prepare, because they're going after the two werewolves who had escaped. Jisoo asks him what they would do once they finally find them. He tells her that he isn't planning on doing anything to them. He just needs to learn more about the werebeast's hidden territory. He knows that this isn't fair. By making the werebeasts conscious, the system is deliberately creating a conflict, even though the players don't want these monsters around. Knowing that they are human may cause them to show sympathy for them. However, he knows he can't risk showing any mercy to creatures that might lose control at any given moment. The system has programmed these beasts to hunt and kill people, and it is evident by the quest that they all seem to receive. Sung-woo's group travels a long way searching for the lost werewolves. Suddenly, they all hear a voice nearby and quickly hide. They see the two werewolves have been captured by a group of kobolds. One of the kobolds jokes about making sausages from the werewolves, but their leader tells them not to eat them. He reminds them that they're precious gifts for their great queen. The kobolds then stab the werewolves with their sharp spears and drag them off to their hidden hideout. The MC and his friends are puzzled, since kobolds are weak monsters, yet they somehow manage to capture two mid-level werewolves. Sung-woo guesses that they might have spread some kind of paralyzing poison on their spears, but he still can't figure out how they managed to tie them up like that. They also spot a store inside the dungeon, which means the dungeon hasn't been cleared yet. Sung-woo tells his team they need to secure this store to help their whole community survive. Just then, they get a notification that this dungeon is called the Venomous Spider Queen's Chambers, a deadly area where 124 players have already lost their lives. There's a 50% bonus reward for clearing it successfully. Hanho gets nervous since they didn't bring any goblins with them, and this dungeon clearly favors monsters. As they venture deeper, they find people trapped in spider webs, desperately calling for help. Jisoo uses her flaming blade to cut down the thick webs, freeing the trapped and terrified players. One of the rescued players thanks them, but suddenly, several spiders burst out of his mouth and kill him. Sung-woo tells everyone to step back and then blows up the bodies. He tells everyone to stay alert and keep a close eye on the ceiling, since the spiders appear to be coming from all different directions. The massive explosion attracts more spiders and kobolds towards them. They begin to swarm the entire group. However, Hanho suddenly throws his knife and kills one of them. This instantly activates his Super Saiyan-like form. Fired up, he activates his powerful Berserk mode and starts crushing the spiders and kobolds with a huge maniacal smile on his face. This terrifies all of the monsters. who think that he is the demon, and they start running away. My boy gets a little bit too carried away with his own power and starts to replay Sungwoo's dramatic monologue all over again. He also thinks that he doesn't need his teammates anymore, since he can now fight everyone by himself. He is now a priest-turned-bandit. The kobolds try a brand new tactic, ordering the spiders to trap Manhwa with webs from all directions. Sungwoo realizes that this is how they manage to tie up the werewolves. They manage to tie him up, but only briefly. Manhwa breaks free with a loud, defiant roar. The kobolds command the spiders to keep on spraying him. him completely. Realizing he was hopelessly trapped, Hanho's battle rage shattered, and he desperately cried out to the MC for help. Without hesitation, Sungwoo detonated the corpses surrounding them again, engulfing the monsters in a thunderous explosion. As he delivered a sharp lesson on the importance of mastering one's emotions, even more monsters began to emerge. He invoked his death response, summoning forth a legion of zombies, and unleashed them upon the monstrous horde. He annihilated the invading swarm with a final, calculated blast, allowing his party to seize complete control of the subway station. However, their path to the adjoining station was completely obstructed. He recalled this subway line connected to a massive shopping mall above, where he surmised the monstrous queen might be secretly lurking. After clearing the entire mall, they finally reached the boss's chamber. But a grim notification warned them that this particular dungeon, infamously known as a killer dungeon, had already claimed the lives of 124 unfortunate players. It stated they would still receive a minor reward if they chose to leave. Right now, Hanho was terrified. The dungeon was offering them a reward, without them even having to set foot inside the boss room. Jisoo calmly asked him if he wished to proceed, but our hero was never one to retreat from a challenge. He insisted that they would press onward, undeterred. Inside, a sinister kobold shaman greeted them, revealing himself to be the dungeon's true boss. Sungwoo had fully expected the boss monster to be his spider queen, so he was somewhat taken aback. Hanho was also completely stunned, as this shaman could somehow speak fluent human language. The shaman let out a chilling laugh and explained it was because he had consumed 20 human brains. The MC realized with a grim certainty that the game allowed monsters to grow stronger by devouring human beings. The shaman cruelly taunted them, saying he would soon have 23 human brains. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and the venomous spider queen appeared, joining forces with the sinister shaman. It became clear that this dreaded dungeon had two boss monsters. The two monstrous beings then merged, with the shaman acting as the brain and the spider queen as the brawn. Sungwoo immediately activated his powerful death response spell and released his entire legion of zombies. His strategy was to use the zombies for massive explosions, and then finish off the bosses with his undead skeletons. However, the Spider Queen ensnared his zombies in her steel-like webs. She cleverly tossed them away instead of destroying them outright. The shaman began to laugh and boasted that he already knew he was planning to blow them up. This new development made the MC worried, since the intelligent kobold seemed to have acquired the cunning of the humans. He had eaten. He watched as the Spider Queen expertly blocked Hanho's dagger throw. The kobold exclaimed that he was acting as the brain, while the mighty queen was acting as the unstoppable body. She would protect him from harm at all costs. As the Spider Queen attacked with her deadly webs, Jisoo burned right through them with her incredible flaming sword. She let out a confident smile and told him that the queen spider was just as flammable as the others. The kobold shaman then used powerful water magic to douse the flames, and managed to keep Jisoo at a safe distance. At that very same moment, the MC ordered his minions to form a barrier, and instructed Hanho to stand guard over Jisoo. He coolly told Hanho that he had a new plan in mind. As the Spider Queen began crushing his minions, he used his Necromancer powers to resurrect all the corpses from above them. As all the reanimated corpses began to fall down, he told them that their nest was practically made for him. Decorating your house with fresh corpses is not a good idea when you are fighting a powerful Necromancer. The newly awakened minions swarmed the surprise boss, but the Spider Queen slashed right through them with her sharp legs. One of the minions managed to strike her leg, making her angry enough to start spraying deadly poison. However, the poison didn't affect the undead, since they are just bones. The shaman quickly realized this fatal mistake, and told the queen to stop using her useless poison. It appeared that she was now losing all control, since she was no longer listening to the shaman anymore. Sungwoo knew that the shaman was smart enough to figure it all out. The queen managed to take down the first wave of skeletons. The MC then resurrected even more from the bodies lying around. He knew that he couldn't let this fight go on for much longer, since he was rapidly losing his mana. Most monsters simply fight until they are completely exhausted and then surrender. However, this particular boss was different, since the intelligent kobold knew exactly what he was doing. The kobold shaman became frustrated with the endless waves of resurrected minions. So he and the Spider Queen charged straight for the MC. The Spider Queen lunged directly at him, but he managed to block her with a solid bone shield. His current stats were much higher than that of an orc monster. He may not be able to keep up with a boss monster's sheer strength, but he knew that he could hold his own if he focused all of his energy on his defense. The Spider Queen broke his shield once again, and one of her powerful strikes finally hit him. He was sent flying back, but he held his ground. He expected the boss monster to do some significant damage to him, but as long as they couldn't kill him in one single blow, he was completely okay. His minions could continue to heal his health and mana with their vampiric attacks. All he needed to do was to simply endure the pain and hold on. The queen suddenly stopped her relentless assault on him. Sungwoo mocked them and asked if they were already getting tired from the fight. The kobold started to brag about his superior intelligence and said that he wouldn't continue a foolish fight with no end. The queen gathered up all of the nearby corpses, and the shaman burned them to ash with his fireball skill. He was doing this so the MC wouldn't be able to summon more skeletons. By using these corpses, Sungwoo realized that the shaman was much smarter than he had thought. His remaining minions charged at the shaman, but he created a powerful force field using an air blast, keeping them away. Feeling confident that he was running out of minions, the shaman carelessly dropped his guard, only for Jiziyun to sneak up from behind and try to strike him. However, the Spider Queen was more than ready for her. She blocked her attack with her sharp legs and protected the shaman. The kobold asked her if she was seriously trying to surprise him. He took a quick look at everyone in front of him and realized with a jolt that someone was missing. Suddenly, Hanho appeared with the remaining zombies and told him that he and Jisoo were working on a secret weapon just for him. The shaman mocked Hanho for being so stupid and said that the zombies couldn't even get near them. As the shaman ordered the queen to attack, he realized that she was no longer in her right senses. Hanho pulled out the rancid meat and revealed that he had spread it all over the zombies. Its pungent smell was irresistible to both the Spider Queen and the kobold. Shaman, since the kobold was also a monster, he couldn't help but go after the alluring scent of the meat. Sungwoo knew that no matter how intelligent the kobold was, he could not possibly go against his natural monster instincts. The shaman desperately tried to stop the queen, but it was far too late. The MC bid a final farewell to them and detonated the zombies, triggering a truly massive explosion. Meanwhile, the prosecutor was facing off against another boss monster. He slashed it clean in half using his powerful sword, killing the monstrous man-eating bat. His troops cheered loudly for their incredible victory, and he gained a massive amount of experience points from his crusaders. He was strong enough to hunt any monster he wanted, and could gain experience points from his own party members. He knew that he was not in the first place, but he still thought he was stronger than him. However, he was still uneasy, wondering how Gangseek leveled up so fast. Even with the most powerful guild in all of Korea under his command, the prosecutor couldn't seem to catch up to this mysterious competitor. It somewhat scared him, since the guy was so mysterious and he knew nothing about it. He began to wonder if he could become a future threat to the new order he had established. Suddenly, his scout reported that the Korean rankings had changed. The prosecutor could not believe his own eyes as he witnessed that the MC had reached the incredible level 14 and claimed the coveted second place. Furious, he wondered how he had managed to level up so incredibly quickly. After the massive explosion, the kobold shaman barely clung to life, but Hanho finished him off with a swift knife to the head for defeating the intelligent shaman boss. They earned 300,000 gold and a 50% bonus for clearing the killer dungeon. Hanho felt extremely proud to finally contribute and said that he was not just a wannabe tanker anymore. It turned out that the Spider Queen was somehow still alive. She screeched and went directly after him. Righty stabbed her right in the eye, instantly killing her and giving them an additional 300,000 gold. The MC leveled up to 14, and Righty's rank increased as well, boosting his own strength and leadership stats. As a reward for leveling up, Sungwoo drew a new card and gained 2 more minions, with his current number of undead minions. He thinks that he is almost ready for the upcoming raid. He doesn't think that he will have any trouble finding the legendary Grim Reaper's side, since he is so close to level 15. His first awakening is also getting much closer, which makes him a little bit worried. Jisoo tells them that they should try to find the store now that they have successfully cleared the dungeon. Later, they find a C-rank store in the dungeon that works like a slot machine, offering gold, platinum, and diamond prize options. Sungwoo realizes But the cost of the platinum rank is much lower in this store. After reading the rules, they realize that it's basically just gambling. Manhwa wants to speak with the manager of the store. Meanwhile, Sung-woo starts to analyze their actual chances of winning. It basically works by the player receiving tokens. The more tokens that they have, the more chances they have of getting a good item. Manhwa raises his hand and insists that he wants to go first this time, since he thinks it will somehow increase his luck. Sung-woo tells him that there are 3 separate machines, so they can all try to play at the same time. After several tries with absolutely no luck, a message pops up saying they'll get a low-ranking item if they fail 5 times in a row, frustrating Manhwa greatly. Jisoo and Sung-woo keep on spinning like they're completely addicted. The game is designed to give you a higher chance of winning, the more that you play. I mean, that's basically how you become addicted to the thrill of gambling. They decide to go all in until Manhwa finally hits the jackpot. He wins a legendary magic scroll, which allows 1 random skill with a 50% chance of fail. Jisoo eventually gives up as she completely runs out of money. But our boy isn't going to give up that easily. He also hits a jackpot and gets a top-tier item, the Shadow King's Ring. It boosts his agility by 3, health by 2, and summons a shadow clone that deals 50% damage. He also unlocks a brand new special quest to collect all of the legendary Shadow King's relics, which will ultimately reward him with the Shadow King's crown. The quest is basically to gather all the items in the set, so he isn't that particularly interested in it. Since Jisoo didn't win anything at all, Sung-woo gives her the Wind Spirit's bracelet. Bro didn't have the heart to destroy the machines in the store. They head back to town to inform the others about the stores, as they now need someone guarding them. Over the next few days, Sung-woo and his party work to make the town more self-sufficient, ready for their next big raid. Manhwa updates him about a brand new feature on the app, a live broadcast function. He opens one of the broadcasting streams that seems to be online. Jisoo guesses it's just a test stream, since they only see an empty office. The MC wonders if this was the system's idea, or if it was the Liberation Guild's idea. He doesn't want to overthink it and immediately call it bad, but he can definitely see the potential to influence public opinion. He realizes the prosecutor could use it to rally massive support for his own guild. He knows that he is not a bad person, but great ambition can sometimes force people to make bad choices. Sung-woo's recent level up to 14 has greatly upset his careful plans, making him more determined than ever to keep an eye on him. He knows that the prosecutor will try to keep most of the raid rewards to himself. However, he has a special oath parchment from a hidden stage, which might come in handy very soon. Suddenly, a helicopter arrives and the blindfolded guy shows up. He introduces himself as Minion Song and says that he is the lieutenant of the Crusader team. He reveals that he is here to pick up the player in second place. As they fly, the MC asks him about the safety of this way of travel, with so many wyverns nearby. The blindfolded guy reassures him that their guild members are tracking each wyvern's position. In real time, the pilots tell him that it's not 100% safe, but they also can't miss out on the benefits of traveling through the air. The MC realizes the incredible advantages of having a large guild. For coordination, things like these are absolutely impossible for a small group of survivors like them. He wonders if there is an alternative to flying through the air. Suddenly, they receive a notification assigning a competition-type raid quest. They need to defeat the raid boss solo for a special reward. The final boss has the gladiator's blessing, reducing all damage by 90% from strong attacks. However, the powerful buff is inactive in one-on-one combat, and whoever defeats the boss alone will earn a special, coveted title. The blindfolded guy feels a bit surprised after reading the message, because this was not part of their original plan. However, he trusts his sister or the prosecutor will handle it. Seeing him in a panic makes Manhwa think that they're both very similar. The MC is also very surprised, since raid bosses are normally taken down by large groups, as they're too tough to beat alone. He senses someone might be watching them and notes how, after all of their careful raid preparations, someone has suddenly made things much more difficult. Now he has no other choice but to compete with the prosecutor and the other guild members. During the raid, the player guidebook reveals a message from the prosecutor, announcing that 12 groups and 1,000 players will join the Yui Island boss raid, which will be broadcast live to the world. After the raid, the Liberation Guild plans to hunt monsters all across Korea and eventually the world. While most players are thrilled by this, some believe that the MC should lead instead of the prosecutor, since he has a much higher rank. When Sung-woo and his small team arrive, the other players are excited to see him. As they land, the prosecutor personally comes to welcome them. The MC tells him that he is impressed by the surrounding area, since it looks so incredibly well organized. He spots a camera and suspects that the prosecutor might be using the raid for publicity. He can also see a large group of players and wonders if he is trying to showcase the difference in numbers between them. A player with vibrant purple hair steps up and mocks him for arriving with only 2 other teammates. He tells him that this doesn't look like a very balanced alliance, and reveals that he brought 31 elite guild members, as if having bright purple hair wasn't enough for him. The exact terms of the contract have not yet been discussed, so the MC wonders if the prosecutor and this purple-haired guy planned this to make him look bad. Sung-woo asks the player if he can introduce himself first. The prosecutor introduces the player as Kong-Yin Lee, the leader of a group from Daehak-Haro, and a fire-type sorcerer who is popular on the forums. Sung-woo tells him that the 3 of them always stick together. He doesn't see a point in simply counting heads, since they are going for a boss raid and not a full-scale war. Kong-Yin is clearly annoyed, but the prosecutor reminds him what class Sung-woo belongs to. He tells him that he is never truly alone, and that's why they asked him to join the raid party. As the blindfolded guy anxiously bites his nails, the prosecutor tells them that it's time for the big meeting. They head inside for the important meeting, which is about to officially start. Inside, leaders from various different groups are gathered. Manhwa Song, the deputy lieutenant of the Crusaders, announces that the raid's difficulty has increased with this new quest, so the rewards will also be much higher. But they don't know what items they'll actually get. She proposes converting the items into gold and splitting it equally among the 12 assembled leaders. The MC looks around and realizes that everyone is in on it. Splitting it evenly isn't always fair, but none of the other leaders said anything. He realizes that this is a setup. They've been working with the prosecutor from the very start. All of them are tied to the Liberation Guild. Even if they do split the rewards among the 12 of them, it will all go back to the Liberation Guild, and this means he will only get a very small share. When Manhwa asks for any possible objections, Sung-woo raises his hand and asks her, why are they dividing the rewards equally when the quest demands them to fight the boss one-on-one? He argues that whoever risks their life against the boss should get absolutely everything. Manhwa then points out he was the one who originally proposed the idea of equal rewards. Sung-woo immediately clarified that he wanted fairness, not equality. The other leaders don't think that his proposal is fair, since they all have different strengths. They asked him if he just wants someone to defeat the boss for him. One of the leaders, Anseok-gu, stands up and challenges him to a duel, known as Iron Fist. In ranked 11th, Anseok is famous for fighting monsters barehanded. Sung-woo simply brushes him off and tells him that he is only upset because he knows that he is speaking the truth. My man out here making enemies left and right. Anseok gets angry, but the prosecutor slams the desk and tells them that it's a great idea. He expertly hides his own frustration and tells them that it will only make the raid more interesting. That night, Anseok takes out his frustration on the lizard monsters. As he continues fighting, more and more monsters start showing up. However, instead of backing down, he decides to go all in. Suddenly, fireballs rain down, causing an explosion that wipes them all out. The purple-haired guy appears and advises Anseok to be careful. He tells him that they will be in big trouble if he dies. The island has now become a perfect habitat for the lizard monsters. Anseok, however, is confident that he can finish off all of the monsters. Kong-Yin mentions they also need to stop the mysterious fallen ones, who plan to plant the legendary world tree seed. Anseok asks him if he knows who they are, but he tells him that he has no idea if they are players or monsters. He says that this is why it is so crucial for them to take control of the island. First, the leader is pretty confident that the prosecutor can take care of things, since he is the type of guy to keep his promises. A few moments later, they see a helicopter heading toward Uedo Park. Anseok thinks that they are going after the prosecutor, but the purple-haired guy tells him that the MC is headed in that very same direction. They fear that he might even reach the boss before the prosecutor. Following Sung-woo is Myung-seong, an archer who is a rising talent even before the world ends. He thinks that success isn't always the result of just hard work. Sometimes, you just have to make the right connections and partake. In some politics, people tend to favor those who are obedient and can easily fall in line. He knows that he is not the most capable person, but he is confident in his ability to cling to others for his survival. Manhwa had handed him 2 weapons, and instructed him to trip the MC when he was going against the boss. However, things aren't really going as he expected them to. Watching the MC and his team in action, he realizes that his sinister plan is falling apart. Jisu's flaming sword and Hanho's unbreakable defense seem almost unbelievable to him. He looks at them and wonders if they managed to tame some new kind of monster. Moreover, the MC is carrying an army of armored zombies with him. The synergy he receives with the zombies is similar to the synergy of the Crusaders. As he is thinking, Sungwoo looks back at him and asks his group if they also want armor. They tell him that they don't need any armor, since they are archers and need to dress lightly, but he equips them with it anyway. To their surprise, they feel much lighter and more protected with this armor. The MC's synergy then doubles with over 40 units. Myung-soo feels that he is helping the person he is supposed to be. He hopes that this doesn't affect his performance review. Myung-soo goes back to his bootlicking mode and points out that the place up ahead is Weedo Station. Just past that is a park where the boss room is located. The MC feels uneasy as they get even closer because the water level is visibly rising. The archer warns him that many lizard men are waiting to ambush them in the water, so it would be wise to team up with all the others. He smiles as he thinks to himself that even the Necromancer may not be able to handle these waters. Sungwoo completely ignores his advice, instructing Hanho and Jisu to step back, while his Were-Bear minions toss the lizard men into the deep water. The MC then detonates their corpses, killing all the monsters hiding in the murky water. This earns him a lot of gold, and the nearby archers watch in amazement. Once the smoke finally clears, the MC tells them that the path ahead is clear. Soon, a helicopter arrives, and a cameraman starts recording it. Hanho sees the helicopter and realizes it's supposed to film the guild master's heroic exploits. The camera guy can't contain his excitement as he films the MC and his undead skeletons. He thinks to himself that this is the amazing footage that the prosecutor would want to be captured, since it would surely boost the morale of other survivors. Bro is far too innocent for this cruel world. The viewers cheer loudly for the MC as they witness him clearing through all the monsters. However, the cameraman's assistant tells him that he has just received a call from the Crusader team. As he takes the phone, he hears the furious voice of Manhwa, who angrily demands that he turn back or face dire consequences. The cameraman doesn't understand what is wrong, since she had given him permission to film the other teams. She screams at him that she only allowed it so that the other players won't think they are being biased. Scared for his own life, the cameraman immediately turns around and heads to film the other competing teams, the MC and his friends. Suspect that other teams must also be making good progress, which is why the helicopter is suddenly moving away. The three of them eventually reach the boss's main room. Even though it's a park, Jisu notes that it looks more like a jungle. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake like a massive earthquake, and a powerful beam of light shoots up from the northern forest. They get a notification that the raid boss, the Lizard Man Warlord, has appeared, and it has a defense against concentrated attacks, reducing their overall effect by a massive 90%. The Warlord is searching for a worthy challenger for a one-on-one fight. The group notices helicopters rushing directly toward the boss. The MC realizes that the prosecutor was waiting for them to locate the boss, so he could swoop in and claim the rewards. The prosecutor is even more competitive than he had expected. The Crusader team is going straight for the boss, without even clearing the nearby monsters first, even though it's not stated in the contract that they have to travel by land. He finds it hard to trust someone who is this competitive. Hanho asks what they'll do next. The MC tells him that they'll have to fight through the monsters. As his minions start to clear the way, he notices a green light appearing on his clothes. He knows exactly what it is. It's the C rank card from the hidden dungeon, which lights up when the player has obtained enough experience to level up with the card. The MC is absolutely thrilled, as he can finally level up to 15 and unlock his first awaken. He decides to use the experience card, which causes him to disappear into a different realm. It feels similar to when he touched the legendary prophecy stone. However, his actual body seems to be floating in deep space. There, he sees a bright light and a system message, saying he is the one who holds the very reins of death, and must now find the legendary Grim Reaper's side. Part 2 begins. He will now receive the first stage of Awaken, but only if he can successfully seize the Grim Reaper's side. Should he fail, he risks becoming the Lich King's eternal minion. The choice that he makes here will alter his entire destiny. The ethereal figure within the light appeared to want to communicate, but our hero could not understand its otherworldly words. He wondered if the system itself was trying to speak to him directly. For some unknown reason, the being felt both calming and strangely familiar. He had a powerful feeling that it would not cause him any harm. Suddenly, a new message informed him he would soon witness death directly. However, as he desperately tried to grasp the mysterious light, it vanished, and he awakened back in the harsh, real world. Hanho told him he was only gone for about 10 seconds. This revelation made him realize that it was a truly real experience, and not just a fleeting or simple vision. He knew with certainty that he would witness a death very soon. He prayed that it would not be one of his dear friends. The cryptic message left him with even more questions than before. Suddenly, they heard a loud explosion from the direction of the boss. The MC realized that he didn't have any time to stand around and think about what he really needed to do. He couldn't possibly complete the quest at this very moment, so the best thing for him was to focus on the boss. He signaled his team to head toward the boss, telling Myung-soo to retreat and immediately regroup. They hurried as fast as they could toward the boss room, only to see that the Crusader team's helicopter had been hit by something and had crashed. The blindfolded guy crawled out from the wreckage and wondered what had happened. Their helicopter was attacked in midair, but they couldn't figure out what had hit it. There was a huge spear impaled on the front of it. The prosecutor then emerged from the burning flames and instructed all of his teammates to fall back into formation. He had used his blind phase zone skill during the crash, saving everyone's life except for the pilot. He told everyone that they should take their revenge on the monsters. With more lizard men fast approaching, the Crusaders prepared themselves for battle. All while 17,555 people watched the live stream. The knights skillfully started killing all the monsters in their path. As they were fighting, he looked at the prosecutor, who appeared to be charging up his cross spear attack. He cut down entire waves of lizard men with his powerful spell and warned his team to brace for the second wave of monsters. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise coming from the trees. Manhwa realized that the lizard man warlord had finally appeared. The prosecutor ordered the crossbowmen to immediately fire, but most of the arrows bounced off without damaging the boss. Since more than one person was attacking it at the same time, he immediately ordered all of them to stop. He didn't expect them to do much damage to the boss, but it seemed like their attack had barely even left a scratch. Moreover, it was completely useless to hit him with such attacks, since the beast could regenerate its wounds rapidly. The boss suddenly charged directly towards the knights. He swung his massive blade, slicing two of them clean in half. The other knight struggled and desperately called for help as the boss was about to deliver the final strike. However, the prosecutor came in clutch and distracted the boss. He bravely stepped forward, ordering the Crusaders to handle the lesser lizard man. While he challenged the mighty boss to a one-on-one duel, he stood defiantly in front of the boss and told him that he was the one he was looking for. The boss lunged at him, but the prosecutor blocked it with his sword. He realized that they were evenly matched in raw strength. However, the boss monster clearly had an advantage, due to his sword having a much longer reach than his. He still believed that he could win, since he had the upper hand in terms of pure speed and reflexes. The two then exchanged fierce and powerful blows as a helicopter crew recorded their truly intense battle. The reporters were amazed by the prosecutor's incredible strength, since he seemed to be overpowering the boss all by himself. Soon, Kang Yun and Anseok arrived at the scene of the battle. They spotted some skeletons hiding in the trees, which meant that the MC had also arrived at the battlefield. The prosecutor struck the boss back with his cross spear skill, which dealt a massive amount of damage. However, for some strange reason, the boss kept smirking, and it was making the prosecutor annoyed. He was furious and wanted to wipe that smile off his face. All of a sudden, the boss breathed out a torrent of fire, but the prosecutor blocked it with his powerful force field skill. His Crusaders tried to help him, but he told them to stay far back. He knew that it was far too dangerous, since the boss had managed to destroy his force field in one attack. The warlord then shed his outer skin, revealing his true and terrible form, the Wandering Drake. Another system notification popped up, announcing the second, more difficult phase of the boss fight. The prosecutor was completely shocked to see the true form of the boss monster, and wondered if he was hiding his true identity all this time. I mean, bro was smiling during the entire fight, so he did kind of give him a hint. The Drake lunged at the stunned prosecutor. The sheer force of just one blocked attack nearly shattered his bones. The next moment, the drake's powerful tail sword struck him, leaving him severely and critically wounded. The crowd watched in absolute shock as the prosecutor fell to the ground. Manhwa, fearing the absolute worst, started to cry as she believed the prosecutor was close to death. Just as the drake closed in for the kill, a corpse suddenly exploded near him. Sung Woo's minions had joined the fight, smashing the drake's head with powerful bone weapons, while bears pummeled him with their massive fists. As the drake roared and tried to rise, the MC stabbed him in the head with a masterless sword. Everyone started to cheer loudly as they realized that the Necromancer was overpowering the drake. They were all watching the broadcast from their homes. Even Manhwa was glad to see him, since he could save the prosecutor. She didn't even care about the rewards anymore, and just wanted him to kill the boss. Sung Woo left the sword inside the drake's head, and one of his bear skeletons showed up with a huge bone hammer. Ansiok realized that he was going to use the hammer to pierce the sword into the boss's skull. The purple-haired guy was also positive that he could take care of the drake. In all of this, someone informed Manhwa that a massive swarm of lizardmen was approaching the MC's location. She realized that the battle was completely unfair to begin with. Even though there was a restriction to fight the boss one-on-one, it didn't apply to the other monsters. She ordered everyone to defend the MC at all costs. All the knights made a defensive wall in front of the MC to protect him. Hanho looked at them and said that they had finally realized who they needed to defend. At the same time, the bear hit the drake with his hammer and pierced the sword completely through its skull. It seemed like the battle was finally over and the boss was dead. Just as the spectators thought the boss was finally finished, the MC noticed it was still moving. Jisoo asked him what was happening, since they had clearly killed the boss. The boss began its terrifying third phase, transforming into its horrifying ultimate form, the young host of a seed. A system message announced that the raid was not yet over, and that no one could leave until the boss was finally defeated. That the system always changes things up to confuse them. It was almost like someone was maliciously toying with them. The knights were having trouble holding off the lizard monsters, but the MC trusted his friends to deal with them. The real problem was the massive boss monster standing in front of him. He yelled at everyone to get out of the way, since the boss was about to breathe out a torrent of fire. The attack was so strong that it even obliterated its own lizardmen. Sung Woo tried a corpse explosion, but it didn't affect the boss at all. His bears instantly turned to ash, and he couldn't think of a good strategy to fight back. He decided to try and distract the boss for now, with his forces rapidly dwindling. He revived the fallen lizard men to continue the fight and told everyone to retreat and spread out. He told them that they couldn't fight the boss and the lizard men at the very same time. They needed to deal with the lizard monsters first. Realizing that the raid had ultimately failed, they all began to retreat. As they were moving back, Hanho noticed the prosecutor, who appeared to be badly injured. As he tried to help him get to safety, the boss appeared behind him and tried to attack. Just then, Righty slashed the boss, blocking its next deadly move. The MC jumped out of the shadows and stabbed the boss in the eye, but the boss fiercely retaliated, slicing off one of his arms. It turned out that he was just using a shadow clone. The real Sung Woo grabbed Hanho and started to run. Hanho was still completely shocked and asked him what it was. He told him that it was a shadow clone, even though it couldn't do much damage to the boss. It was more than enough to trick the boss. He also realized that his clone's attack was effective, since he had aimed it directly at the boss's eye. However, the boss didn't seem to like it. As the enraged boss began to chase them, the MC wondered if he had provoked it too much. Suddenly, Jisoo launched a powerful surprise attack on the boss, which gave the others more time to finally retreat. Sung Woo looked at her and reminded her that he told her to retreat. However, Jisoo stood there with a determined smile and told him that the three of them would always fight together. Hearing her incredibly encouraging words, the MC and Hanho turned back and decided to face the monstrous boss together. Sung Woo activated the death response, and zombies started rising up from the ground. The boss slashed through them easily, and he detonated the corpses. Even though he had said that they would beat the boss, he knew that it wouldn't be that easy. The explosion that he had just done had left no scratch on the outer side of the boss. Moreover, he couldn't defeat it from the inside, since the boss wasn't eating any of his minions. He kept resurrecting the lizardmen, which Hanho and Jisoo were desperately fighting. But the boss was destroying them so very quickly. The boss got ready to unleash another fire breath attack. But this time, Hanho and Jisoo were right behind the MC. Instead of dodging the incoming attack, he tried to block it with his powerful bone shield. He barely managed to survive the attack, but lost most of his minions. The boss charged at him once again, but he was feeling too exhausted to even run. As the boss swung its massive tail, Hanho jumped in front to protect his dear friend. The attack was too strong and instantly destroyed his holy force field. The boss attacked again, and Righty tried to block, but his sword broke. He grabbed the boss's sword and sliced off its tail. He was the main character all along. As the boss tried attacking again, Righty pushed Hanho out of the way. He said his final goodbye and was smashed by the boss. Hanho got enraged and charged at the boss. The War Tiger grabbed both Hanho and Jisoo and took them to safety. Meanwhile, the MC stood in front of the boss all alone. Righty's attacks had allowed him to recover enough that he could move. He knew that the boss would not let them leave, so he tried to buy as much time as possible for his friends to escape. He summoned a bone shield and sword and tanked the boss's attack head-on. He and the boss faced off in a desperate one-on-one battle. Manhwa and her crew watched in absolute fear as they realized that even he was not strong enough to take on the boss. Monster. The boss smashed the MC's legs with a tail attack and prepared for another deadly fire breath attack. Exhausted and badly injured, he looked up at the boss and realized that he had finally failed. It seemed like he was probably going to die the same way as his parents. In his final moments, he saw a flashback of the friends he had made and realized that it wasn't all so bad. He felt at peace, knowing his efforts weren't entirely in vain and that he had saved his friends. The boss used its fire breath, which directly hit the MC. Hanho and Jisoo were absolutely heartbroken as the skeleton minion carried them away. After dying, the MC found himself in a mysterious space once again. He thought that it was a miracle that he had managed to survive. Until now, he felt like he was just lucky. When it came to item draws or in making friends, he was still worried about them and wondered if they had survived the fight without his skeletons. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice calling him. He looked up to notice the Grim Reaper standing right in front of him. He realized that he had to actually die in order to see him. He asked him if he was here to take him to heaven or hell. He was tired and just wanted it all to end. The Grim Reaper mocked him for being so tired at such a young age. The MC was a little bit surprised and wondered if the Grim Reaper was actually making fun of him. However, his surprise turned into utter shock when it was revealed that the Grim Reaper was actually his very own dad. Sung-woo asked if he was real or if the system was just toying with him. His father said that it didn't matter if he was real or not. He agreed because he was dead either way. The MC thought that this was a very fitting end for him. He asked his father if he resented him for running away during the fire. He admitted that he was so scared to die and watch them like that. He had worked hard and studied hard to become a much stronger person. He tried not to take on more than he could possibly handle. However, even after all of this, he felt like he had failed. His father laughed and asked him if he was worried about this. The whole entire time, he started making fun of him again and said that he had thought he was grown up by now. He asked him how he could have possibly helped them in that situation when he was so incredibly young. Moreover, he didn't run away because he was so scared. He ran away because he was following his instructions. The fire had started suddenly while they were all asleep. Sung-woo and his father had managed to get downstairs, but the mom was still stuck up in her room. The MC's dad had told him to go outside and wait for him. He specifically instructed him not to come back inside. The MC didn't want to leave him there all alone, but he assured him that he would definitely save them all. The MC had misunderstood the entire tragic scene, thinking he had abandoned his own parents. But his father had never wanted him to be in any danger. He told him once again that it was not his fault. He was the head of the family, so it was his job to save the family. Hearing this, Sung-woo told him that he couldn't save his family, so he had also failed just like him. His father told him that he hadn't failed, since he had managed to save him. The MC finally realized that he didn't fail either, since he had managed to save his own friends. His dad asked him if he was going to fight him, so he could go back to the real world. Sung-woo smiled and told him that he couldn't just quietly go with him. His dad pointed at a bright light and told him that it was his way to get back to his world. Before going back, he looked at his dad once again. He was so glad to have met him after all these years. His father then stopped him and gave him a scythe. With a powerful scythe in hand, he received his first awakening and a brand new skill. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the boss continued to wreak absolute havoc. Jisoo and Hanho still couldn't believe that the MC was dead. The prosecutor woke up feeling extremely guilty for his recklessness. He noticed the resentful stares of the MC's friends. Deep down inside, he knew that he deserved it. The prosecutor still remembered Hanho saving him when he was completely unable to move. He thought that it was mostly because of his passive skill, but he was still the only one who came to save him. He had turned away from his most powerful allies and made plans. Without him, he knew he needed to make things right or the world would be destroyed. The blindfolded guy ran towards him. As he saw him finally awake, the prosecutor realized that Hanho was the one who had saved him earlier, which meant that Minhyun had abandoned him. They started to retreat from the chaotic battlefield. The prosecutor apologized to the MC and promised to protect his friends to the best of his abilities. As they retreated, the sky suddenly became dark. They all received a chilling warning message that the Great Spirit had been activated in their area. Manhwa noticed a green light in the black fog. She wondered if this was happening because of the MC. Our boy showed up dressed like a lich king. Manhwa and her crew were terrified, as they thought that he had turned into a lich after dying. Meanwhile, the MC couldn't really feel anything. All of his senses were completely dull, and he wondered if he was even alive. He received a notification that he had been revived, with a special Necromancer feature, which was now on cooldown for a full 31 days. With his first awakening, he could now summon the Grim Reaper Sai and raise large monsters for his massive undead army. He also received a secret store coupon for being the 9th player to reach the first awakening. He could now summon the Grim Reaper Scythe once per day for an hour and turn into a powerful lich. This exclusive skill let him increase his minions by 50 and boost all of his stats by a full 10 points. He could also resurrect and regenerate undead as many times as he wanted. With this, he was finally ready to face the Drake boss. He called out to the Drake and told him that it was his time to face his second phase. Hanho and Jisoo rushed towards the boss. After seeing the MC use his great spirit skill, the prosecutor looked at them and wondered how he could still be alive after such a brutal attack. As his friends excitedly ran towards him, they noticed a completely different Sungwoo standing in front of them. He almost looked like a real monster. Jisoo could see the scythe in his hands, so she knew that this was probably the result of him completing his quest. The Drake attacked his minions, destroying most of them with a single powerful strike. However, they were resurrected again because of his powerful new skill. Manhwa and her crew were excited to see the minions coming back to life. The Drake then launched a massive fire attack, which Sungwoo blocked with a very large shield. Just as the fire reached the prosecutor and his friends, Raiti dispersed it with a powerful spin attack. Hanho was overjoyed and hugged Raiti. Meanwhile, our boy was on another level. He asked the Drake why it had stopped attacking him. It seemed like the Drake was out of health, but the MC was still in perfect condition, thanks to his now infinite mana. He resurrected more minions, and they rushed towards the Drake, overwhelming it with sheer numbers. He used his weapon creation skill to create bone chains to bind the Drake and ordered his minions to peel off the Drake's skin. After a while, they finally managed to remove its outer skin. The Drake looked completely exhausted and defeated. The MC told Raiti that it was now time to finish it off. Raiti delivered a powerful slash, and this time, the Drake died for real. The Masterless sword now had 4,235 days left before it could hatch. The egg. Sungwoo earned 1,115 Thai baht and 156 gold for finally defeating the raid boss. He also received the exclusive title, Amateur Dragon Hunter, which increased his stamina by 2 and fire resistance by 30%. Back in town, everyone was celebrating his incredible victory. They had been watching the entire battle live on their phones. After defeating the Drake, the MC raised his hand and commanded it to come back to life. With all the players watching, the Drake came back to life as a skeleton and became his minion. The prosecutor and his allies couldn't believe their own eyes, since this put him way out of their league. Hanho started crying and told him that he knew he was still alive. Sungwoo looked away awkwardly and told him that he was actually dead. Meanwhile, Jisoo was worried if he was going to turn back into his normal form, since he looked quite weird. One of his minions collected the heroic grade item, Drake Hides, from a boss. Raiti also picked up a legendary item called the Dragon Heart and gave it to the MC. This Dragon Heart is a rare material that can be used to create other items. The MC also got the Seed of the World Tree, which is a godly item with completely unknown effects. This seed is related to the prophecy that they had seen earlier. He realized that the mysterious fallen ones may try to get their hands on this powerful item. The photographer approached him and asked if he could have some words. After the incredible and historic battle, the MC told him not to trust any group that promises protection, as all the groups that have welcomed survivors so far have failed. The system is constantly testing all the groups, and in many cases, the challenges seem unfair for the individual players. He suggested that everyone needs to get stronger on their own to survive in this dangerous new world. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and they saw a huge explosion near Yangdonpo Station. Manhwa informed the prosecutor that their home base was under attack. He immediately ordered everyone to retreat back to the station. The MC noticed the black smoke coming from the explosion and realized that it was actually the breath of the abyss. He wondered if this could be the work of the group, who were making all the deadly explosives. As the helicopters took off of the town, the prosecutor got on his knees and begged the MC for his help. He told him that the station was filled with non-combatants, and he couldn't protect them in his current injured state. Sungwoo knew that he couldn't just turn a blind eye to the group that was attacking the town. He told the prosecutor that they needed to have a long talk, but considering the dire circumstances, he was going to help him. Helicopters began landing outside because they couldn't fly through the thick smoke. A survivor informed Manhwa that they were attacked by the beastmen, who seemed to have regained their full consciousness. The MC now knew for sure that the attack on the station was carried out by the so-called wandering salesman. It was a group consisting of conscious beasts and mad scientists. As he walked near the black smoke, he realized that the color was much lighter. He guessed that they must have done that to increase its overall area of effect. The Crusader team couldn't really do much against the smoke. He told everyone he was going to handle the situation inside. If the werewolf's last words were true, this anti-human group would become a big threat to all of them. Sungwoo believed they were clever for attacking Yangdonpo Station, while the Liberation Guild's main forces were away on a raid. He needed to hunt them down and find out who they actually were. As he went into the smoke, he summoned the Drake from the Abyss to test it in its debut battle. The whole station was covered in smoke from the breath of the Abyss. Two beastmen wearing masks discussed how easily they managed the attack. Since the main forces were away, the werewolf mocked the humans for underestimating the intelligence of the beastmen. The hog monster said that there was no way for them to coexist with humans, since they were a new species. He then asked how much longer the ceremony would take. The werewolf monster told him that he had no idea. He explained that only beasts who ate mage brains knew the details, since they had settled themselves as the new bosses. The hog was disappointed because he had eaten an archer's brain and couldn't use many of his skills. The werewolf said he was still luckier than the scientists, who used their bodies as test subjects for their strange experiments. As they talked, two massive, glowing eyes appeared in the windows, and out of nowhere, the Drake skeleton destroyed the unsuspecting monsters. Sungwoo entered the building and realized that the reason he didn't see many beasts in the streets was that they were all in the station. He returned the Drake to the Abyss. The beastmen were talking about a strange ritual, meaning they were gathering people inside the station without killing them. He could easily take down those beasts on his own, since he had such high stats. He planned to take them out one by one without making too much of a scene inside the building. Their chilling directive was to gather as many human specimens as possible. His monstrous comrade then revealed that the floors above were also swarming with countless more humans. He then questioned the massive bull-like creature, asking if their bodies were intended for the horrifying experiments. But the bull-like beast admitted that he had no definite idea. He did reveal, however, overhearing whispers about extracting something valuable experience from the captive bodies. The other monster was stunned, asking if such a thing was even possible. The bull reminded him that they had all turned into monsters. So in this new world, anything could be possible. In an instant, they saw a notification about the activation of the Great Spirit and the fearsome death response spells. His minions and zombies started pouring out from the abyss, attacking the beastmen. The undead tiger ferociously attacked the bull, but the bull monster effortlessly blocked its assault. He then lit his very hooves on fire and charged through the MC's entire skeleton legion, incinerating some of them. He knew this was the work of the MC, and so he furiously called him out. Sung Woo pierced the bull from behind with his masterless sword. The bull monster roared, calling him a coward for stabbing him in the back. But the MC retorted that they sprayed gas at innocent people, which was an equally cowardly act. Soon after slaying the bull monster, he revived it, adding the beast to his undead minions. He noticed that he had received 30,000 gold for killing the bull, even though the beast was only at level 2. This discovery made him realize that there must be a different leveling system for the conscious word beast. He noticed that one of the captive humans was still alive, but knew he wouldn't be able to survive for long in the gas. He quickly ordered his minions to move the unconscious humans out of the poisonous gas to save them. As he moved out of the station with his legion, the ground began to shake. He received a dire warning that a wide-range summoning spell had just been activated in the area. He didn't know precisely what they were planning, but he knew that he must stop them, and quickly. Sung Woo headed directly toward the summoning circle. When he finally arrived, he noticed a word beast sitting at the very center of the summoning circle. He figured out that this must be the monster, responsible for spreading the deadly gas. One of the werewolves instantly recognized him and told the others that they'd get a massive reward if they brought his dead body back to the researchers. A full day had passed, so the MC summoned the Grim Reaper's side and obtained the awesome powers of the Lich King. He knew that 5 minutes with a legendary scythe was enough to handle the were beasts. His minions continued to emerge from the abyss and battle the beastmen. No matter how many of them were destroyed, they were instantly resurrected. The monster on the summoning circle laughed as he witnessed this. He told the MC that it was already far too late. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the summoning spell had been activated. He stood up and started mocking them for broadcasting the raid online. It allowed them to figure out how many resources they had wasted to defeat the boss. As he was busy gloating and showing off, one of Sung Woo's minions bit the werewolf magician and threw him completely off the roof. The MC stood in front of him and asked what he had just summoned. The werewolf simply laughed and told them that they were all finished. The Yangdongpo station building then completely shattered, and they received a notification that a raid boss would soon appear in the area. Meanwhile, the prosecutor was still trying to recover by using healing potions. He was extremely frustrated with himself for being so overconfident. Hanho and Jisoo noticed Sung Woo's minions returning with the rescued survivors, and they all began to celebrate. The prosecutor thought to himself that his methods were completely wrong. He realized that creating such a big group was the wrong move. It wasn't that he couldn't possibly survive alone. He just foolishly thought that others couldn't survive without him. As the breath of the abyss started to finally fade, they received another urgent warning message. It said that a wide-range summoning spell had been activated. Jisoo and the others rushed directly towards the station building. When they finally reached the building, they saw it collapsing with a giant ogre gladiator monster coming down. This was the new raid boss. The werewolf laughed and told the MC that he could not possibly defeat this new boss because he must be exhausted from the difficult previous fight. Sung Woo smirked and told him that he should have watched the live stream until the very end before making the summoning circle. He revealed that he also had a boss of his own. With this, he summoned the incredible Drake skeleton, which landed a direct punch on the ogre champion's face. Everyone cheered loudly for him as they saw the skeleton, since it filled them all with renewed hope. The werewolf couldn't believe his own eyes, since he didn't expect the MC to literally pull out his own boss. Monster. The prosecutor knew that if he wanted to stay in the race, he needed to grow even stronger than the MC. The ogre champion roared in agonizing pain, and 2 of the MC's minions appeared from behind the drake, hurling spears at it. The ogre killed both with a single thunderous clap, causing them to instantly vanish. They were destroyed so badly that the MC couldn't even resurrect them. He realized that the ogre boss was on a completely different level. Moreover, his drake couldn't even use its fire breath, or would have easily toasted the ogre. But the MC could still control the mighty drake, which was a huge plus. The drake grabbed the ogre's hair and kicked him with all its strength. The ogre retaliated by grabbing the drake's shoulders, but Raiti intervened and stabbed the ogre's eye. The ogre then crashed to the ground, and the drake held him down as his minions closed in. They kept on attacking until the boss was finally defeated. The MC leveled up to 16 and earned 705,000 gold from hunting the powerful raid boss. He chose to upgrade his death response skill Now, he could summon 15 masterless zombies for only 100 mana, and they would remain for 20 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. He was extremely pleased with his level up and reward, but his biggest reward was the ogre boss itself, since he could now control it as his very own minion. The ogre already had a heroic rank bracelet, called the Protection of the Thunder God. The item consumed all mana for a huge attack power boost. If the person using the ring had no mana, it would simply cost no mana to use, and would go on cooldown for 24 hours after a single use. Since the ogre had no mana, Sungwoo let him keep the powerful bracelet. Both of his boss minions were now working together as allies. The werewolf monster watched this in utter disbelief. The MC told him that he was an expert in befriending monsters. The MC then stabbed him with his scythe, telling him the jokes were now over, before the MC could ask him anything. The werewolf monster suddenly died. Jisoo suggested that their leaders must have planted something in them to prevent them from revealing any critical information. The prosecutor was very disappointed, since it could have given them some truly valuable information about the mysterious group. Sungwoo remembered the memory fragments and used them to get inside the mind of the werewolf. He revived the werewolf to take a look at his final memories. The MC thought to himself that the system was surely leading them in a very specific direction. First it was the vampires, and now it was the wer-beasts. He saw the werewolf and other beastmen heading towards Yangdongpo Station. The werewolf was watching the live stream of the boss raid, but the other monster told him to turn it off, as they were now close to their destination. Sungwoo figured out why he didn't watch the whole live stream. One of them mentioned hearing a rumor that their main objective wasn't just attacking the Liberation Guild. The other monster ignored him and said that he didn't know what he was talking about. The werewolf wanted to know what the higher-ups were planning to do. However, the other monster told him that their only mission was to attack the Liberation Guild, since they now had the perfect chance. The werewolf then asked him about Yui Island, where the mad scientists were trying to build a new lab. The MC was completely shocked to hear this, since it was the place where the second bad ending had occurred. As they continued talking, the werewolf continued talking more about their secret plan. As he was about to reveal something important about the scientists, the other beast stopped him. As the MC came out of the flashback, his group asked him what he had found out. He told them that the beastmen attacked Yangdongpo Station to gain control of Yui Island. He also found traces of them in Syndrome. He needed to find out what the group was after. Syndrome Station is the main transfer station between Seoul Subway, Lines 1 and 2. Many people used it to travel on a daily basis, and that is why it was always so packed. In other words, the station was overflowing with humans and test subjects for the scientists. One of the mad scientists laughed as he commended the monsters for building a lab near Yangdongpo Station. It provided him with an endless supply of test subjects for his experimentation. It was almost like a dream come true for him. His assistant told him that they needed more freezers. He complained about the unbearable smell of all the rotting corpses. The scientist dismissed his valid concerns and told him to just get used to the smell. The mouse monster told him that he had a stronger sense of smell, so it was much more difficult for him. The scientist seemed very annoyed by him and asked him if he knew how bad he smelled. He asked him if he wanted to turn back into a human. The rat monster quickly told him that he wanted to be a human again, since he didn't become a wer-beast by his own choice. The scientist faced away from him and suggested he sign up as a new test subject, since the head office had begun new experiment. The mouse started to tremble and nervously asked if he was joking. The scientist started laughing and told him that he was just kidding around. However, he still wanted him to seriously consider the offer, since wer-rats like him were treated as the worst among wer-beasts. Suddenly, a dog wer-beast rushed in and reported that a dragon was destroying buildings outside. He looked frustrated and asked the dog monster if he had been taking any drugs. The dog frantically shook his head in absolute denial. The scientist realized that it was an actual emergency, so he ordered the dog to take him to the dragon. As the scientist and the other wer-beasts rushed toward the dragon with their buffs, one of them told them that their raid on Yangdongpo had failed. When they finally came face to face with the massive drake, they realized that it was huge. The scientist almost fainted from pure fear, since he didn't expect to see an actual dinosaur. The MC's party rushed inside with a fearsome drake, and the scientist realized they were from the Yui Island raid. He knew he couldn't possibly fight that thing, so he decided to run for his very life. While retreating, he ordered the dog to hold them off while they packed their stuff. As they were moving down the stairs, The rat suddenly stopped. The scientist screamed at him and asked him what he was doing. The rat told him that he was smelling something very familiar. He yelled at him to move, since they had a lot of stuff to pack. As they began to move again, the rat sensed imminent danger. He suddenly saved the scientist from some boxes flying at him. The MC finally appeared from behind them. He told them that he had received the wrong delivery, so he was here to get a full refund. The scientist tried to act completely naive, so the MC summoned the giant ogre and reminded him that he had sent the monster for him. As he looked around the grotesque lab, he noticed both human and monster corpses. He had somewhat figured it out when he pieced together the memory fragments of the werewolf, but he just realized that they were even more evil than he thought. He asked the scientist if he was embarrassed that he had found out about his disgusting little hobby. The scientist became absolutely furious and claimed that they were trying to advance the human race. He screamed that they were doing experiments to create an even greater human race. The MC had had enough of his endless yapping, so he shot him directly in the leg. The mouse tried to help him get up, but the scientist stabbed him with an experimental injection to turn him into a much stronger beast. The rat started growing larger and much stronger. The MC quickly summoned a clone using his Shadow King's ring. The two of them started shooting it with their crossbows. The rat slashed right through his clone, and the MC noticed that his attack power had increased a lot. However, he was stomped on by the ogre boss minion and died instantly. Sung Woo earned 13,000 gold for hunting a dangerous mutant rat. The scientist lay helpless on the ground and tried to inject himself with a strange liquid. Before he could do anything, the MC cut off one of his arms. He warned him that if he tried anything else, he would start slashing his lower body. The scientist started foaming at the mouth and told him that he had sent the rat after him so he could inject himself before he died. He told him that his colleagues would make a nice test subject out of him. Sung Woo just smiled as he told him that. He didn't even need to get his hands dirty to find out what he wanted. He revealed that he would just turn him into a minion and read his revealing memory fragments. However, as he tried to bring him back to life again, he got a notification saying he couldn't resurrect a living being. Bro was just pretending to be dead. Furious, the MC hit the scientist where it would hurt the most. The scientist started to scream, and he was now ready to tell him absolutely everything. He offered to hand him his inventions if he let him live, but the MC had had enough and stabbed him. He revived the scientist again and viewed his memory fragments. In a flashback, he saw the scientist sitting on a chair, while a man told him that it was time for him to earn his doctorate. He was going to make him the leader of the entire division. Sung Woo realized that this was the man who was behind these wandering merchants. This man ordered the scientist to produce large amounts of gas. He asked him if he could trust him to handle the task on his own. The scientist excitedly told him that he could handle it, since he was the one who had created the poisonous gas. He asked the man if he should make a huge batch and release it all over Yangdongpo. The man told him that they probably wouldn't need a huge amount, since they only needed to take care of the small insects. He believed the word beast sorcerers could handle the rest. He revealed that the sorcerers would teleport the 3 raid bosses they had already captured. The MC was shocked to hear that they had captured 3 raid bosses. The scientists doubted whether the word beasts they had captured could be trusted to handle such an important task. The mysterious man warned him to be careful with his words and said that their plan couldn't move forward without them. He also mentioned 4 beasts who were stronger than the top-ranked players. He said that they would need them for their future plans. The MC was confused because he didn't understand how these beasts could be stronger than the top-ranked players. They didn't draw a card and had wasted a lot of their time, so they couldn't possibly be stronger than the players. He suddenly realized that the word beasts weren't human. They might even have their own way of leveling up. That was different from other players. Moreover, the beasts and the scientist had also received their special quests. He knew that these special quests could make someone much stronger and much faster. The scientist really wanted to dissect the beasts after hearing how strong they were. The man reminded him that their goal wasn't to eradicate all players. They simply wanted to kill off some of the ants. The scientist excitedly got up and agreed with his dark vision. He believed that humans could transcend into a new, superior species. Sung Woo guessed that it must be related to the exclusive quest of a scientist. A white werewolf entered the room and noticed them talk. Sung Woo recognized this werewolf from a previous memory fragment. The scientist explained that the werewolf was one of the 4 beasts and a grand sorcerer. However, the werewolf claimed that he was not a mage. He walked towards the scientist, who was now hiding behind the boss man. and told him that everyone mistook him for a mage because of his staff. The scientist was shocked that the werewolf knew his name. He suddenly hit him with a flash attack, causing him to panic. He told the scientist not to worry, since they were going on a long journey. It would notify the other when either of them was in danger. In reality, he had touched the scientist to apply the psychometrist spell, which allowed him to see the MC. Sung-woo was shocked to see the werewolf, since he didn't expect him to notice him. The werewolf knew about him, and was curious about how he had learned about their syndrome branch so quickly. The MC figured that it was one of the werewolf spells. The werewolf looked him right in the eyes and asked if he could actually access the memories of the dead bodies. Sung-woo mentioned that the syndrome branch was completely empty and asked if the main base was located somewhere else. The werewolf advised him to leave Yangdongpo before their fight dragged on, saying that they would win in the end. The MC was visibly shaken, but he wanted to get as much information from this beast as he could. He asked him who they were, and the werewolf simply told him to remember the name, Evolutionary Society. The werewolf then used a skill on him, saying that this name would soon bring the end of all humanity. The MC came out of the flashback and realized that their enemy could even use psychometry abilities. He remembered how the boss man had mentioned summoning 3 raid bosses in a row. He knew that they would rethink their plan since the first boss failed, but he still couldn't afford to let his guard down. Raiti gave him a map he found, showing 3 locations marked A, B, and C. The first location was Yui Island. The second one showed Sosa in Buchin, and the last one was Byamji Station in Anyang. He noticed that all the arrows in the map pointed to Yui Island, which meant that it was possibly the location of the raid bosses. He had already defeated the Drake before they could capture him, and had also gotten rid of the Ogre Champion, so only one boss remained. Moreover, there was another branch of the Evolutionary Society back at Yangdongpo Station. Everyone was busy rebuilding. As Manhwa arrived to ask him about the mission, he asked her to find out information about raid bosses in Buchin and Anyang. He planned to discuss the rest with the prosecutor. He found him busy doing some important work. The prosecutor watched him coming in and asked if he had found out anything. The MC told him that another attack was coming to Yangdongpo and that the attackers were the Evolutionary Society. The prosecutor had never even heard that name before. He asked the MC why they were even attacking them. Sung-woo suspected that they were the corrupted ones, mentioned in the Uedo Island raid. However, he still didn't have any concrete proof. The prosecutor slammed his desk and told him that they didn't need any proof, since the group had attacked them first. If they were related to the second ending, they must be stopped at all costs. The prosecutor realized they could be a much bigger threat and asked for Sung-woo's help. He requested he protect Yangdongpo because he was the only one who could resist the gas. For his service, he was willing to offer him 1 million gold. The MC wondered if the prosecutor was trying to use him by offering him money, but he knew he was not his enemy. So he agreed. He was planning to deal with the Evolutionary Society anyway, and now he would earn a lot of gold. After the meeting, he walked out to see the other leaders getting along with his friends. However, Hanho was not too pleased, since everyone seemed to be trying to impress Jisoo. Hanho then got an alert from the community app. The rankings had changed, and the prosecutor's rank had dropped again. A player named Dr. 000 now sat in 3rd place with level 15. The MC wondered if the doctor was the boss of the Evolutionary Society. The MC already knew that when a player reached level 15, they would undergo their first awakening. He wasn't sure if this awakening was just for 5-star classes, but he knew that the doctor had already experienced his. It meant that he had already reached level 15. Sung-woo realized he must level up quickly if he wanted to get even stronger. Meanwhile, Jisoo came back after her chat with the other guild leaders. The MC asked her how it had went. She shook her head and revealed that it was just awkward. Meanwhile, Hanho got a little bit too emotional and asked the MC if he was really thinking that she would change sides. He told him that she was crying her eyes out when he had disappeared. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy, who was now assisting the MC on behalf of the Liberation Guild, was knocked out when he opened a jar his minions were carrying. These jars, made by scientists, contained a dangerous gas called Breath of the Abyss that was released when it was opened. He warned Minion not to touch them again. The guy pointed at himself and announced that he was officially their liaison. From this moment on, he told them that he made time in his busy schedule to help them, since they were really important allies of their powerful guild. In truth, Bro had just gotten demoted and was now doing the labor. He revealed that their guild members were gathering the information that he wanted. As they walked over to the other guild members, Sungwoo asked Hanho if Jisoo was actually upset when he had died. He whispered in his ear that she had shed a few tears. On the other hand, he had only cried when Raiti died. Hearing this, the MC realized that if he and Raiti were ever in trouble, his friend would probably choose to save Raiti. Meanwhile, the prosecutor was still thinking about the recent boss raid and his intense meeting with the MC. He thought to himself that he shouldn't have gone into the raid like that. He was so determined to lead that he went straight for the boss, without killing any of the minions down below. This could deteriorate his public image overnight if people ever found out about it. Most strong players now looked up to the MC and Raiti instead. Suddenly, the prosecutor received a special promotion quest that required him to train 30 crusaders to level 10. This would allow him to reach his very first awaken. The prosecutor knew that he had to finish this quest fast, since this was the only way he could stay ahead of the other 5-star players. However, he had already lost 6 Crusaders in the last raid, and only had 14 left, making this task extremely challenging. Still, he was determined to follow through and become even stronger. He decided to start hunting with his guild to train new Crusaders. He summoned everyone and told them that they would begin their hunting tomorrow. Manhwa told him that they needed a lot of people, and time to rebuild the damaged station. She said that it might not be the ideal time for them to go hunt. However, the prosecutor insisted that they must act quickly to keep up with the other players and to be ready for the next attack. He explained that the MC would take care of the Evolutionary Society. He would basically be acting as the guard dog for their guild. The prosecutor screamed out some words of motivation to his guild members, which greatly boosted their morale. Meanwhile, the blindfolded guy introduced the MC to an information gatherer who's been looking into recent events in Sosa and Byamji stations. He explained that an ogre boss was spotted in Sosa, but there hasn't been any new mention of it since the second chapter of the story had started. It appeared that someone was trying to prevent the information from getting out. On the other hand, Byamji Station has been filled with black fog and zombies. Sungwoo looked at Hanho, who appeared to be in a state of enlightenment. He informed him that the town was now safe, and that Taesong was maintaining the safety zone. The MC had already taken care of the bosses in Yui Island and Sosa, so the only one left was the one at Byamji Station. Warn the public to stay clear because of the gas. Our hero suspected this was the result of the Evolution Society's experiments that involved the sinister breath of the abyss. There was a very high probability that they had a hidden lab in that area. He called out to the now familiar blindfolded guy and asked him if he could possibly borrow a helicopter. In another part of the city, we see players trying to outrun a massive horde of zombies. These desperate players were holding onto their last barricade. They tried their best to shoot them all down, desperately trying to protect the nearby shelter. However, it didn't seem to have any serious effect on the relentless zombies. The players realized that they had to do something to keep the zombies away, or else they would surely infiltrate the shelter. They decided to split them up and launch an attack. They stood defiantly in front of the zombies and tried to provoke them. As the massive zombie horde started charging at them, the fierce Jisoo entered the chaotic scene and took down several zombies with a single, powerful attack. The MC soon joined her with his massive ogre boss, smashing the zombies. He had activated the powerful bracelet, which gave the boss an immense boost to its attack power. Other players immediately recognized the skeletons and felt relieved that the Necromancer had arrived for their aid. Back at their home base, the players were still waiting for the MC and his squad to return. Hanho came back with a huge smile and told everyone that their true hero had finally arrived. He was, of course, referring to himself. By the way, he assured them that everything had been taken care of by him and the MC. His dad ignored him and asked if he was the only one who came back. Hanho made a very serious face and told them that someone must stay here to protect the town, since they didn't know when it might be attacked again. Meanwhile, the players thought that he had been demoted. The safety zone required gold for its maintenance, so he had also brought plenty of gold to keep the safe zone run smoothly. He said that they might think that he was abandoned, but he had something that would prove just how much the MC loved him. He opened up a bag, and Raiti jumped out, all tied up with a rope. Bro was using him like a Pokemon. After seeing Raiti, all the players were excited, since they trusted him more than Hanho. Meanwhile, at the university hospital, some kids peeked at the MC from the doorway. They were amazed to see him and called him a symbol of justice and truth. Jisoo looked at the children as they stared at them. She was so glad that they had managed to arrive in time to save them. As she was talking, the MC noticed some blood on her face and her neck. She told him that she was quite used to the smell of blood by now, and simply wiped it off using her coat. They had both faced many life or death situations, but hadn't really talked that much at all. The MC realized that he didn't know very much about her. He mentioned her home and asked if she ever thought she would go back. She told him that her family must be doing just fine, so she didn't think that she would ever go back. They weren't really the best group of people, so she was actually happy to get away from them. She felt like her life had only gotten better after she left. Though then, the world had changed with the apocalypse. The MC felt bad for her after hearing her sad story, but he was also glad that she wouldn't be leaving them anytime soon. Suddenly, a guy wearing a white coat slid the door open. He introduced himself as Mincy Khan and apologized to them for making them wait so long. This guy was the leader of this entire area. As Sung Woo shook his hand and introduced himself, the guy told him that he already knew who he was. He also knew about Jisoo, but she didn't really have the best nickname. After seeing her completely confused expression, he told her that the kids had really picked up this name and apologized to her with a warm smile. She told him that it was all fine, but she really wanted to know who had come up with the nickname. Whoever gave her the name was about to disappear. After telling them about their nicknames, the guy told them that they had to leave. He explained that zombies had overrun the area for 3 days, and they were running out of options. When Jisoo asked him why they didn't just leave, he explained the local quest kept them all trapped. Everyone in the area had received that same quest. If they tried to leave the building, they would be hunted down by zombies. The more time that they spent outside, the more zombies would begin to attack. Half the people there were children and elders, so escaping wasn't safe for them. The MC realized that his group had become too weak. He wanted to help others, but he didn't have a concrete plan. These guys were not strong enough to handle the quest. The leader asked them to leave before midnight, to avoid getting caught up in their struggles. Sung Woo looked into his eyes and realized that he wanted help, even though he was asking them to leave. He told the leader that he was fine with staying, since they had come here to help the station. They thanked them for trying to help. The wife asked if the two of them would like to share a room. Hearing this, Jisoo's head caught on fire, and the two of them immediately asked for separate rooms. That night, the kids came to visit and asked if they could enter the room. Jisoo smiled and told them that they all could come in. The kids were so excited to see the Necromancer and the Red Demon. One of the kids asked the MC if he could show him one of his skeletons. Sung Woo knew that there was only one skeleton, but he needed to show them. He summoned Rai-T, and all the kids thought that he was cute. While lying in his bed that night, the MC thought about the smiles on those kids' faces. He couldn't believe that something like that could still exist. In this world, he got a new quest titled Death Comes for the City. The quest told him that he could either try to escape death or face it. Whatever choice he made, death would still follow him. This was the quest about the zombies, and it said that they would start hunting him as soon as he went outside. Suddenly, the difficulty of the quest increased because the system had detected a player above level 15 in the area. The MC immediately sprang out of his bed. At the same time, Jisoo entered the room and told him that something was happening across the entire city. Due to her sharp senses, she could feel vibrations coming from outside the building. It seemed like they were completely surrounded by zombies. A new notification warned them that the zombies would now hunt down all survivors, whether they were inside or outside. Minseek walked over to the MC and told him that this had never happened, since the zombies only ever hunted outside. Sung Woo told him that the quest's difficulty level had increased. In the presence of more powerful players, it seemed like the system was toying with them. He started summoning his minions and told them that it was time to fight back against the system. The leader suggested sending the non-combatants to the rooftop for safety. They could handle the zombies, but he knew that if the ghouls showed up, they would be in big trouble. Originally, they are a different kind of man-eating monster, but in this world, they are depicted as a higher class of undead than the zombies. As they were preparing for the big fight, the leader's kids ran up to him. He asked them what they were doing here, since they were supposed to be on the roof. The kids started crying and asked him if the zombies were going to eat them. The guy assured them that he would protect them. Moreover, they had the Necromancer with them, so they had no need to worry. The kids wished them good luck. As they left, the soldiers on the ground floor were having trouble keeping the zombies outside. They tried to build a huge barricade using chairs and tables, but it didn't look like it would stop them. The leader guessed that there must be more than 200 zombies in that massive swarm. As the zombies closed in, the MC realized the space was too narrow to use some of his more powerful abilities. He told them all to get out, saying that it was harder to fight in a confined space like this. The leader trusted his judgment, and they all prepared to move outside. Suddenly, the zombies crashed through the glass and started swarming in. He couldn't even use corpse explosions on them, since they were not considered corpses. Instead, he summoned his beast, skeleton minions, and equipped them all with shields for a strong defensive synergy. The undead received a 30% stat decrease debuff due to the synergy. The zombies could turn other players into zombies through their wounds, but his minions were completely immune. Together, his minions managed to hold the zombie horde back with their shields. The leader fought off the zombies using his skill, Pressure of Valor, and cut through more of them with his tornado blade attack. The MC noticed that he fought quite skillfully and thought that he might be at least a 4-star knight. He commanded his shielded minions to retreat, then exploded some dead zombies to clear the main entrance. He soon realized that he needed to be more careful, since there were kids inside the building. If he continued using the explosion skill, it could cause too much damage and destroy the entire building. More zombies started to gather outside, which made the group a little bit frustrated. They all stepped outside, so they would have more room to fight. The MC was now free to use his more powerful spells, so he summoned his Drake, which started destroying zombies left and right. The MC instructed Minseek to evacuate the people on the roof. Since the entrance was now finally clear, he mentioned that there were 2 buses ready in the underground parking for the evacuation. Suddenly, the MC received a notification that his minion had been destroyed. He was good at dealing with a huge number of enemies, but this was just simply too much. He wanted to save his death response and Grim Reaper's side skills for later, since he didn't know what was going to appear next. He turned back and told Jisoo that it was her turn. She was just waiting for him to say that. She put on her purifying face mask that was sewn by Mr. Kim himself and started cutting down the zombies. The MC watched her fight and noticed how good she was in close combat. Soon, the buses arrived and the survivors began boarding. Just then, they got an alert that the ghouls were being drawn to the smell of the survivors. Minseek warned the MC that ghouls were far stronger than zombies. They were also much faster and they targeted children, so they had to protect the kids. In the past, one had even broken his car window and taken his youngest son. Sungwoo patted him on the shoulder and promised that he would not let it happen this time. They started moving with the buses, with the Drake, and other skeleton minions defending them along the way. They were moving very slowly, while keeping the buses in the middle to protect them. Sungwoo knew that the best way to get out of this mess was to finish the quest. However, the area around them was suspiciously and eerily quiet. They came across some dead bodies and realized that they were attacked, too. As they were walking, Jisoo slowly told the MC that something was following them. The other players started to panic, since they feared that it was the ghouls. Suddenly, a ghoul ambushed them. Jisoo tried to warn the player, but it was too late. The ghoul killed him and headed straight for the bus. She managed to kill it with her powerful sword, before it could ever reach the children's bus. The MC realized just how incredibly fast they were, since only Jisoo could possibly react to their deadly ambush. More ghouls started to show up, along with a huge bunch of zombies. Minseek had his eyes wide open as he stared at the monsters right in front of them. He asked Sungwoo if the players kept their consciousness after he turned them into his skeletons. The MC realized that the guy was telling him to turn his corpse into a skeleton. After his death, as the leader was about to ask him for a favor, the ghouls attacked them. They all rushed to save the children, since they were their primary target. Even with the Drake on his side, the MC found it hard to deal with the ghouls because of their quick and very unpredictable movement. Some of the ghouls managed to get on top of the bus, but the would-be skeletons took them all down. The ghouls fought back and started destroying the skeletons. Minseek furiously attacked one of the ghouls using his spell, but he got too distracted and another ghoul snuck up on him. He managed to block its attack by using his shield. Meanwhile, the MC resurrected one of the ghouls and turned it into his minion. He was impressed by their regenerative abilities. He told the leader that he would take it from here and summon the Reaper's side. He was hoping to save it for later, but the situation was becoming more and more dire. With the Lich King's power, he started converting all the ghouls into his minions. He noticed that Minseek was not a bad fighter at all. All of his attacks seemed to be calculated, and he hit the enemies on the weakest points of their bodies. His technique wasn't as refined, but he seemed to be on the same level as the Prosecutor in terms of combat abilities. Together with Sungwoo's Drake and Ogre Boss, they managed to hold back the huge horde. The MC thought that the only reason they were able to fight back was because people were trying to protect their families. He knew that he needed to get even stronger. Even with this much manpower, one of the ghouls managed to make it inside the bus. He went for Minseek's wife and kids. An old man tried to defend them, but the ghoul stabbed him and instantly killed him. Minseek tried using his Wall of Bravery spell, but it was on cooldown. He didn't want to lose anyone else, so he charged at the ghoul with all of his remaining strength and pushed it off of the stairs. He killed the ghoul, but got badly wounded in the process. Sung-woo turned back to get a potion for him, but he stopped him and said that it was too late. With his last breath, he asked the MC to protect his family. He even told him to use his body and turn it into one of his minions. Hearing this, the MC received an exclusive quest. Minseek had died on the battlefield without fulfilling his sacred duty. The MC could now command his body, but in return, he had to grant him his dying wish and take care of his family, doing that would earn him the knight's unwavering loyalty. He also had the option to dismiss the quest and leave the man to die. The MC felt frustrated with the system, because it was giving him a similar quest to the one he had received when the professor died on campus. Left with no other option, he decided to fulfill his final request. Minseek found himself floating in an empty space. He wondered if he was in the afterlife. A grim reaper appeared in front of him and told him that he was not in the afterlife yet. The man felt dreadful that he wouldn't be able to see his family again. All he had ever wanted was to protect them, but the world had taken everything away from him. The Grim Reaper explained that the MC was turning him into an undead, and that he would be taking care of his family. He asked him to accept his death and to forget everything, since it was now time for him to rest. Heartbroken, Minseek begged the Grim Reaper to let him keep his memories, since he wanted to continue protecting his family. The Reaper told him that someone stronger than him would protect his family from now on. However, he was still not ready, since he was the head of the family, and it was his job to protect them. The Grim Reaper granted him his wish, and turned him into a skeleton knight, with all of his precious memories intact. Sung-woo received a new message, that he had successfully revived Minseek as a Death Knight. Surprisingly, he had kept all his memories, making him one of the most unique undead the MC had ever encountered. He wanted to ask him a lot of questions, but they had plenty of ghouls left to fight, so they headed back into the battle. As the fight continued, Jisoo cut through ghouls with her powerful flaming sword. One of the other players called her and said that they needed help keeping the ghouls away from the buses. She realized that they had gone too far into the enemy ranks. As she ran towards the bus, the ghouls and zombies completely surrounded her. One of the ghouls went inside and tried to kill the wife, but Minseek cut it down in half. He noticed that the ghouls were afraid of him, since he was the most powerful type of undead. He could feel all the emotions of the other skeletons. He continued killing the ghouls and called them all weaklings. The players witnessed him in action and were very impressed. They couldn't even compare him to the other skeletons, since he looked so incredibly powerful. He noticed some of the ghouls running away and used his spell to catch them. Sung-woo thought that he had made a good decision by making him face the ghouls. Minseek felt a little strange without a shield and thought about looking for one. Meanwhile, the MC checked his stats. Minseek was currently at level 12 and belonged to the Death Knight class. He had 2 spells, one of which could summon chains and bind enemies, while the other one gave him lifesteal. Jisoo walked towards the MC and told him that they had taken out all the ghouls. She noticed him standing with the Death Knight and asked what it was. Sung-woo awkwardly told her that he would explain it all to her later. They finally decided to take a break, but the MC knew that they had to reach Byongji Station right away. Their enemies had played with them a lot, and it was now their turn. When they finally reached the station, they noticed that the black smoke was much thicker. Sung-woo asked Minseek if he wanted to tell his family about what had happened, but he admitted that he was not yet ready. He told them that they had more urgent things to deal with. As they continued to move forward, they noticed Jisoo running back. She was coughing and told them that her mask was useless against the smoke ahead. Sung-woo realized that he couldn't take her any further with himself. He moved forward with the Death Knight and Raiti, since none of them were affected by the smoke. The inside of the place was quiet, and he couldn't see anyone guarding. He realized that they couldn't really have people guarding this place because of the toxic smoke, but he still couldn't figure out how they were keeping the raid bosses in their captivity. He guessed that they had used some kind of magic to lock it up without killing it. The Death Knight told him that they should move faster, since they had to finish the quest as quickly as possible. Sung-woo looked at him and asked if he was worried about his family. He assured him that Jisoo was taking care of them. He also needed to wait until midnight, since his Reaper's scythe skill was still on its cooldown. They were currently heading inside the secret base of their enemy, so he knew that things could get very ugly. As they moved further down, they found a note from the Ministry of Interior and Safety. Emergency Action Committee. The Death Knight recognized it as the official symbol of the old government and wondered if the group actually worked for the government. The MC was surprised to learn that they might be affiliated with the government. This revelation made him trust the government even less. They proceeded inside and suddenly received a notification about the appearance of the Ghoul King, a raid boss. The Death Knight noticed that his arms and legs had already been severed. They got a warning about the formation of an abyss rupture in the area. The portals opened and allowed the zombies to flood in endlessly. Sung-woo finally figured out where all the zombies were coming from. As the two of them wondered who was responsible for all of this, they heard a voice from behind them. It was the doctor, and he was not alone. He explained that they had started spreading the gas when the quest level had increased, and it led the test subject straight to them. He told him that they didn't have to fight, since he had a new proposal for him. He said that Sung-woo had a class related to death. While he studied death, the MC asked him what he meant by studying death. The guy explained that he studied the energy of the abyss as part of a grand test for human evolution. He believed that they had to break the current shell of humanity and transcend their very selves. The MC realized that it was all connected. The doctor explained that by capturing the Ghoul King and experimenting with death, they were gaining insight into a so-called happy ending set by the system. This meant that the evolutionary society also had access to a prophecy stone. The doctor asked him to join their cause and said that it would benefit him, too. The MC rejected his proposal without a second thought. He asked him if he really wanted him to become one of the game's pawns and start working for him. He was disgusted by their inhumane experiments on people and their use of toxic gas. He told them that they were not interested in the greater good, but simply sacrificing everyone but themselves. The doctor sighed and said that he could have introduced him to the great world of science if it was the real world. However, that was not the case. Seeing they couldn't convince him, the doctor ordered one of his guys to release the Ghoul King. Sung-woo warned him not to try it and ordered his minions to attack. Before the skeletons could even reach the guy, he finished posing, which activated his holy power spell. This caused the MC skeletons to lose their stats by a full 60%. The MC recognized that it was similar to Hanho's powers and realized that they were all priests. Their holy power was a strong counter to his undead army, so he tried to use his crossbow to aim for the group. His arrows stopped before they could even reach them. The girl in the enemy team used her telekinesis and sent them all flying back. He managed to craft a shield just in time to block the arrows. The Death Knight charged in, but the guy named Songguk used his holy pressure spell. It smashed his shield and threw him into a nearby room. The girl told him to be careful, since her test tank was in that room. Hearing this, the Death Knight looked around and noticed a kid's shoe in one of the large tanks filled with people. Enraged by seeing his own kid in the tank, the Death Knight retaliated by using his chains and strangling two of them to death. He told them that they had no right to live. The group tried to use their holy power to melt him, but Sung-woo crafted new armor around him. This activated a teamwork synergy that protected him from all debuffs. The group panicked as they realized that their spells weren't working on the Death Knight. He was still taking damage, but he wasn't getting knocked back by the spell. With their powers completely disrupted, the Death Knight slaughtered them. Meanwhile, the MC schools started cleaning up the rest of the enemies. The girl scientist was shocked that they were losing, since they should have had the upper hand. According to her own calculations, the Death Knight walked over to her and asked if she was the one who controlled that tank. She tried to keep him away, but nothing was working. He continued walking towards her and asked why she used his kid for her sick experiments. He finally got close enough and finished her off with one single slash, earning the MC 12,000 gold. Seeing all of his allies dying, the doctor decided to use his final card. In an attempt to escape, he unleashed a strange tree creature on them, which rooted the Death Knight. Enrighty, Sung-woo knew that he had to take him down right away, since he didn't know what else this man could possibly do. He used his Lich King spell and slashed off all the roots. The doctor threw a flash grenade, but the MC was completely unaffected by the blinding light. He stabbed the doctor with his Grim Reaper's scythe, As he was dying, he told him that he had chosen a good card, since it allowed him to survive well on his own. However, he couldn't say the same about his own teammates. He revealed that he had released an army of zombies and ghouls outside. The Death Knight was furious upon hearing this, and wanted to finish him off badly. The guy started yapping about making new weapons from the system. At the same time, the Ghoul King started to regenerate. The doctor started laughing. One around them. Hearing this, Sung-woo gave the grim order for the Death Knight to finish him off. Without hesitation, Min-seek's blade flashed, severing the doctor's head. But as he fell, a shocking system notification appeared, informing them this was merely a clone of the real doctor. The MC instantly pulled up his phone, checking the community forum. The 5th spot in the server rankings had just gone completely blank. It was indeed a clone of the true doctor. He realized the man had 5 more duplicates in the top 20 players alone. Their shadowy group had expanded rapidly by using these clones. This sinister method allowed them to pursue the same goal in different areas. As Sung-woo was lost deep in thought, the Death Knight's voice called out to him, reminding him they had a much bigger problem left to deal with. The Ghoul King was still waiting for them outside. Jisoo had just finished off a massive wave of zombies and ghouls, with assistance from the Wandering Drake and the Ogre Champion. The other players wondered if the battle was finally over, but her sharp senses detected more monsters approaching. They began to panic upon hearing about more zombies, since they had already killed so many of them. Jisoo knew that she could not afford to lose any of these people, since the MC had trusted her with the safety of everyone outside. Even though he was far ahead of her in terms of raw strength, she was working relentlessly to catch up to him. She fearlessly charged into the very center of the horde. Meanwhile, the skeletons continued to fall left and right, since the MC was not there to resurrect them. Suddenly, a recently fallen minion was miraculously resurrected. Jisoo saw this happen and thought that the MC must have activated his powerful lich skill. She seized this incredible opportunity, pushing back the zombies. The players called her Sung-woo's girlfriend and said that she was really strong. One of them even called them the most powerful couple in all of Korea. Jisoo couldn't help but feel shy as she heard all of this. She continued to kill all of the zombies and ghouls all by herself. Some of the players noticed the ghouls moving towards the buses. They had managed to break through their defenses and were trying to get to the children. Just as they were about to reach the buses, the Death Knight suddenly intervened, chaining and defeating the ghouls. He went inside to look after his kids and asked them if they were okay. They immediately recognized his voice and asked why he had turned into a skeleton. He hesitated for only a moment and told them that the Necromancer transformed him into a skeleton. The kids got extremely excited upon hearing this and told him that they also wanted to transform into skeletons. They looked up to the MC as the very symbol of justice. At the same time, the MC met up with Jisoo. He told her that he wasn't worried about the situation outside, since he knew she was looking after everything. He said that she must be tired from fighting all those monsters. She looked at him and said that he must be tired, too, since he had to fight the Ghoul King with the Death Knight. Hearing this, the MC thought back to the recent fight. They didn't even have a real fight with the Ghoul King. The boss was too injured and exhausted to even fight, so it went down without even attacking him once. However, just to impress her, he told her that it was a brutal battle. Just then, a new notification popped up and informed them that Chapter 2 of the main story had ended. Unexpectedly, the game was going to have a new balance patch. The system congratulated all the players on surviving so far. It listed the players' achievements regarding their raid boss kills. Gang-seek Han was leading with 4 total boss kills, while Sung-woo was in second place with 3 boss kills. The system commended them for their incredible achievements and revealed that the average level in the Korean server was already the 4th highest in the entire world. For this impressive achievement, a hidden chapter would be unlocked for the remaining time limit. They also received a warning message that large monster armies, led by powerful warlords, would soon appear across the Korean server, and that the event would continue until the warlords were defeated. The Death Knight realized that it wasn't really better to complete the quest any sooner. Sung-woo was hopeful that they would figure it all out along the way. He knew that the game had an ending, since he had seen it himself with the Prophecy Stone. This event was just another way of reaching that end. He wondered if the system was trying to challenge a Necromancer to a large-scale battle, because if that happened, he would simply crush everyone. He looked back at his allies with a confident smile and said that it was time to leave, since the quest was now over. Meanwhile, back at the shelter, Hanho wasn't too pleased with the notifications, as he destroyed the minions. He said that the system was just trying to wipe out the Koreans. As the goblins started to pile up, he decided to retreat back into the safety of the shelter. They braced themselves as goblins kept on attacking the shield, damaging it. His dad asked him why he had run away, since he had claimed that he could take down even 1,000 goblins, all by himself. He made a frustrated expression and told his dad that he had retreated because of the others. In truth, he wasn't really fond of the goblins' terrible smell. As they stood there, the goblins continued to damage the shield. Kyung-soo ordered everyone to prepare for the coming battle and instructed them to hold their formation. They didn't just have to rely on the MC anymore. As the goblins continued damaging the weakening shield, Manhwa emotionally thanked his dad for everything he had done for him. His dad thought that they were all about to die, so he wiped his tears and told him that they would die together. Manhwa looked back at him with a confused face and told him that none of them was going to die, since the goblins were no threat to him. He threw his dagger to kill one of them. As soon as they broke through the shelter wall, with his force field now activated, he let out a manic laugh and charged directly at the goblins, hoping to become a legend among the players. Bro turned into Superman and started fighting the entire army of goblins all by himself. He got a little bit too carried away and started thinking of himself as the biggest badass in all of Korea. As the goblins tried to surround him, he performed a spinning attack and threw them all back. Lieutenant Kim was impressed to see him fight, but his dad didn't think the same. He was embarrassed to see his son fighting like a demon. I mean, he's not wrong. My man literally looked like a monster, as he was mercilessly sending the goblins straight to hell. He noticed Raiti helping him. Suddenly, the MC also showed up with his Drake. Manhwa was excited to see them, but his excitement died off as he noticed the Death Knight. He thought he might steal his spot in the team later. At their base, the team discussed the ongoing challenges. Since the new chapter had begun, the safety zones had weakened as the monsters grew stronger, and survivor groups all across the country were struggling. The Liberation Guild was also fighting thousands of orcs. Kyung-soo told the MC that they still needed him. Sung-woo agreed with him and said that they should help them, since they were the only real allies that they had. The evolutionary society attacking now could be disastrous, but it seemed like they might be dealing with the monsters, too. Lieutenant Kim arrived with news that they had located the goblin base. He estimated that the base was located on Mount Gwanek, since the route of the goblins aligned with that mountain. While other regions struggled with tougher monsters like orcs, their town had only goblins to face. Yangdongpo and other areas had to face tougher monsters, like the red orcs. He also estimated about 3,000 monsters were ready to attack. Kim suggested that they play it safe, if it was not urgent to beat the monsters. However, Sung-woo told the group that their aim wasn't just to win, but to see how much gold and experience they could earn from fighting these goblins. Kyung-soo really liked this idea, but he didn't know how they were going to hunt all those monsters. Sung-woo pointed at them and said that they would be the ones defeating the monsters, and not him. He wanted them to use this opportunity and level up. At night, 2 goblins guarded a factory in the mountain. The MC snuck up on them and finished them off instantly. He had found out that their leaders were all gathered in the factory. This made things much easier for him, since he didn't have to fight them all one by one. Even weak goblins become dangerous when led by a powerful warlord. The MC planned to take out their leaders so they couldn't coordinate, and then let his teammates finish them all off. He summoned the Ogre Champion, who unleashed a powerful attack on the warehouse, wiping out all the goblin leaders at once. A goblin lord survived and tried to attack them. The Death Knight told the MC that he had never seen a goblin lord in ages. He asked if he could be the one to kill it. Sung-woo used the Reaper Scythe and gave him the green signal. The goblin warlord was quickly defeated by the Death Knight. The MC then revived the fallen goblins, forming them into his very own army. Meanwhile, the players back in town had set up a new barricade. Kyung-soo assured them the goblins were just stragglers who had already lost their leaders. The players realized that the goblins were dying too easily. This gave them more confidence, and they started clearing them all off. The goblins were under the effect of several debuffs, since they had lost their leaders. This caused them to become greatly weakened. The MC wanted everyone in his town to increase their levels. Most of the people in the town were weak, which added more of a burden on the community. Even though everyone was trying their best, the difficulty level was slowly rising. This was why the MC had sent Hanho back to the town. He knew that even weak or sick players had a chance to grow stronger. Some were even helping kids and the elderly to level up, bringing everyone in the community closer to survive. One kid managed to kill a goblin and started tearing up. Eventually, they completely defeated the entire goblin army, and Sung-woo got a notification for being the main contributor in this huge battle. Every player received bonus gold based on their efforts. Sung-woo watched this all from his high rooftop. He said that it was still easier for him to fight alone, but he didn't dislike the current situation either. The next day, he told Kyung-sil he expected everyone's level to reach at least 8 by the time he returned. He explained that he couldn't stay and protect them forever. Everyone must work hard and learn to look after themselves. Just then, Hanho informed him that the helicopter had arrived. He only had a temporary agreement with the Liberation Guild, but he was still willing to help them in this catastrophe. The following morning, buses of crusaders moved together. The prosecutor asked his scout about the number of monsters that had appeared. The scout asked him to wait for a moment and said that they would soon reach the northern boundary. He used a magical drone to scout the area and estimated that around 200 trolls were approaching. He tried to get a better view, but a troll soon spotted the drone and destroyed it using a rock. Manhwa suggested that they destroy the bridge, as thousands of orcs were coming from Gimpo as well. They couldn't possibly face both of these armies at the same time. However, the prosecutor wanted to face the trolls first to level up his crusaders, even though he knew it was very risky. He had to train his crusaders to reach level 10 in order to complete the exclusive quest. He knew that it would be too much of a risk, but he didn't see any other way to bridge the gap between himself and the MC. Manhwa followed his order and began summoning all available guards, leaving only the bare minimum behind at the station. The blindfolded guy suddenly entered and updated the group that the helicopter with the MC was almost there. Manhwa was relieved to hear about his arrival, since she thought that they could now fight the orcs and the trolls by combining their forces together. However, the blindfolded guy told them that the MC had instructed them to meet him at the location of the orc army. Manhwa was very confused and asked him if he had even told him what was going on there. He said that the MC wanted to collect some bones. As the helicopter hovered overhead, Sung-woo summoned his minions from above. They all leaped down and started tearing through the trolls with ease. In addition to the Drake and the Ogre boss, the MC now had the Ghoul King as well. The blindfolded guy and the prosecutor watched in complete shock as Sung-woo's army made the trolls look like a bunch of tiny ants. He continued killing the trolls and turning them into his skeletons. The prosecutor wondered if he would be able to surpass him. After his awakening, some players from other factions watched from afar. They wondered if the Liberation Guild had asked the Necromancer for his help. They had been live streaming all of this. The MC's group gained another huge achievement for having over 20 giant minions. This reduced the damage they took from small and medium enemies by 30% as they cleared through the normal trolls. The troll warlord finally appeared. The group watched as the orc charged at the MC's army. They wondered if he could even handle such a powerful opponent. However, Sung-woo's ogre, champion, and other minions quickly overpowered the troll chief. The troll warlord had no chance to even fight back, and it appeared to be completely overwhelmed. The troll boss died after taking a final hit from the Death Knight. Sung-woo revived the troll chief, adding him to his ever-growing army. He then asked the group to move, since they had to meet the Liberation Guild. The prosecutor thanked the MC for his help. He had wanted to use him to buy time and get stronger, but it appeared that he was even more powerful than the last time he had seen him. He explained to him that a large orc army was coming, with only one bridge for them to cross. He was eager to prove his own strength in the upcoming battle. They had sealed off all other entry points, using items and other various techniques. The prosecutor knew that the whole Korean server would be watching this battle. He couldn't appear weak this time. Otherwise, it would be all over for him. He knew that he had to prove himself, so he decided to take the lead. As news got out about the MC on the forums, many people wanted to join the raid. They thought that he was the future and wanted to help him in any way they possibly could. The Liberation Guild was struggling to keep up its reputation. Players and other smaller guilds were spreading the news about his achievements online. One of their informants told her that a group of survivors had offered to join them for the raid. They had about 200 people in their group, and 5 buses were on their way. Manhwa thought that they should let the group join them. She was planning to get them on their side. They would assemble the army for the raid and try to convince them to work with their guild. She then walked into the meeting. The prosecutor asked her to brief everyone on the mission. She revealed that their guild had blocked most of the bridge and was monitoring the orcs through their magic drones. Sung-woo noticed that all of the commanders were looking at him. Even Manhwa acknowledged him as the strongest one among them all. All of their eyes were on his next big move. Suddenly, a crusader announced the arrival of a survivor from the west. He revealed that a woman had flown here on a strange beast. Sung-woo thought to himself that they had only been using helicopters due to the wyverns. He wondered what kind of beast the woman was riding. The prosecutor stood up and suggested that they all hear what the survivor had to say before going forward with the important meeting. When they finally met her, the MC found out that she was riding a griffin. She reassured them the griffin would not harm anyone. She asked the prosecutor for his help and explained that a large group of Chinese players had recently landed on Manhwa Island. Sung-woo was shocked upon hearing this, since he hadn't come across any players from other servers yet. The Jiadong Island is a small island, connected to the Manhwa Island by land. The girl explained that the players in Manhwa created a safety zone on Jiadong Island. Since it was a small island, it was easy to keep it safe after clearing all the monsters. They knew there were powerful guilds like them on the mainland, but they had preferred to lay low. The MC thought to himself that her explanation sounded logical. Monsters and looters had overrun the mainland, so it was probably safer for them to stay on the small island. It also encouraged the people of the island to coordinate and work together. The girl continued that pirates had landed on their island a few hours ago. They sailed in on dozens of small fishing boats. The players on the island had tried to fight them back, but they had failed. The prosecutor asked them about the number of pirates. She estimated about 1,000 of them, considering the fishing boats, but she thought there might be even more. The leaders started to worry, as they considered that this might be a full-scale invasion from the Chinese server. Manhwa told them that it was highly unlikely. The pirates were probably some low-level players. Try to get some easy gold. Sung-woo told them that people like that were even more dangerous than monsters, since they attacked players during their most vulnerable moments. They realized that they needed to do something about them, but they also had to deal with a massive orc army. One of the commanders mentioned that the pirates could ride upstream and attack them at the same time as the orc army. Hearing all of this, the prosecutor suggested that they focus on defeating the orcs for now. Because of the orcs, the pirates likely wouldn't cross over to the mainland. They would send some scouts to monitor the river. The girl felt hopeless, as they told her that they couldn't really go to the island right now. Sung-woo raised his hand and proposed another idea. He suggested sending a group to take out the pirates, while the other group faced the orcs. Once the pirates were dealt with, the first group would then rejoin the other group and attack the orcs from behind. In this way, they would get rid of the pirates and attack the orcs from both sides. He wanted to take care of the pirates, all by himself. The prosecutor looked at him and asked if he could handle it alone. He told them that his skills didn't really work well in large groups, so he would do perfectly fine by himself. He also wanted to learn more about the Chinese players, as he believed that this would not be their first interaction with them. The orc leader would probably be at the rear, so he would take care of him after going after the pirates. He asked the girl to ride to the island with him on her griffin, since it would not reveal their arrival. The MC finally flew away with the girl. She mentioned that they had to wait on the shore until dark, since the pirates had massive birds that scouted for them at night. We see some pirates lighting a lantern on the island. They were a little bit disappointed, since the expedition team had kept them away from all the prisoners. One of them smirked and said that they would get their chance soon, when they invaded the Korean mainland. The pirates were glad that they got away from the mainland in China, because they could get more gold by invading towns in weaker countries. As they continued talking, one of them heard a noise. He was a human hunter, so his senses were a bit sharper than the others. Suddenly, the MC appeared behind them with his sword and slashed through them with incredible ease. He kept one of them alive, since he wanted to question him later. The Death Knight used his chains to restrain him, while they took care of other pirates in the area. The guy woke up to a griffin in his face. The girl told him not to worry, since she would feed him to the bird later. Sung-woo leaned closer and said that he had a spell, allowing him to read the memories of the dead. He said that he could either tell them everything he knew, or he could kill him and find out. Meanwhile, the leader was furious when he heard of the disappearance of his pirates. He ordered the men to find out about any escapees. At the same time, he launched one of the giant birds to search for the person responsible for all of this. As the bird started its search, the captain smiled, since he knew that they couldn't hide on this island forever. Suddenly, one of his guys informed him that the missing men were all found dead on the ship. The captain was furious and wondered who was brave enough to dump the bodies on the ship when they could have easily dumped them in the ocean. He wondered if they were trying to provoke them. As they rushed out, the guy informed the captain that it was not only a single ship with bodies. He pointed out to a ship in the corner and told him that it also had bodies inside. Suddenly, the ship blew up with a huge explosion. The captain and all the crew were totally confused about what was going on. At the same time, they heard other people were infected by some kind of black gas. One of the guys explained that it was the gas that dark sorcerers use. It paralyzed anyone who breathed it in. The captain told them that there could still be bombs on the ship, so they needed to get out. They all got in their cars and drove towards a bridge. The captain was getting signals from all over the island, thanks to his birds. He thought that it was a full-scale attack from the Koreans, who wanted to take them out. He was furious that they had caught them off guard and had used biochemical weapons to fight them. He knew that they had to get out of the island and establish a new base for their main fleet to land. He had to do it for their general's sake. As they finally began to cross the bridge, a giant minion blocked their path. The captain couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect the Korean server to have monsters like this. The pirates were from the second Chinese server. Since China has a huge population, there were 3 servers in total. Sung-woo knew that these guys were just the advance guard. Their only aim was to set up a base for the main fleet to land. The captain got out of his car and ordered his men to fight. As the men got out, the MC summoned all of his minions and zombies at the same time. He paralyzed them with the breath of the abyss. He had surrounded them from both sides. The captain realized that he couldn't run, so he used his bird spell and summoned the birds to fight the zombies. As the birds started attacking the zombies, the other pirates also joined in. The MC realized that these were the birds that the girl was telling him about. However, the birds were no match for his skeleton ghouls, who finished them off in a matter of seconds. Sung-woo then revived the birds and turned them into his minions. The captain knew that the situation was hopeless, so he tried jumping off the bridge and using one of his birds to escape. He knew that the minions wouldn't stand a chance against their main army. However, the MC used the skeleton birds to take the captain's bird down. He fell down and broke his back. At the same time, the girl returned on the griffin and informed him that the people on the island had reclaimed their weapons and were fighting back against the pirates. She thanked him for all of his help. Meanwhile, the captain wondered who he was. Sung-woo knew that the captain wouldn't tell him anything, so he killed him. This leveled him up to 17. He then used his memory fragments to access his memories. He saw a massive ship that appeared to belong to the same group of pirates. A guy standing in the front asked the crew where they should go. Sung-woo wondered if this was the general. He hoped that he wouldn't turn out to be a madman, like the vampires or the scientists. The general told them that the second server was being run by the elementalist, while the first server was being expanded by the self-proclaimed emperor, who aimed to rule the entire world. He asked his crew for their advice on their next move. One of the guys suggested that they could ask for outside help. The emperor immediately slashed his neck and told everyone that they were aimlessly roaming the sea because they were not powerful and violent enough. He said that they needed to devour the mainland like a shark. Hearing this, the MC realized that the general had lost his mind, since no normal person would think about invading another country.